Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome back to the Atlasfanfic channel. I'm back with the finale of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as Danzo Shimura. Disclaimer: this finale contains a few romantic scenes. You've been warned, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 47, Make Valentine's Day. I'm not sure how Valentine's Day managed to happen in the elemental nations. I didn't even know who introduced it, except for the fact that there was some sort of legend about two warring clans coming to peace through love, understanding, and sweet treats. So, it was customary for this side of the month to have people harboring feelings with others taking this opportunity to get some confessions dealt with. If before I was spared either because I was too young and then because of the war, now I had no excuse to be spared from this, and I was very concerned. I didn't give it enough credit as a deadly day when I woke up in the morning, expecting for it to be a simple day. I was so confident it was going to be a normal day and a normal week. I was incredibly wrong, and I had proof of this when Mom told me that an army of women and girls had massed around the house. I was confident nothing insane would ensue beyond that. It was shocking, yes, but not to the point of concern. Turns out that some of them attempted to pull what I could define as stealth ninja move and tried to get inside by entering the premises uninvited. Instead of fighting them and just getting them all unable to rush inside at the news I was around and trying to defend my purity, I preferred to leave altogether. I decided to just get to the training grounds through one of the seals I planted there and reverse summon my ass away from trouble. I was quite certain they weren't going to cause trouble with Mom and my little brother, and I was right, at least for this expectation. Still, plans aren't meant to last much before first contact, and I was given proof of that when I began training on my own, far away from possible watchers, and was going for a run. Humming to myself, thinking of other places to get to if my cover was blown apart, I reacted just in time when I heard something rush towards me. I dodged on the side, barely avoiding two golden chains moving in to capture me. My eyes widened as I recognized the source of those and groaned. "Yoshiko! Stop with this." The girl smiled as she looked down at me, not surprised I noticed her standing on one of the tree's branches nearby. No. I was a bit surprised by the insistence and proceeded to break in a full speed run to get away from the area. At one point I also went to tree run, as I could tell that keeping by the ground did me no favor in case of any ambush up ahead. To her credit, Yoshiko didn't lose me for a single instant, which made me consider using another reverse summon to get out of there. But before I could do that, I suddenly tripped and fell back to the ground. It wasn't something caused by a distraction, as my body went full stiff and rigid out of nowhere and my face planted quite hard on the ground. Groaning, I realized that I could barely move as I felt something grip at my mind and Sharingan? Raira! The girl soon appeared beside me, holding some ninja wire in her hands. Apologies, Danzo-kun. I promise you that you will be treated with care and love. Instead of letting her get too close to use that wire on me, I employed one of the small seals I had in my palm and released one of the smoke grenades I had kept for better occasions. Right now, it was just a must. I didn't stop for a single moment, jumping away back to the trees and using my Sharingan in an effort to see how bad the situation was. Turns out that the girls were just stalling in a way, as I could sense approaching chakra patterns closing on my location. One in particular was just above me. I backstepped in time, allowing for Himiko to strike down at the branch I had been standing on just a few moments early. My eyes widened in shock. Himiko? That was a killing hit. It wasn't, the girl replied tensely. Maybe. Yoshiko finally caught up to me, and so did Raira. Dan-kun, I'll give you this warning just once. We are allies today, since we understand you can't be taken down while we are divided. United we stand, for you. That's nice. I'm glad to see you three being friends, but dash. But? Himiko inquired and I hummed. But this is my win. I reverse summoned again. This time I didn't remain within Konoha but left for a safer place where I could have refused my training session with close to no issues. Or so I thought. Kiera, I hope you don't plan to overwhelm Callie with too many dishes, I pointed out and the phoenix huffed as she was busy cooking things for the holiday. I'm not. I'm just making some cakes for her and I know she will like it. I nodded happily at that moderation, but then I realized that her wording held something quite odd. Some cakes? How many are you preparing? Oh, I'm making 2. I blinked at the reply and decided to inquire on the double treat. Why 2? For Callie and you, of course. I think I'll leave you to it. Danzo dash. I didn't allow her to finish as I just couldn't catch a break. I was going to make up for her somehow, but I was really not in the mood of lowering my guard through this day. So, I decided to go to the very place I knew no one but just a handful could go to. Are you sure your boss will be fine with this? I asked, a bit surprised that I could actually stay here. Sure, I was told I could visit if I behaved, but I think this was the first time I actually had to rely on it and I was unsure if the reasoning worked for the occasion. Yep. Just don't disturb me and you can keep around for a few hours. I nodded at Callie's explanation, the girl going back to her paperwork and leaving her office a few times while I patiently waited for lunch to come and go but stop around dinner time. I took this chance to finally go back home. I wasn't sure if I was in the clear, but Mom confirmed hardly anyone would be foolish enough to use the night to strike at me. I took her words for granted and went to sleep. But not before rigging my room to stop any assailant that still wanted to handle me with some surprises. I closed my eyes and the long day drew me to instantly fall asleep. Or so I thought as I wasn't blessed with any good dreams. The moment I woke up in my dreams, I found myself in a bed and... No. I wasn't alone. A certain rabbit goddess was sitting at the edge of the bed, giving me a very terrifying smile. Kagaya was wearing nightwear, nothing revealing and it looked just comfy. I was still deeply concerned at the situation and my face paled at the implications this scene had on my poor self. I believe today is quite a special day for you, Danzo. I think this requires some tribute to me. I was scared of what she meant. I was too young for anything she could do to someone my age and I was wrong. Terribly wrong at that. I expected something big, something incredibly awkward for me to deal with but I was soon lying on the mattress, mostly untouched except for the pair of arms pulling me close to Kagaya's chest as the woman cuddled up with me in the bed. I frowned as I stared at the ceiling, wondering if Kami-chama was doing this on purpose to screw with me and could have gone worse. I refused to let the chance of getting jinxed screw me up since it was already bad enough on me. Luckily for me, Murphy decided he had done enough to prank me into oblivion as nothing bad came after that very day. Except a very pissed trio of girls cornering me and then proceeding to force me to go through a play date. Nothing romantic ensued, but I was forced to tag along for the full day. Well, at least the cake Kiera made was delicious. Chapter 48, The Call. It's been 2 big weeks since I started dealing with Gura's mental problems and, not gonna lie, I think I made a breakthrough in both her and my case. Still, let's try to be a bit more specific on the matter. Gura's situation was nothing short of a clusterfuck. No matter how one tried to perceive her through her surface personality, it became apparent early on how the girl just had 2 sets of attitudes. A first one meant to be used as a focus to express normality and humanity, and a second one, a deep one, which was deeply sealed away willingly and unconsciously at the same time. I was a bit surprised when that difference came up. Gura tried her best to appear fine before others, but the cracks of her traumatic years went a bit beyond just her brother was bad. The things she did while her consciousness didn't catch up with the feelings tied to the notion that she had been forced to do these things, her physical reaction suggested she did feel something subconscious. She felt guilt, shame, desperation, and hope. Hope and death. Not what I expected when I pressed Kura on why she wanted me to kill her. And it put things through a rather unpleasant perspective. Gura was so defeated as a living being that death felt as the best option. It felt so cold and unforgiving, so horribly self-loathing, and yet I couldn't blame her for coming up with such a notion. Her brain had been controlled for years, her life not hers, her current situation borrowed in certain aspects by the one that was manipulating her. Did she even dress like this before she got mind-controlled? Did she behave like this? Did she have the same likes? As I've already mentioned, the cracks weren't as light as I expected those to be. 2 weeks weren't going to do much in terms of setting her straight for a recovery. Heck, I would be lying if I said I even made much progress with how tight-lipped the girl was with these topics. I had to dance around the subjects and make sure that she still spoke to me and not take it so personal to keep quiet the entire day. I tried. I did my best in these 2 weeks, but I could tell that she was worse than I was in terms of trauma. And I had just made a good breakthrough which barely set me halfway into a solution to my problem. Deep meditation allowed me to tap into more aspects of my soul. Not something pleasant at first, since the taint left behind by the notion of killing other living beings had stuck around a lot. I tried to reason with that unease, to ignore it, but for some reason it tugged at me whenever I got too close to it. More meditation ensued, and more enlightenment came out of it. Specifically on training with Senjutsu. I made a big step into unlocking my Sage mode, but I could barely hold it for just a few seconds before being forced to let go of the nature chakra. For some odd reasons, my body just rejected the nature chakra after a while, possibly because I wasn't trained well enough in having it in my body. I had the mental grasp on it, I knew the right amount to fit in my body, but my own body just wasn't experienced with it long enough to handle the stress behind its use. So yeah, progress and not progress. Hence why I decided to get someone else involved to help me on the matter. Someone I was quick to regret asking because of how persisting he was on a specific topic tied to setting his sibling with me as a potential wife. My sister could have handled this well enough, Hirutada argued politely, trying his best to be convincing and yet not pushy. Sadly, the notion itself was pushy enough for me. I need someone that looks at me to help, not ogle, I remarked flatly, causing the Hyuga heir to huff as he calmly studied my chakra flow. Also, how is it now? After I said that, I proceeded to finally open my eyes and show him that both were now glowing yellow instead of black. Yeah, it's not a jujitsu, so I wasn't exactly expecting anything too complex in that regard. Hirutada gave me a full look, grasping at all sections of my chakra while appearing relatively surprised by the sight of nature chakra. Eventually that control faltered within seconds, and the boy nodded. So? Your body is not accustomed to it just yet, he confirmed my theory. I would say you just need to train some more with that kind of chakra and, quick question, what is that? I blinked. I'm training with nature chakra. Kind of like normal chakra, but this one is denser and, sometimes, more troublesome to handle. And if I get hold of its full power, then I can get a boost out of it. Similar to how the Hokage has his own Sage mode where he attains power from nature itself. Hirutada's eyes widened up to the size of platters. You, what? Don't me. What do you mean that you can do that too? I gave him a brief explanation. He didn't look satisfied, but I could tell that wasn't something his clan wouldn't have condoned. One thing was to rely on elemental jutsus, while another was relying on others that weren't Hyuga. Yes, Despite the good progress in pushing for the removal of the caged bird seal practice, some people were still being stiff pricks with no interest in changing for the best. With time that was going to change, but I doubted it was going to be happening anytime soon. Meanwhile, I just relied on keeping good relations with Hirutada and his dad with the process of changing things for good. Not only that, but I decided to spend more time with Yoshiko and Raira. The former was dealing with some intense training under Mito. Ever since she got out of her short depression period that was dealt with affection, cuddles and shoulders to cry on, the little redhead had put an extra effort to train so she could be ready to take her inheritance as Lady of Uchiha. It felt incredibly serious coming from the girl, but I had no reason to tell her she was wrong. Not when it was the truth. Yoshiko was expected to fill up that role once she hit 15, the minimum age which was considered adulthood in most of the continent. And yes, that loose law was definitely going to bite me somehow once I reached teenagehood, but for now I focus on living my childhood as romance-free as possible. Sadly, that proved to not be possible with Raira putting a serious effort to get somewhere with her chances to seduce me. I don't even think it was something she had been coerced by her parents, as she had already said it was all her in that regard. Did it make it any better? Nope. And that's what really worried me. One thing was to mentally tell her no and be done with it, another was to have a body of someone going through puberty and starting to see things in a different perspective. And if my childish brain was picking up a sense of attraction from the female Uchiha which was instantly shot down by my adult self, I was definitely going to have trouble the moment I ended up facing Kagami again. Ah yes, puberty is trying to screw me again in my new life. What an unexpected development. Still, ignoring these awkward circumstances, I had gotten back to my standard life of going out for missions around the village, by the outskirts or by the smaller settlements around. Nothing too extreme, and things were pretty calm considering I was handling multiple stuff at once. As usual. Still, I think that Hashirama was directly moving to give me mediocre missions, as I had heard a few issues unfolding by the northern border. With the land of rice fields slowly descending in one of its first civil wars, some troublemakers had started to raise hell beyond the border and had forced the daimyo to dispatch more people by the border to keep the issue from worsening. It persisted, but things were under control for the time being. I bet I could have done something to stop the issue altogether. I did think of asking, but I decided against bringing this up to Hashirama. Thing is that I did mention something like that to Madara, and that may or may not have landed me in that string of silly and disappointing missions. It was still stuff for me to do as I wasn't being outright deprived of the chances to be in action, but it seriously left me upset at the notion my age was stunting my chances of being further away from the village. It wasn't even a matter of hating being stuck in Konoha, but I felt suppressed by being forced to take on lighter missions on the basis that I was too young and the prospect of breaking my mind up by being pushed into danger. I wasn't made of glass, and yes, I understood where that worry was coming from, but I was a fucking shinobi with a fucking potential to kick asses when necessary. If there's a problem which could threaten the peace I was living in, then I wish to be given the chance of solving it at once. No mercy, no hesitation, just drill the troops at the border and let them do their work. That's all. I wasn't even planning to pull any radical against the land of the rice fields, now that I knew too little of the situation to pull any suggestions on how to help the right side to win that conflict. Soon that desire to help turned into something a bit more general and less specific. I wanted to do something that wasn't just wandering around Konoha and help with simple things others could do already. And something like that happened. Hashirama had ultimately decided to test me out by sending me in a slightly bigger mission, as he called it. C-rank mission out of Konoha with the purpose of investigating and detaining a murderer. I was to visit the Land of Waves to check a few things tied to some mysterious disappearings and deaths. Nothing too suspicious, since bandits were still a problem in these lands, and I could tell that I was going to have an easy time with how the parameters were. I expected some more heat due to the infamous setting having a thing for surprises tied to ninja-related missions. I just didn't expect things to get as intense as they did. The trip was a bit lengthy, but lacking any issues in the middle of the path. No ambushes, no bandits, not even any merchant wandering this road. That last one struck me odd, as I knew that activities between the waves and Konoha were still active and quite intense due to how reliant the former was on Konoha's own resources. I used this quiet walk to study more about what the mission's details were. It's been a week now since a strange line of murders have been unfolding. When the first victim was found, the news was received as some vicious animal had been behind the heinous deed. Nothing unusual beyond putting more guards around to keep things clean. Then more people turned out dead. The second and third were found around the same time in different parts of town, each missing their tongues and their eyes. Finally, a fourth victim came up, and it cemented the idea that there was a killer on the loose. The old man that was last killed was found in his home, alone. The doors and windows hadn't been forced open, so the killer had to be trusted by the old man, and that much trust had been misplaced from the fact the victim was found lying on the table in his living room, chest cut open and missing heart, lungs, and other organs. It had been a clean job, but it hadn't been the only thing that had caused panic. While the murder was enough of a reason to hire a shinobi, the other issue appeared to be tied to some clues which had been considered fairly upsetting in their nature. It was already setting up to be quite an interesting mystery to solve, and I never thought I would have been set up to become a detective just like that. And I have to say, I was surprised when things started relatively chill, with the head of the land, a humble carpenter, who had a young child that bore a familiar name. Hello, Lil Tazuna. I decided against trying to establish any contact with the brat. It wasn't Inari. He didn't have any issue that would really compel me to try any of that. After all, I had a mission to take care of. Speaking with the future bridge builder's father, I learned a few things about the land of the waves. It was considered Konoha's prime fish exporter, second only to Uchiha in terms of production, and thus received an economic boon in the form of merchants visiting to gain sea-related things at a fairly reasonable price before selling it back to Konoha at slightly higher prices. I was a bit surprised by this detail, as I could clearly remember Konoha having no dependence on fishing. Then, I realized that this could be tied to the idea that Konoha may have switched to a more direct acquisition of seafood through its coastal region after the fall of Uchiha. Maybe the fright of losing another seafood exporter nation due to how weak they were on the map had forced them to outright cut on that dependence. Nonetheless, I focused my attention on the case at hand. After sharing a few cordial topics with the leader of the settlement, I managed to get the serious bit rolling and give me more insight on the matter, which also prompted me being led to the house where this last murder happened. I was given a description similar to the one I knew already of this spree, but I was also given a few details that added more perspective on the matter. The first victim was found by the town's outskirts, thus the idea that his body had been mauled by a feral animal had been legitimate. The other two had been odd cases that had some people doubt it was a matter of animals due to the setting and the way those corpses were recovered. The missing tongues had a few guards convinced the rest it was just someone taking revenge against these two. The victims themselves were fishermen which had debts with many people, so it was truly that improbable they ran into trouble with someone that wasn't willing to deal with their unwillingness to pay. Finally, the last victim. Old man, around 60. He was considered the wise man of the village. Nothing that could explain some revenge against him. Yet, there was something else to keep in mind. The fact that the elder had lamented missing a book just a few days before the killing started. He never explained which book or why that was important to recover at all cost. Ninome Masami was a man that had lived a full life as an explorer and literature expert. He wrote poems, and he had sought many pieces of literature, some of which are common sights on bookshops and some so rare that they were unknown to fellow experts. His wife passed away when she conceived their only son, and then his son passed away with his wife while living in one of the houses located far from the normal borders. A hermit house, as many had called it, and that departure caused by bandits that were passing by led to Masami to outright retreat from social life on most occasions. Nothing really telling on any enemy or threats aimed at him. He was just too detached and poor to be considered a pleasant target by debt collectors and thieves alike. There was just nothing that could have sparked any interest in having him killed. At least, that was what the surface investigation confirmed. Then some of the people that were checking the place started to explore for anything that had been stolen. Some books were missing from their shelves, a couple of those having been torn apart from the mess of torn paper from those and scrolls that had been piled up in the long table by the library room. Yet, the worst had yet to unfold as I was finally taken to the place where it was confirmed that something sinister was afoot. The attic. It wasn't unusual in houses like that one, with the wave's leader confirming he had a dusty old place like that back in his house. Nothing suspicious at first glance, but then that changed when one got inside and had the chance to see what was inside of it. Paintings, drawings, doodles, and a terrible stench. The drawings I was speechless. I don't know how long I stood, but how long I stared at the abominations that had been left behind by either the victim or the murderer. The sight had me shocked, eyes wide open as I recognized what I was looking at. In part, the villagers were unnerved too, at least those that saw them. The fright was evident, but it was less driven by knowledge and more by ignorance. Primal fear, caused by just paper and ink. Or, what I perceived as ink at first. My nostrils finally processed the hideous stench wasn't some cheap ink-going fool. It wasn't ink. It was blood, I muttered, my brain finally getting through the horror I was witnessing. It's all blood. The sheer amount of ink and the way the blood was pitch black. This wasn't just a killer on the loose. There was a cultist around. And I doubt it was hiding behind this shit. Not when the subject of most of these drawings was a monster. Pure black in its frame, with empty white eyes. I thought the white was the same color as the paper, but it was somewhat whiter. How? I couldn't tell on the spot, and I refused to study these any further. In fact, I decided to deal with those at once. Some of the guards were surprised when I retrieved all papers, sparing them not a single look as I pulled the entire thing outside and lit all of that on fire with a fireball. Sure, it sounded quite the extreme reaction to just some creepy drawing, but those weren't just that. The way they were pulling at me was unnatural, wrong. Those weren't normal papers. And as the fire consumed them and destroyed what they represented, I felt my capacity to breathe less tedious. I didn't even notice, but I had been struggling to breathe for a while. No more, as the papers were no longer there to haunt that place. After that assessment, I disposed of some harsh orders that had to be taken as I dealt with this case. There was a cultist, maybe multiple of those, lurking around and claiming victim for some demonic summoning ritual that could genuinely cause trouble. I don't know how it was possible, but it was happening, and I had some strict rules to enforce. First, there had to be a curfew. Once a certain hour struck, everyone had to be back in their homes and close everything down. Second, if someone asks for a place to stay, refuse them outright. No matter if they looked old and weary, or even children. Especially children. When I brought this last bit up, I was pressed on why that was important, and I provided them with a committed response. Whoever killed Masami-san was someone he felt the need to not consider a threat. And it could have been someone passing as a child. They are not real children, but bear that appearance. Genjutsu is, after all, a technique viable to someone with this kind of skills, I reasoned, trying to grasp my mind over what else to keep up with. Never stray out far from the village, seek shelter by the local bar. If anyone can't get back home in time, don't be alone at all costs, and keep everything closed shut with no means of anyone entering. It sounded extreme, but they listened without putting much resistance. Those that were judging this kind of ruling were among those that had seen the drawings. They knew that whatever was driving me to act this harshly was nothing they could challenge on their own. With the new rules established, I proceeded to waste the whole night looking around for anything suspicious. I wasn't planning to keep quiet and let another murder unfold, so I tried my best to try and find the culprit through the whole night. No rest, no break. I was patrolling left and right through the settlement, and nothing. I had this itching feeling something wrong was wandering around, but I couldn't pinpoint where it came from. The new morning came and I got the chance to check with the villagers. No one had died or gone missing. However, some people had to bring up odd instances where someone was banging at their door quite incessantly. I took note of this for the next night, understanding that whoever was behind this kind of attack didn't have access to the village's own news, as they weren't aware of what kind of rules had been set up. Whoever was behind this could now understand that something was up, but not do much about it, but go forth with their usual plans. And I had to catch them before they caused any trouble. With that in mind, I ate some snacks for breakfast and went to sleep early. The guest room I was provided was triple-checked to be devoid of any way-ins with how many seals I placed down. I was going to find out if someone tried to get inside the place somehow. And with the tiredness finally kicking in, I planned to catch myself some rest and hopefully enjoy enough sleep hours to handle the next long night. How wrong I was. This wasn't my classic dreamscape with Kagaya. That was something that became apparent as soon as I started to look around for my surroundings. I was in a forest. It was winter, but there was no snow around. It was cold, so cold and yet so upsetting. Why? I looked around some more, and then I saw something was casting a shadow over me. Something was covering the sun. My sight snapped to the source of this issue and my jaw dropped as I saw it. And it was as terrifying as I had expected it to be. A being of tendrils and tentacles, dark purple, standing ominous as its frame was contained through two pairs of angelic wings. The upper pair spread open, while the lower one enclosing its figure. Its face held two pairs of eyes, both shining a chilling orange shade. Behind it a dull gold halo stretched and covered most of its frame. I was stunned, but not enough to be unprepared for when it actually spoke. Yourekofsin. What? I muttered quietly and, to my surprise, it spoke again. Yorekofblood. No, that's dash. Yoursoulistainte. Andyetnot. Are you Tulu? No. A drowned god? No. An ancient one? Yes. What are you? I am MONUMENTTOYOURDESPAIRMORTALINVADER. Fuck that. I swiftly unleashed my Sharingan as the tendrils started to drill faster through the trees, trying to catch up to me. Just as my Ninjutsu was unleashed, I felt extreme pressure. The eye had caught the anomaly and I was instantly working on removing the problem altogether. The eldritch creature quivered in what felt pain as its presence was being rejected. My Sharingan burned through the process, and I lost some hope as the tentacles didn't stop in their advance for a while, and then they stopped. The creature let out a mind-cracking roar and I felt its presence ejected the very moment I woke up. Eyes wide open, drool pouring out of my mouth and my head burning in the worst headache possible. I had to hunt down the cause of this. Whatever I faced wasn't something I could deal with anymore. This cult had to be put down at all costs. But while I was so confident about this kind of matter, there were two questions which continued to drill into my poor head. How did an ancient god find its way here? And why this dimension? Chapter 49, The Call to. Hunting down some Cthulhu worshippers was more difficult than I had anticipated. I wasn't exactly surprised by this, considering how such a cult would find little to no grip within the norms of this dimension. No one would just accept some eldritch deity with how fierce Shintoism was in curbing any heretical/pagan cult. The cult of Jashin was different because they were not actively proselytizing and seeking members, keeping most of their mission to convert new people in the dark or through kidnappings. And that's what raised a valid question tied to the overall situation: was there even a cult behind it? I had raised the legitimacy of this circumstance by the notion that a few cases of the murders had happened around the same time in distant places within the village. But what if the murderer had just used a clone jutsu to get 2 kills at once? A single killer would explain why I couldn't find multiple members within a fairly small population, and it would be a possibility due to the fact this world allowed people to pull this kind of stunt. The more I looked into this, asking people from simple things as odd sightings and material things to actually worrying shit like strange dreams or bizarre signs that would suggest bad things happening. Some of the elders were quick to jump the wagon by mentioning some oddities that, back in their days, were omens of something bad coming their way. And while I would normally shrug off that kind of conversation as grandpa and grandma going senile, the fact this kind of phenomena was spreading fast and was unfolding way too frequently even by their own standards just told me there was a bit of truth in that. Further investigation confirmed my expectations, which was no good. There were odd dreams that would alternate between showing an unfamiliar child playing with a ball and a demonic entity peering into their souls. Yep, I was motivated all right to go to the village leader and ask how quickly they could evacuate the area. At first the suggestion had sounded a bit too harsh, but the man couldn't do much but scowl in frustration at the growing stress coming from the rest of the village. Regardless of me beating back what problem was hitting the waves, there was a high chance of civilian losses if the people were left to remain this close to a possible battle. I wasn't even joking about it. I doubted I had enough to win to begin with, so I had no illusions in protecting others in the meantime. The leader was quick to order a proper evacuation to the nearest settlement in the north for the time being. It was something they had no experience or plan about, which I was keen to provide after a quick study of their current logistics. It was an unpleasant moving out experience, but it had to happen. As the evacuation started, I resumed my patrols to try to get more clues on where to look into, and I eventually stumbled back to the Ninome household. There was just something inside of it that left me particularly perplexed on what happened there. Something that I couldn't ignore as it felt important for the overall situation. Entering the place once again, this time alone, I was given the chance to look around without anyone around, and I found a few things that I wasn't familiar with from the first trip to this location. There were letters in the old man's office. They had been hidden in a secret compartment in his desk, and those were aimed at his family. Now, there was nothing wrong in that regard. One should be able to still contact their family if they so needed due to advanced age and much, but the issue was that the letters went beyond the time the 2 relatives had perished. And as I went on to read those, I realized that the village elder hadn't been fully honest with me. Either that, or the old man Ninome had lied about his family situation. There was a third name that kept on popping and eventually became the receiver of the letters, Ina. Some of those were innocent in nature and detailed simple life situations such as sending food, clothes, and other gifts. But others raised compelling reasons that this Ina was the one I had to check on due to some strange drawings and obsessions for old books with nothing but fantasy in them. At first one would believe that these books were like fairy tales and stuff like that, but the mention of fake gods was enough to set me to check the place where the elder's son and daughter-in-law had lived when they were still alive. As I was told before, they really lived very far from the village, and the small house I found was quite autonomous in its needs. There was a small river line passing nearby, some fields close to the water stream that had been used recently to cultivate some flowers and fruits. Clothes had been put to dry after having been cleaned, and this place hardly looked abandoned at first glance. Yet, while someone did pass by and work it in recent times, the building had no occupants at the time. No one was around to cause me any issues for intruding. I looked around, glancing for any traps or clues that this was the right path, and, yep, I stumbled on a room similar to the attic in the old man's home. Disturbing drawings all showing the same figure, but alternating with a small girl-like figure saying nice things to the entity, or the entity doing that as she prayed for what I could only imagine being her parents. That was Ina. There was also another figure. A man wearing white priestly robes, and just as I thought that, I heard footsteps coming right from behind me. I glanced at the source of the noise, and I found a child staring at me with a fascinated look. The girl had dark violet hair that fell down to her lower back. Part of those were combed in two peculiar-looking buns that were tied up with a braid on each side circling them. Her metallic blue eyes flashed in recognition but also suspicion at my presence in her home. A black hairband slightly over her forehead was used to keep most of her hair from falling down to cover her face, while also holding up an origami-made pink flower. She was wearing a quality dark purple kimono with some unusual design with a light blue ribbon and a smaller golden one keeping it all tied up. "Hi," she muttered calmly, as if there was nothing wrong with my arrival here. "Hello?" The girl's lips twitched, and her pointy ears perked. "What's your name?" I fully turned to greet her. "Shimura Danzo Dash." "Liar. That's not your name." "What?" How did she? It was there that I noticed she wasn't exactly a normal human. I could have ignored the pointy ears as an unusual genetic trait, but I could feel something off about her overall presence. It took me just a moment to conclude who I was looking at. Ina was the cause of this whole mess. Yet, there was something bizarre about this line of thought. Specifically, the genuine lack of malicious intent in her body. I could have ruled it out that it was a well-crafted act, but the way she exposed herself and with such ease set me up to believe something else. Ina wasn't the culprit, and yet she was the tool inflicting the attacks. "My name is quite unimportant," I replied, deciding to go around the question altogether. "A stranger rummages in my home. That's not nice." "Apologies, but I was given permission to look through houses by the village leader and Dash. We are not part of the village." I blinked, feeling like I hit a sore spot with that explanation. After all, the girl ended up switching to some demonic voice which caught me off guard. She really looked pissed about that fact, but I wasn't wrong about it. And while I should have just dropped the topic, I pressed on it. "But you are. If not as part of the community, the responsibility extended to the leader." Her harsh look didn't budge for a while, but then it softened when she realized my poker face wasn't faltering before her glacial glare. "Are really?" I nodded. "Since there has been murders around, the village leader has requested my presence to make sure whatever is threatening the village is no longer causing them any harm." Ina tensed up again, possibly knowing that I could already know she was the monster of this tale. But instead of outing her at once and possibly setting myself up for a troublesome battle, I decided to milk the circumstance the best way I could and try to get in her mind through some careful probing. "Your name is Ina, right?" "Ninome Ina?" "I-N-N-I-S," she replied with a brief stutter. "My grandfather picked that name." "That's a unique name," I remarked, and Ina scoffed. "The others told me it was ugly, like me." I frowned. "That sounds stupid to say. But they said that." "Well, bullies are stupid. Why would you listen to them and not those that said the opposite?" I asked back, leaving her to stare at me in confusion. "No one said that, Dash. Your grandfather gave you that name. Does that mean he gave it to you because you were ugly?" "No, he would say I was the most precious flower," Dash, she admitted, reaching out to her origami and then pausing. You think they lied? People lie all the time. That's because lying is simpler either for good or bad things. She nodded, but I decided to press more about it. Ina, you should never trust the words of people that are trying to hurt you. If you do, you play by their game and lose twice against them. The girl shuffled nervously at my words, nodding in agreement to those, but clearly upset due to the subject of the conversation. So, I changed the topic, knowing that going for more would just irritate her too much. Also, you like drawing. I can tell this much. Her eyes glowed in delight at my comment. Yes. Drawing is my favorite hobby. Always has been. And your style can be quite pretty in some instances, I said while looking back at some of her drawings. Like, I can see some sketches of your mother? Her smile waned a bit, but she nodded, still happy. Mama was so beautiful. And you said that while also believing the others are right when they said you are ugly? That's a bit silly on your part. Pouting, Ina gave me a playful glare. That's not silly. Then you should never accept any lies meant to hurt you. They will hurt, she replied flatly. They hurt me, so they have to be hurt. At the expense of becoming less than them? I argued with a firm voice, surprising her with that response. Less? They told me that I could be greater. To whom? And how? I rebuked flatly. A verbal insult should hardly be met with violence. If you keep on going through this path, you will be hurting all the while. I wouldn't dash. And how do you know they are not lying? They are not. Their whispers are so sweet, Ina sighed as a dreamy look formed on her face. They told me, my parents, and my grandpa, I could get them back if I helped them. They are dash. Don't you miss your family, John? The girl suddenly asked, cutting me short with that name. My old one, the one from my former life. Your parents, your sister, even your friends. They told me about them, John. I know you yearn for them despite it all. You miss them. You and I are not so different. We can both be great. I think not, I replied angrily, growing more irritated than genuinely convinced of this whole BS. Ina, empty promises hardly make up for a lack of trust. No matter how sweet they are. Then you are a fool and I will prove you wrong. I tried to talk once more, but the girl just bailed from the building. She broke in a sprint and rushed out of the main door, forcing me to give chase. I didn't expect for someone that petite and wearing such a tight kimono to be so nimble. I was slightly faster than her, yes, but as we were running through the forest, I was forced to take a slower pace due to tendrils emerging around. Nothing mind-shattering, but it definitely forced me to be wary of any of those reaching out and causing me to trip. I didn't stop for a single moment, knowing that any hesitation in that pursuit was going to cause more troubles than the world needed. I had to stop her or the world was going to pay a hefty price for its survival. The chase kept on going for several minutes, and then ceased when Ina finally got to her destination, a large cave's entrance near the closest mountain. It wasn't a tall mountain, but it was a natural obstacle that could be seen just by being near to the girl's house. And I knew this was where her base was. I took a moment to stop and stare, but also paused to just get myself prepared for any traps. First, I summoned Kiera, the Phoenix girl, humming in delight, but then showing a serious look when I asked her to get Callie there, as this was clearly what she told me to be careful about. It all matched with what she had told me to be careful of, except it was hitting me just now that I knew Ina was the catalyst for this whole mess. I still wasn't sure who had enabled her, if it was just the ancient god or someone else, but I needed backup regardless of that. I can feel, Yes, that's indeed the expected crisis, the Pinkette confirmed grimly while I explained to Kurama what was going on. This could be a deadly fight. I nodded. I'm ready for it. At this point I conceded to the very BS rule that said, Danzo Shimura shall not ever enjoy an easy mission outside the village. And right now, that rule was so BS compared to the usual that now I was facing a world-ending scenario. I was definitely asking for a break from work after this one. Maybe go out and enjoy some farming experience to get my brain ready for more crap thrown in my general direction. Without further ado, we delved into the system of dark caves that led lower and lower. Yet, despite the descent, I couldn't help but notice that the light was getting clearer there rather than conceding to the pure darkness. The more steps we took, the more I felt I was approaching my end. It was a feeling, not much of a gut feeling at that, but it still got me tense and vigilant for any surprises unfolding around us. No tricks or traps, we managed to reach the final room within the underground area, and it was massive. The large ritual room shook as Aina stood silently over a dark abyss. A dark abyss that was boiling in its shadows and looked ready to make way and introduce the very monster we were trying to keep from reaching this realm. But Aina wasn't alone at that moment. A familiar figure stood beside her, one that turned to greet us and approach. It was there that I finally remembered. The monk from years ago, back when the war was still raging on. He was there, and he was Jigen. I would be dishonest to not admit that your presence here today surprises me, Shimura Danzo-kun, the fake monk remarked flatly. Your arrival can be an instrument of damnation or salvation, depending on how you will act upon Aina's desire. You put her through this, I harshly shot at him and he sighed, uncaring of my irritation. I just gave her instructions, for her will was determined by the deity that sees her as their finest priestess. Humans set her up to be like this, through hatred and despair. The fruit of chaos is nothing but the result of man's own selfishness, the priest replied somberly. And today, you will face a choice. Maybe two. I narrowed my eyes at him, ready to speak more, but interrupted as I saw Aina turn to glance at us. Color drained from my face as merely staring at her made me nervous. Her skin was paler than a healthy human should have, her eyes having grown a duller gray. Her kimono was in tatters as black cysts spread all over her limbs and face. Some of her hair had turned in bulbous tendrils with orange tips, and the Ancient One beckons. This world's survival is unreachable. Before this situation, it was a flight or fight instance. And I was ready to fight when I felt someone reach out for my arm, giving it a squeeze. I turned and saw serious red eyes looking at me. You can't beat her even in this state, Callie remarked with a frustrated tone. She is stronger than you, but I think I can handle it. Leave her to me, you take care of the perpetrator. I gritted my teeth at that comment, feeling like this could end up really bad if I left the Reaper in training to handle this on her own. So, I decided to make things even for all of us. Kiera, aid Callie, I muttered, my eyes never losing hold of the cause of all of this. Kurama and I will take care of the monk. The man blinked at the coldness within my tone. I was so angry, and yet so muted about it. I just couldn't allow this guy to live beyond this. If this was one of his smaller plans, then I wasn't going to let him leave at all costs. He had to die or we were going to have worse issues once this issue was dealt with. Kiera hummed, her usual warmth cooled over the situation we were stuck with, her flames rising up to match up with her partner's power surge as I could feel Callie wasn't planning to hold back either. The tailed beast perched on my shoulder, grinning wildly as the foxy entity could tell this was going to be an intense but satisfying fight. And it was indeed intense as I jumped in action, Sharingan in full use as I started to attack the monk. Jigen didn't exactly keep in his normal form, black marks forming in some spots of his face and a large horn creating out of his forehead. I could feel the pace was different than last time, but I wasn't exactly unprepared for the occasion. He was hitting fast and hard, but his pattern was predictable. I could catch every single twitch in his upper body, while the lower body was rendered unimportant through how I was putting all the pressure by his chest and arms. I was in no position to force him into a defeat by brute strength alone. I had to weaken him first. He picked up on my attempt early on, at first trying to return the favor, but eventually ditching the close quarters to try and rely on long-range attacks. Chakra-made rods rushed in my general direction, prompting me to not get too close to keep dodging, but allowing me to release one of my newest puppets that was going to shine on this occasion. Painted green with gray details, the puppet seemed to gain the attention of the monk. A new tool? So, he hadn't seen my full arsenal yet? I guess that makes for a good advantage to press on the guy. A tool with other tools, I replied calmly, allowing the puppet to spring in action and release some of its inner compartment. Inside it there were nothing more but a few seals. Some activated at the chakra pulse I sent through its string, releasing water-pressurized green balls made of iron. The projectiles soared, with one almost clipping the bastard's head off, and one of those actually slamming and breaking his left leg. Jigen's eyes widened in surprise at that move, snarling in my direction. Hierophant Green was a work-in-progress puppet. I had been holding on using it due to how sluggish it was to deploy early on and how I wasn't confident the bullets would have been fast enough to hit fast-paced targets at an acceptable damage rate. I had yet to research the means to create chakra-reinforced gems which could be used as more powerful bullets, explosive ones, elemental ones, etc., but iron balls looked like a valid substitute for the time being. He soon tried to get close by zeroing the distance between us, but he was instantly pushed back by a mini Bijidama. Beyond its size being fairly minuscule from a standard one, the power put behind that blast created just a modest explosion behind Jigen, causing the man to hesitate for just a moment. I threw shurikens at him, charging up a Raikiri on my left arm. I started to run towards him, and he returned the favor by throwing numerous chakra rods at me. They got extremely close to my face, but that was how I intended the scene to be. Jigen was ready to snatch this victory off my hands and be slowly easing down before that circumstance. What he didn't know was that, between the shurikens I had cleverly directed to fall right near him, there was a flying god one. So, in a rather amusing turn of events, his face turned from gleeful to comically stunned as he saw me and Kurama shift out of harm's way and right by his side. He turned to block the ensuing attack, but the electrified limb easily shredded into his clothes and skin, cutting off his arm in the process. Yelping in pain, the man pushed away from me, giving me a long look and humming in surprise at this development. "Your power has increased immensely since last time we fought," Jigen commented, holding back the usual tone meant for a praise, but nonetheless nodding as if it was one. I mean, I wouldn't expect any less for cutting his arm like that. Yet, I think this spar is over for now. The ritual is now complete. My guarded stance faltered a little. What? His gaze moved away from me, and I turned to follow it to see that things had gone south with Kiera and Callie. The Reaper was in her skeletal form, shuddering as she could barely stand in front of a downed Orangette. Kiera wasn't dead, but she was close to how quickly she was losing blood. Her fire wasn't healing her fast enough, and I could tell that if we didn't intervene this could end up poorly. As I was distracted, Jigen threw a smoke bomb on the ground, stunning me and allowing himself to make a quick escape. I could have given chase, but I knew that would have jeopardized the need to stop Aina from ending the world and summoning the eldritch entity. I swiftly moved to stand between Callie and Aina. "Are you two alright?" "I'm holding. Kiera needs a break and she is too strong." "She got too strong?" The admission was further cemented when I saw how Aina had changed radically. Her entire being was shrouded in shadows, her frame now older as she was taller. 2 white horns protruded from her head, matched by the bulbous tendrils now flashing white instead of orange, and her eyes being 2 empty white orbs. She was holding what looked to be an ethereal sword, and behind her a halo where 5 slitted eyes stared at us with unflinching numbness. The entity was close to come through. Time was of essence, and I was far from ready for this. If I hadn't been strong enough to handle this at full power, now that I was still recovering from clashing with Jigen, I could tell that I had less chances of survival. Winning? Debatable, but I refused to concede defeat without trying. I still had a few tricks up my sleeve, specifically a small scroll I had saved up just for this kind of emergency. Ina's gaze turned silently to it, then back at me. Her head tilted, a sad glint flashing at me as if she was upset I would fight her. I guess that conversation really set her up to be reluctant to go through this fight, knowing she had a legitimate advantage over me in all possible scenarios available to me. However, she knew I still had the means to win. It was just a matter of getting all steps right. I just needed to find her weakness and, hopefully, strike it hard enough to win. A shitty strategy, I was aware of that, but I was in the wrong mindset and situation to start planning out a more organized battle plan. As far as I could tell in that precise moment, I had to go all in and pray it was going to be enough to score myself the win I was looking for. But will this be enough? Chapter 50, The Call 3. Sage mode is tough to keep up during times of extreme duress. I was burning a lot of energy in attacks as soon as I switched into that form and it was difficult. My Sharingan was bolstered by the natural energy flooding through my veins, but it could barely keep up with the relentless assaults of tendrils I was subjected to. Fast, unforgiving, and yet giving me just enough time to move around and try to deliver some hits. A barrier stopped any effort to go through and land any damage on her. It didn't seem to crack before either a Raikiri or a Senjutsu-style Rasengan. Even as I switched into my wind and thunder armors, I found any attempt to breach it unfeasible. I was keeping up with her onslaught, but couldn't do anything to stop her. I wanted to say it was a stalemate, but as I noticed Ina just calmly deflected many bijou de masse, I realized how underprepared I was. The gamble wasn't paying off and my body was burning a lot faster than I needed. I couldn't handle that kind of intense pace for beyond a few minutes, my bones groaning and my muscles just screaming in agony at the pure stress I was subjecting my whole body to. Thus I pushed away, throwing some smoke bombs at Ina's feet and tried to find just enough time to prepare a reinforced Vijayadhamma. Kurama jumped off my shoulder, shifting to a slightly bigger form while he tried to do that, while I kept Ina distracted with some fire jutsu. When you mix Phoenix Sage mode with fire attacks, the results are nothing short of powerful and godly. Maybe I was exaggerating on the latter detail, but I could feel both my fingers and my lips grow numb at the heat as I started to bombard the Eldritch manifestation. I was doing enough to distract, but not enough to prevent Ina from getting closer as Kurama charged up the blast. Still, the attack was fully charged a minute later and it was thrown at the approaching foe. Ina didn't even put an effort to either deflect or dodge the energy bomb, and the result was between the decisive and the disappointing. The Vijayadhamma connected, but while an explosion ensued, it wasn't the nuclear strike I had expected, actually, the one anyone expected, as Kurama snarled in surprise and anger when half the blast was just nullified by Ina's barrier. Still, the barrier was showing strains on its surface and Ina actually looked wobbly for a moment. Weakened, but just not enough. To add more issues to my current one, a loud demonic roar came from the dark portal which the true entity was trying to use to get into this dimension. I just could taste the mental pollution growing all around, but my current desperation allows my brain to ignore it. I had to do something about it because it was the biggest threat at the moment. Looking around for any ideas, I noticed that the ceiling was partly open, giving sight over the cloudy sky. I blinked at it, then frowned and sighed. There was one way this could be useful, and I needed to use the powered-up version of a cheesy lightning-style technique. Bullshit situations require bullshit solutions, I muttered under my breath, creating a clone and ordering it to go further back to prepare the next effort to bring down our current trouble. The entity was making its way through the portal, looking close to breakthrough, but maybe I could do something about it. I doubted this technique would have done much to Aina with her current barrier, but it would give enough of a push to throw the ancient god away from the rift. I was running on low chakra, so I would have to tackle this matter with extreme caution. I hadn't experimented on this, mostly because there was so much BS behind this jutsu's theory that I decided to wait some more before trying to use it, and yet reality didn't seem to care for my schedule, and I knew I would have to do something about it. The clone got as back as it could while also being directly under the opening in the ceiling. He brought both his hands towards the sky, and lightning chakra rushed upward into the dark clouds. It mixed with the electric energy focusing within, and I could feel it through my clones and the chakra itself. It was immense. I was way bigger than anything I tried up to this point, and I guess that's where it was time to finally strike. Aina noticed, her gaze looking up to the sky just as I lifted my own hands to the sky, and she saw thunder crackling and forming a larger creature than the one Sasuke's Kirin created. Sasuke's idea was clever as it relied on natural chakra being used as a control element over genuine nature, and yet, it wasn't a complete idea. What I knew by theory and practice on the spot was that the more chakra is invested in this process, the greater the result yielded was going to be. The monstrous form that I conceived had sharper claws and scales, its gaze burning with incredible energy and grumbling with eagerness. A ferocious dragon judged the entity that was soon to pierce into this dimension. And it rushed upward, going back to the clouds and taking momentum before diving down into the surprised eldritch god. It roared in challenge, stunning the entity and then slamming onto it. I don't have many words to use when describing the aftermath. My sight went white, all noise was erased, and only a crack reached my ears. It lasted 2 seconds, and yet the end results were nothing short of devastating. Part of the structure over the dark abyss had collapsed, the entity groaned in pain as the thunderous attack had actually landed some damage to it in. Ina's frame was no longer swallowed by shadows. She looked around, confused and panicking. I couldn't see what was making her this worried, and my tired mind just ruled out that she was concerned that her barrier was also down. She was an innocent pawn, but she had to die. I rushed in, my body aching with each move as I was forced to drop out of my sage mode and deactivate my Sharingan. I just had enough chakra for a great fireball jutsu, and then something happened. I was unsure as to why Kurama hadn't moved to join me, but I was too distracted by that golden opportunity to see the tailed beast struggling as the entity had slowly recovered and had started to try and tear into the large fox's mind. Sadly, it didn't manage to do enough, and yet it provided it with the chance to then shift its focus on me. I was 1 or 2 hand signs from killing a terrified Aina, heat focusing one last time in that technique when my brain just went blank. Pain exploded all over my body. Nothing from my previous experiences with suffering could compare with this circumstance. My brain was riddled with holes, my consciousness in tatters as it was unable to push back the growing terror shredding into my sanity, and then I felt my body swallowed in a hug, and it wasn't just the shadows. Aina was hugging me, crying, but it was so cold, so unforgiving, so damning. This was the embrace of death, and one that dulled any sense that was still fighting. I heard Kiera scream something, I heard Callie yell too, but I was too deep into the darkness, and it welcomed me as an empty husk ready to rot and fall. My body was collapsing. And so was my mind. And then I felt empty and light. Hopes shattered, dreams rejected, promises broken. And I couldn't do nothing about it all, no matter how I wanted. For I was no longer alive. I had failed. For I was dead. Don't leave me. I'm sorry. I was wrong. A sobbing girl begged, and my demise twisted into something else. I woke up in a panic as the noise of the doorbell just yanked me out of my sleep. Pulling up from the mattress, sweaty and irritated, I gave a look around and huffed. Nothing new. I was in my flat. As expected. The doorbell struck again, and, as I groaned in frustration, I shifted out of the bed. I was still in my sleepwear, which was a shirt and the pants from a tracksuit outfit I mostly used for exercises in the morning and in case I had no plans to get out from home for any strolls around town. I was still confused by the sudden ringing, thinking of who could be at this hour. Definitely not the neighbors, those tended to sleep up to 10 during weekends. I glanced through the peephole, but got no sight on who was behind the ringing, yet I was given confirmation it was no prank when the bell rang again despite the lack of someone visible through the hole in. I decided to open the door. It took just a moment, but soon a purple missile rushed in as soon as the door opened, tiny arms wrapping around my waist as giggles vibrated from my belly up. I looked down, and I was greeted by a warm smile and giddy violet eyes which matched her same shaded hair. Fratellone, 1A. My eyes widened in surprise at that development. Aina? What are you doing here? I was slightly surprised since this felt so unusual. Sure, surprise visits were normal within the family, but neither Mary or I had ever practiced those. So I came as an unexpected discovery to learn how my youngest sibling had gotten familiar and accepting of the practice. I guess spending most of her time with our parents and without us older siblings around had rubbed some of the oldies traditions on her. I wouldn't be surprised if she switched to speaking Sicilian because of that. Mama dropped me off so I could visit you. The girl happily replied. How are you doing, big bro? Her delight was infectious, and I couldn't hold a chuckle at that response. Still, I was surprised Mom didn't even keep around to greet. A bit odd, but maybe she was busy today so she couldn't make it. Heh, nothing unusual on that front. Well, to be honest, I was trying to reach Nirvana before a little gremlin decided to invade. She puffed her cheeks, but put no resistance while I lifted her up so I could stare at her straight in the eyes without crouching down to her level. I'm not a gremlin. I'm your sweet, cute, and amazing little sister. Mary would take offense to the amazing detail, I rebuked, knowing the older sister was the one that boasted about her amazingness when possible. Obviously, most of these times the adjective was used either loosely or for a brief amount of time due to her successes quickly turning into epic fails one way or another. She is amazing too. Ina huffed, giving me a huff. Little Ina was, obviously, a big fan of her amazing big sister. Also, you didn't apologize to me. Oh, I did not. I hummed a bit as I closed the front door and walked up to the kitchen. How about some breakfast? I can hear your belly asking for food. Her cheeks flared in a cute blush. It isn't. Thus her belly grumbled in hunger, further embarrassing the girl. Fine. But I want extra milk in my hot chocolate. As you wish, Sorelina, 1B. Breakfast was somewhat bright. As soon as a cup filled with warm chocolate and milk landed in front of the girl's reach, Ina took it in her hands, almost burning her fingers in the process, and started to sip at the beverage. So good! She exclaimed in pure bliss, causing me to chuckle again. I missed this and you lots, Fratellone. Missed you too. How are you holding it? Having trouble with Dad's antics? He is as silly as usual, Ina remarked calmly, giving me an odd look. I think he misses having the whole family around, but he is holding well. And if Dad was feeling nostalgic, then Mom was meant to be feeling worse on that front. I hadn't been able to dodge work for a while due to the long hours, and the fact things had gotten hectic in the workplace just forced me to take a longer shift to make ends meet. Maybe I should plan a visit in the next few days. Glad to hear that. How about school? Are you doing well? She looked down at the table. It's boring. Kids are mean, John. Well, that's true, but not always. All sorts of people can be mean, it's just rare to find good people around. But why? Ina inquired half angrily. Shouldn't there be more nice people? I think it's more of how loud people are with their emotions, I reasoned calmly, sipping a moment from my cup of coffee. Hateful people are louder than happy ones. They seek to spread their frustrations, to find validation because they feel entitled to a kind of happiness that they truly don't deserve. And good people? They aren't as loud because they worry one of those hateful people will try to ruin their day. Which is why it is easier to find hate than joy, because people are those that caused it to be this tough. She hummed and nodded at my words, but still offered me a smile. Say, John, want to check the local park? What for? I'm bored, Ina remarked flatly. Plus, I want to spend the day with you. Technically speaking, I had no issue accommodating that request since it was a work-free day, but there was just a small issue that it was best to clarify before it actually became a big problem. Did Mom tell you when she was passing by? After lunch, she replied giddily. So I guess we're going to spend up to that point around. Yay! I sighed in relief at that reaction, and yet I couldn't help but feel somewhat saddened by that happiness. As if it was just so rare to see her this happy. But that didn't make much sense since Ina was never that unhappy. What a silly way to see things right now. Silly, yet right. I just shook my head at these thoughts and proceeded to go through the preparations before leaving the flat. After a quick cleanup and clothes change, I was up and ready to go outside with Ina. The girl bubbled with eagerness as we walked up to our destination. The walk in the park was quite pleasant. Ina played with a few kids with a rubber ball, the girl struggling a bit playing soccer but proving herself ready to learn and improve. After that short match, we managed to find a cotton candy vendor and get ourselves a snack before lunch. It was delicious, and the girl took this chance to pull me to a nearby bench so she could enjoy the natural peace of this setting and draw a few things. Ina loved drawing things and people, with most of her subjects being drawn with happy faces and colors. In this particular case, it was me and her, and it was very well made. Whoa, that looks so amazing, I mean, Sorelina. She blinked, a hint of confusion flashing as she looked up at me. Also, Fratellone? Yes? You are never gonna leave me, right? Your bestest littlest sister? That was an odd question. But since both Mary and I have left home, I guess she was worried about us forgetting about her. Still, what really confused me was not the question itself, but the tone. Why did she sound so desperate about it? I thought little of it, but I couldn't just ignore it like that and decided to ponder more about it after this visit. I would never do that, kiddo. And never think for a moment about that, okay? Ina hummed distractedly at that, almost sounding unconvinced by this. After that, the girl dragged me to the nearby amusement park. It's been more than a decade since I last visited the place, and it looked the same. The quality hadn't exactly dropped, but I guess the fact it was still beloved by little kids in the city didn't cause any drastic drops in income. The entire session was quite amusing as Ina behaved as if this was the first time she visited this place, and that made no sense. She has already visited this amusement park before, and I could remember she liked it. I think. My mind was failing to remember the details, I just knew it happened. I ignored all these mysterious flags until we got to the Ferris wheel. I never tried it back when I used to visit the place, Mom always saying it was something that scared her a lot. Heights, that is. But since the thing was on Norm and people were having a blast in it, I decided to indulge Ina's desire to try it. Everything was great, until it wasn't. The higher we went, the darker the world felt, turning as if shadows were consuming it. This sight felt so familiar and yet not. The ride finally stopped still, seemingly uncaring of the bizarre escalation, and I could feel something else changing within that circumstance. My previously calm mind now shifted away from peace flashes of war, of familiar faces, of promises, of desires, and then I remembered. Ina. Shock flared from my throat, eyes narrowing in pure dread at the girl as tendrils started to wrap around the large structure we were in. She sighed and then turned her gaze away from the window and back at me, the world warping around us. We were no longer atop the attraction, we were sitting on 2 blocks over a glassy floor over an endless dark pit. I was still in my previous body, yet now the memories were flocking back to my mind and I could remember everything. How I started a new life, how I studied to become a ninja, a killer, and then took part in the first Shinobi War. The various events that ensued within and after, and finally. I muttered again, this time resolution flaring in a way that her blank look melted in a melancholic sigh. An illusion? What is going on here? I'm sorry for lying, Ina confessed. Her expression and overall mood shifted from the cute little girl I had finished entertaining to a grande. I just wanted to know for once how a family works. If it was just like I remembered. If it was really something worthy of the pain I put myself and others through. Why? I asked, confused by this overall situation. I thought I know I died there. Why did you do this? I wanted to try to make it work. I tried to have them back, my parents. But I failed. A lie. I was lied to, she said with tears rolling down her cheeks. The emotional dam has broken up. I then tried to trick it, to do it through you, through your dying thoughts, and by reviving you I entered this world. John, Fratellone, this was the best. I was just so shocked to rationalize what had just happened, and then Ina gave me a hollow look. You have to kill me. If I die it will have no reason to remain. I'm the one that keeps it here, I'm the vessel, the anchor. She tensed up when I stood up from my seat and took a step so I could stand in front of her and yank her in an embrace. The girl tensed up even more, panicking at the possibility this was a trick to then break her neck, but I didn't. I just hugged her, and she hugged back by instinct. Ina sobbed, nuzzling onto my chest. I have to die. No, you will not. Why? The world dash. I will not hurt my Sorelina for nothing in this world, I replied firmly. Sure, this whole mess is confusing and I know I should be angrier about this, yet I can't bring myself to do it. Not to you, you are not the one to fault. It wasn't even a joke at this point, not the classic cliché where the main protagonist was pulled into forgiveness. There was nothing to forgive. The point of killing her was to kill off the beast, but I refused to draw innocent blood because there was some ancient god bastard that was trying to pull a fast one on reality itself. I will stop it, I promised, but you need to help me, this time around, Ina. How much can you give me in terms of energy? You should just dash. I'm not killing you, dumbass. I refuse, I snapped firmly. Help me, Ina. She was silent for a while but then groaned. Fine. But, you promised. I did. I'm your little sister now, she remarked seriously. You're my big brother. You're my Sorelina, and I'm your frat alone. Another sob was drawn out of that confirmation, and the world collapsed around us. I felt my body shifting as I felt shorter. I was once more Danzo in. I felt energy coursing in my veins, healing my wounds and filling up my reserves. Plus, my Sharingan was slightly hurting. I reached the side of it and felt blood. I blinked, the world shining with more clarity. Mangekyo Sharingan. I felt chakra ejected by my body and formed a barrier around us. It wasn't just a barrier, it was a rib cage. A white chakra rib cage at that. I pushed the shadows away from us, and we were both back to the real world. And I was using a fraction of my Susanoo, which was drawing a lot of my energy fast. I had to push the monster back, and to do that I had to do what Aina said to a degree. Aina had to stop being the anchor, and I had to find a way to cut their connection. It had to be something visible through chakra to a degree. If Hirutada had been around, I bet he could have spotted it quite easily, but I had to rely on my trusty Sharingan in that regard, and I found it. A strange dark chakra chain which was connected to Ina's neck and trailed out of the Susanoo. I grasped it, and the girl shuddered. "Does it hurt you if I hold it?" I asked, and she frowned. "It feels weird, but not bad," Ina admitted, and I took out a kunai. "Are you doing it?" I nodded, holding my breath as I focused to keep my Susanoo up while I struck the connection with my chakra-imbued slash. The attack detached the entity from its avatar, and the reactions were quick to register due to the closeness to one and the loudness from the other. Ina whimpered, but she recovered just quickly. The same didn't extend to the bastard I just cut off from its child support. Why? Ah. The eldritch entity started to convulse, its shadows shattered, its hold on reality broken as the world no longer allowed it to anchor itself in this reality. Rejected, outrageously so, the deity was thrown back into the void, and the cut into the fabric of reality was mended by reality itself. The cave started to shake, a sign that it was going to collapse quite soon. I picked Ina up and held her up as I saw Kiara in her phoenix's form rush towards us, with Kurama and Callie on her back. I jumped up and landed near the others before the fiery bird rushed upward through the open ceiling and got us out of that last issue. And during that flight, I had the chance to see the extent of the damage that brief eldritch invasion caused. Good news is that it didn't extend beyond the visible region in terms of destruction. Bad news is that it was enough to shatter a few houses all over the land of waves due to some high-level earthquake shakes. It was a lot of damage, but nothing in terms of lives lost due to the evacuation. My instinct hadn't betrayed me in that regard, and I was tired. Sighing in relief at the end of that dreadful battle, I sat down and pondered what to do next with Ina. She was going to stick with me, yes, I didn't have any issue with it, but a quick look at Callie confirmed she wanted some answers, and I knew for a fact Hashirama was going to grill me for the truth about what happened in this mission. That was way beyond even S-rank due to the insanity I just handled. My mind was somewhat fine, the same as usual, but I could tell it was all because Ina restored it to its original form before I got mauled into madness by the entity she tried to summon. Speaking of the girl, she had fallen unconscious, soft snores coming from her lips while her inhuman form persisted with those small and cute ears and tendril-like bangs on the side. Yep, it seems like the situation was over, but I was bringing home a little sister as a souvenir. Call me crazy, but I think I can accept this aftermath. Chapter 51, The Call for. The trip back home was incredibly quiet. I didn't mind the silence this time around, as I felt this form of quiet was freer and more natural compared to the one that I had experienced while approaching the setting of this mission. There was less of a soft and yet oppressive grip over my body and more of a calmer air that allowed me to finally be at ease while I made the walk back to Konoha. I was carrying Ina on my back, the girl asleep as she had been slightly drained by what had happened and being interrogated and checked by Callie. Something did linger in her body, the entity's mark was gone, but the effects of its influence still within her appearance through her inhuman features. All in all, her mind was no longer tainted and she was in full control of her whole self. We were free to go, but I decided to let Kiara go home and rest rather than fly us back to Konoha. Kurama was miffed due to this decision, having expected to be brought back to his favorite napping spot ASAP, but not whining much. As I mentioned, I needed to think about this in relative peace. And the walk was enough to give me enough room to think what I had to say once I reached the village. I knew that Ina's current condition was going to cause some unease among even Tobirama and Madara, and I knew Hashirama was going to take some convincing before allowing me to go through what request I had in mind to let Ina in the village to be adopted by the Shimura clan. Hopefully Mito was going to help in that regard by confirming she was clean. I sighed at that whole circumstance, knowing that I was going to have some issues regarding my odd luck when handling missions, and perhaps it was good for me to take a sabbatical year or something like that. I could see Hashirama take it as a compromise compared to his previous stance, and I would definitely have the chance to sort things out, focus more on training and get more things done in Konoha. Plus, I needed to have some free time to finalize my quick trip to the Land of Iron to get a Kenjutsu master. That whole plan had been derailed and postponed way too many times now, and I could tell that knowledge on how to handle blades could be beneficial as the next step when it comes to taijutsu. John? I almost tripped when I heard Ina talk, surprised that she used my old name. I was glad Kurama was asleep and I turned my head to the side. Yes, Ina? Are we there yet? I shook my head. Not yet. I think we will be there in a bit less than an hour. She quietly hummed, snuggling against me. I'm sorry. I frowned. What for? They are going to be upset with me, right? You mean the Hokage? And the rest of the village. I think they will be uneasy, yes, but not upset, I reasoned calmly, knowing I couldn't fully sugarcoat it. You did cause some issues, but you were not in control. I still hurt people. I still killed people. Once again, Ina-chan, I replied softly. Not by your own choice. She didn't answer to that, merely enjoying the feeling of resting onto my back. Still, since she was awake and now we were alone, I decided to use this chance to speak with her about a single question I had yet to find a response to. Ina-chan, can I ask you something important? The girl hummed quietly, seemingly distracted as she looked at the nature around us. What do you know about that monk? Jigen? Shifting her now tense body, Ina held back from answering just for a moment. Then, she spoke. He was kind to me. I think he meant what he told me about what could happen if I went through grandfather's papers and used the forbidden rituals, the girl elaborated. Then the entity told me that it was possible and I would have been given them back as a gift for my loyalty. They both lied to you. She huffed, clearly still distressed by this. Why yes. I just thought it would have worked. And how did Jigen help you about it? He told me it would have worked, Ina explained. And helped me find the right pages. Did he tell you why he did all of this? Or did he just help you because you needed help? This was crucial as it would help me understand why he would go as far as involve some ancient forsaken deities into the matter. And the answer I got left me in an even greater state of perplexity than the one I had before that response. He was waiting for you, Ina remarked. He said that he wanted to give you one last test and that, if the world would endure for another day, you would have been the one he was waiting for. What? Did he elaborate on who he was waiting, or it was just left this vague? He didn't tell me much. Only that he had a creeping suspicion that you had the potential to be him, someone that he had been waiting for and he was upset about. That really didn't paint much of a positive situation for me in that regard. What the hell does this mean? I am the one he was waiting for? What for? Why? And why do I feel this is just going to leave me insane by the time I am done with it? I decided to ultimately push this aside for the time being and focus on something else. Something that could distract Ina and I from the dreadful return I was going to get once we were back in Konoha. So, what do you think of this forest? I inquired, focusing on the girl. The fellow child stared at the nearby trees and gave a nod. It's the same as the one where I lived in. Well, they look the same, yes. But that's not exactly what I meant with it. What do you feel through those? While she was technically free from the entity's influence, the girl had developed the capacity to perceive energy such as chakra, so I knew the reason she was looking around so intensely was because she could feel something had changed during the trip and those she had studied before falling asleep. Her lips twitched. The trees feel healthier. Like if they received more nourishment than the ones back home. That's because most of the forest was made by the Hokage. A natural defense for the region where Konoha was founded, I explained. Hashirama-sama has the ability of controlling nature, Mokutan. Ina nodded, tilting her head to the side. It's pleasant to the eye. I would like to draw some of these places. Well, once you have settled in, I don't see any issue with it. You can get a new drawing set and find a place you wish to draw and spend as long as you need to get it done. A nod, then a hopeful smile appeared on her face and I decided to pester her some more about her drawing skills. She had a few elements drawn that weren't creepy or demonic in nature, and I focused on these topics to distract her for the time left before we reached Konoha. After a long while of chatting about nature and drawing, we were finally vaulting the gates of Konoha. There was a bit of a frenzy when we arrived, with the village having heard of the earthquake as a few villagers from smaller settlements had outright relocated within Konoha. That was going to be a pain in the butt to solve via paperwork and new housing, but I guess it could bring long-term prosperity for Konoha if well handled. Still, this was not what really concerned me in that moment. Not when we soon were escorted to the Hokage's office to handle an emergency meeting. I should have known that they had expected for me to be somewhat tied to this matter due to where I went with this last mission. I just didn't expect them to react so quickly since we arrived just recently. The office was awfully quiet, and I was glad that the occupants had allowed my mother to tend Ina while I was dealing with them by the waiting room just outside. I could tell it was one of the few mercies I was going to get out of this tense interrogation and that I was going to still be grilled about it. And this turned to be correct as I was subjected to a rigorous list of questions which drained me of any remaining mental strength after that intense mission. At least it wasn't an all-out brawl because that could have ended up poorly for me. Definitely for me alone. I had to omit a few parts such as my past life and how Ina now knew my real name, but that didn't genuinely matter by the end of the day and I managed to easily lie my way through that part. Soon we found ourselves bringing up the current wrap-up, which was intense. Do you understand that she could become a dangerous threat if this happens again somehow? The earthquake was enough to cause some distress all over the southern region, Hashirama remarked while staring intensely at me. Danzo, I understand you made a deal with her, but I will not back away from that promise. And I can assure you that it will not happen again. The response stunned the occupants of the room and Madara frowned, pressing on the matter. What do you mean? I think I will take a full year of temporary retirement. I seek to train, solve some unsolved businesses, and handle INA's integration within Konoha. The news definitely shocked the people in there. Even the Hokage looked perplexed by this decision and, while he wasn't completely sure on why I did that, he decided to press on the main subject of this conversation. Do you believe that she can truly be integrated? I firmly believe she will. The only way, and this is purely theoretical as I doubt this entity will try to come back here again, for her to reawaken that monster is if she so decides to let it come. Which means it has to be such a dramatic situation which pushes her to lose hope in others and everything, snapping her back to the previous reasons that motivated that summoning, I remarked strongly. Still, there is also the notion that she doesn't trust the entity and wouldn't outright accept its help even in this unique circumstance. Which is why I know she will fit right in by living a civilian life. I sustain Shimura-san's request and approve of his thought on the matter. Mito commented and Madara nodded. Danzo's reasoning makes sense. The girl has shown an innocuous behavior which is genuine. She really has no mean bone in her body at the moment. And while I find myself in agreement with this, I wish to inquire on a specific matter Shimura-san mentioned which should be addressed, Tobirama argued. Specifically the part where you told us you died for a few minutes. Oh yeah, I forgot I did bring that one up. And that sure got me a fair bit of staring because that meant a lot. That sort of death was more mental than outright physical, which is why I developed the Manjikyu Sharingan. Madara tensed up at this and looked stunned when I activated it. I knew for sure that it would have given it a heart attack if I added to this development the fact the eye's design was similar to his own version of the evolved Sharingan except the colors inverted. It doesn't change the part you were killed, Mito interjected half angrily, and I actually flinched at that. You risked your life in that mission, Dankuen. And I have to ask you this, are you sure that when she restored your mind, Ina-chan didn't implant any compulsion on your head? That I actually didn't consider until the redhead mentioned that. But while I could see Ina do something about it, it was easy to disprove this sort of theory. Starting with the notion this kind of compulsion would entail a general incapacity to kill or harm Ina in all circumstances. Yet I could plot with ease her demise the moment it became impossible to stop her or she allowed the darkness of the entity that took over her several hours ago to destroy her purity and turn her in a bad individual. It wasn't without some hesitation, but it was through legitimate hesitation at that. I would still do it if necessary and, with one of the most genuine and serious look I could muster, I replied to Mito. I would kill her if necessary. It was an implicit question regardless of the uncomfortable glances I got because of it, and Madara agreed to this response with a nod. Once the meeting was over, I received confirmation from the Hokage I was going to be retired from the Corps for a full year and yet available to request temporary reinstatement if necessary. In layman's terms, I was free to put on my forehead protector if the situation called for it, but on normal situations I was just a wandering veteran. Mom was a bit surprised the household was going to have a new occupant, but she instantly fell in love with Ina and was quick to dote on her like she would with a blood-related daughter. It was adorable how Ina reacted shyly to that kind of affection, but definitely looked delighted by the warmth. Hanzo wasn't fully sold on it, but was relieved when I told him he wasn't forced to outright consider her his sister just yet and to take his time to judge and see himself in the role of brother to her. The last thing I needed was for this to become a reason for trouble. Beyond the fact I had to explain this to pretty much all girls which were looking forward to be in a relationship with me when they were older. That sparked more than a few conversations which saw me defuse any accusations of attracting more people towards me. Which was true, but not in the way the verb was used in those talks. Also, Ina seemed to have accepted the fact that in public she was to address me as Danzo, but outright refused to call me that in private. I was John, and that calling me any other name would have been a lie. And she wasn't going to lie to me ever again. It sounded a bit ominous, admittedly, but I could tell it was more of a respectful promise than else. And with this lengthy effort to smooth out the issues coming through what happened with this mission and with the new element to mind and care for in the house, I knew there was one thing left for me to do. And that was to enjoy a pleasant nap and... Chapter 52, Omake 9, Mirai Arc 2. Sarutobi Hiruzen once thought that, after going through so many disasters, bizarre events and wars, he had seen everything life could have surprised him with. So, When the ANBU cell he had dispatched to keep an eye on Naruto had reported to him of the current reason of concern, he thought once more about retiring. Maybe it was an exaggeration, but he was getting too old to handle this sort of disastrous matters, and the boy was indeed who he said he was. Danzo Shimura, except younger and devoid of much scarring. It was a surprise, really, but considering his age, he thought the younger counterpart of his rival just didn't get to that point where he got crippled. Maybe. His assumption was dashed away when both him and Naruto were brought to his office. He could tell from his eyes that this Danzo was not the same as the one he had to constantly bicker with when it comes to deadly decisions. There was the same bitterness, the same upset at dealing with war, but this one was more tame, more controlled. Even more mature to a degree. So, it came to a surprise that those eyes were owned by a child around Naruto's age. And then there was this. "Oh, you sure grew old just well, Hiruzen-kun." The praise was tense due to the peculiar topic. He snorted. "And you look like a brat." A brief pout appeared on his face, but any rebuttal was interrupted by Irika, the teacher who had escorted the two in the office. "Hokage-sama." A sigh left the old man's lips. "Fine, fine. Now, I wish to make it clear that some interactions will not be good enough to determine if you are indeed Danzo Shimura." "What?" "Gigi, he just said his name was that. Why wouldn't that be the case?" Naruto interrupted, her tone mixing an interesting amount of annoyance and protectiveness. "That's because it's possible that my older counterpart is there too, so I could be seen as a potential spy trying to use some cheap reasoning to infiltrate the village," Lil Danzo replied calmly, causing the blonde to look at him in surprise. "I mean, do you really think that my other self wouldn't be around if my childhood friend was Hokage?" The Uzumaki was further shocked and slammed her hands on the desk, sending a few papers flying much to the third Hokage's chagrin. "See childhood friend? And Naruto." Irika piped in angrily, his teacher-like senses acting on the girl's disrespect. "It's all right, Irika-kun," Hiruzen remarked kindly, providing a tired but grandfatherly look at the blonde. "Now, Naruto-chan, Danzo Shimura is indeed my first friend from during my childhood, however this detail isn't that unknown to experienced spies and dash. You once told me that you gifted your mother a mud cake when you were 3, Danzo interjected, causing the old man to pause and groan. "I don't think you should dash. Then there was the time you mentioned how you tried to bring a dog back home during a family trip when you were 2 and your parents couldn't get you to stop you despite the fact it was a wolf dash. It's enough. I don't need that sort of blackmail used that way, brat." "Oldie," the boy replied smugly, causing the Hokage to chuckle and shake his head while the other spectators of that bizarre exchange were just shocked. Both the teacher-student duo and the ANBU unit within the office. The god of shinobi could see why this could be perceived as odd by many, especially since it felt so odd for a boy and an old man to speak with each other as if they were the decades-long friends. Yet, one of these quickly recovered and quipped at the topic. "So, do you two really know each other? Danzo-kun, can you give me more blackmail to use on the blackmail?" The boy shrugged, and the Hokage was immensely distressed by this. He already had to handle the sexy jutsu that the blonde could use to get him stunned for a short amount of time. He just didn't need to get his dirty laundry from back his childhood to come haunting him down through the cheeky girl. "Hiruzen," a new voice called from the main door of the office. Dread surged from within the Hokage's chest as the elder turned to see a familiar figure standing there. "I should have known that you wouldn't have missed the chance to be here for this occasion." Old and crippled, Danzo Shimura, the leader of former Root and the darkness of the shinobi, stepped forth in the room with little care and formality despite the situation. His single-eyed gaze peered around, stopping by his face, then Naruto's, and finally to his younger self. The two engaged in what felt like an intense standoff, and that's where it hit Hiruzen that the boy that he hadn't been fully convinced of being the real deal was actually him. Something flashed from Danzo's only visible eye. Recognition? Yes. Realization? Yes. Fear? For some reason the old man tensed for a brief moment while staring at his younger self. And then he actually took a step back, as if something slammed onto his face. That's an interesting hassle you're dealing with, but I suppose I'll leave you to it. For now. The old Shimura just left, sparing not even an excuse for his early departure and leaving behind many questions on why he was leaving in a hurry. Hiruzen was tempted to stop him and ask, but he could tell that the man was in a flight mindset right now. It was possible that the sight of his younger self had triggered some unwanted memories and forced him to leave rather than try his own issues from the past and hope to get something out of this direct meeting. Meanwhile, little Danzo smiled, the others ignoring the curious red flash coming from one of his eyes. The boy had learned enough of the situation and knew what to do next. Chapter 53, Omega 10, Ina meets the twins. Of the many possible interactions, one Shimura Ina was struggling to handle with caution was the current task her big brother was hassling himself with. Little kids were cute, there was no denying that, but what Ina couldn't handle was being asked to monitor a little boy and a little girl that wanted her to actively play with them. Danzo had left to check a brief issue at the border, nothing unusual since he started to enjoy his semi-retirement, and with Hanzo currently at school, it was just her and Miniko, her new mama, to deal with the children. Ina just wasn't that social, and she just was panicking while trying to catch on with the toddlers. Kazuhiko was a calm child Ina could relate to and managed to monitor by having him draw and providing him with advice on how to draw as nice and well as Nachon could. Orem was being looked after by Miniko early on that day, but as the woman moved to the kitchen to prepare lunch, the responsibility got redirected to poor Ina. Why was that a problem? If the little girl's brother was a shy but lovable boy, this one was a pest. And one that demanded from Ina quite a lot of attention. She wanted to play hide and seek, or tag, or anything that involved physical activity. Something that poor Ina couldn't handle on her own due to her own physique. Quick to tire, quick to regret being so easy to push over for this sort of matters, and quick to rely on alternative solutions to solve her problems. She wasn't about to rely on the old entity's powers to solve this silly issue, but she had the means to use her current ones to solve it. And she did. The small squid-like creature that she created, one with a violet soft skin and a serene look on its face, purred calmly, the suave smile on its face and its unusual form instantly gaining the attention of the children as both were instantly intrigued by it. Orem being the one that started the chase of the cute creature, causing it to flee around, but still keep close to the ground for it to be within the two reach if they caught up to it. It was easily caught. Then two more were spawned. Once again, Orem showed her prowess in hide and seek. 3, then 6, then 12, and things may have escalated a tiny bit. Ina didn't mind it at first, but then the situation escalated to a point she had trouble keeping the creatures under control. Did she mess up big time? Walls were starting to crack with more of her taiko, and the sheer volume of their presence was jarring to say the least. From disaster then to peace when the creatures finally listened to her orders. Or so she thought. They all rallied outside in front of her, and her brother, John, or Danzo, looked quite surprised, suspicious and genuinely worried, his curiously designed eye flashing with energy. So, what's going on here? Ina had the decency to blush and look at the ground, knowing she had messed up big time. She expected to be yelled at or something along those lines. But her big bro understood that she was just trying to help her own way. And by doing so, she made a mess. One that she was now urged to clean up after on her own, with no help. The damaged walls were fixed by Danzo, but the dust and the mud littering the floors were hers to deal with. Or so was initially the case before both Orim and Kazuhiko started to clean with her, or trying to, as the boy tripped a far bit and the girl got quite dirty while cleaning with her hands alone. Oh well, another thing to know about her curious creation and a lesson to never forget about overusing an autonomous army of floating mascots to handle her own responsibilities. Chapter 54, Iron and Soul. Shimura Danzo, I'm glad to see you come forth for this inquiry punctually. Since when I am late for this sort of stuff? In fact, why should I be missing this if I was the one that asked for it? It's been a long time since I had to handle such a complex matter, and these turbulent months after what happened in the Land of Waves had given me the chance to recuperate from any issue I had set myself to solve and improve on myself. The journey was far from over, but I could tell that my training did much to improve my current capacity in combat. Learning how to use the advanced version of the Sharingan gave me also the chance to gain a greater endurance with my eyes so as to not get blind by overusing it. That gave me access to my own version of the Susanoo, which I could barely form in its half-body phase, and also used a special Jinjutsu against my opponents. The Jinjutsu bit was somewhat expected due to how many Uchiha had that sort of ability in their right eye, but the way this one worked was chilling. And I was keen to think that even though I could still use the Barney no Jutsu on my poor bastards of foes. The Kamaina Neo 1 was, as the reference may intend, the sequel to the Kodo Ematsukami technique available to Shinsui in the original timeline. Rather than being the ability to bend people's will into agreeing to specific thoughts implanted by their users as the comparable ability would, this one went beyond that. It froze targets. The one that got hit by it the first time that I used it was actually Raira. I wanted to test out this Jinjutsu with someone with greater chances to break away from it, and Raira kind of died. Her body froze up entirely, her heart, lungs, all organs shut down, and her entire self went cold. I was plain shocked by this entire matter, but, to my immediate great relief, she woke up as soon as I disrupted the technique. She was fine, but the girl admitted feeling a bit colder than before blanking out. By theory alone and a second experiment through a more skeptical Madara used as a lab rat, I confirmed that the Kamaina Neo's main functions were established and two effects happening at the same time. A. The target's body is fully paralyzed in a comatose/near-death state. B. It would shut down their brain functions too, thus preventing any active effort to recover from this technique. I was really frightened by this discovery, as I initially thought that it was a literal gaze of death and that I used it on two people I cared for. Turns out I was mostly wrong in that expectation, as I would see by going for a riskier experiment. I tried to use it on a small squirrel, kept the little thing slumbering for an hour and woke it up. It didn't show any behavior which would suggest any form of potential damage, and a quick diagnosis through a closer look confirmed the squirrel's body was left untouched by this phenomenon. The only explanation I could find about this curious circumstance was that my chakra, the one I used to keep up with the expense of Kamaina Neo, was partly used to preserve the body of the target. The more time I would keep the squirrel unconscious, the greater the upkeep would get to not let it die. A terrifying move for sure, and one that I couldn't spam despite how powerful it was. Not when the requirements would force me to focus entirely on the target and could be beaten by not staring into my right eye while the Mangekyo Sharingan was active. Which was a draining process to keep up with in the long run, so it was not cost-effective for someone that didn't need to waste their reserves in combat so early on. Senjutsu finally gave me an edge too, as I finally got through to stabilize the form I was able to use, and I was walking the steps needed to fully integrate its senses in my general physics. It was odd to explain, but the more I trained with it in a constructive way rather than fighting, the more stable and less draining on my body it was going to be. It will even get to the point where it should become easy for me to tap into Sage mode without having to meditate to acquire natural chakra. That ideal end goal was still far from reach, but it was getting close each time I was training into that sort of matter. Puppets-wise, I was also making progress into adding 2 more stands to my collection. Hermit Purple was a bit of an anomalous concept, as the seals I used were heavily reliant on natural chakra, and that was quick to use only as I was using Sage mode. Despite the drawback, the power within this puppet was so intense that it allowed me to replicate some of the wood release's effects and provide me assistance in case I had to face a demonic threat due to the natural energy that puppet could muster. Next was Magician Red, and it was pretty much similar to its original counterpart, except that, rather than produce flames, it was a controller of those. It couldn't create fire out of thin air, but it could expand or reduce, or better, it can control a flame to interesting levels due to the sheer amount of seals I put in that regard. Due to how dangerous flames are for people and paper, there are 15 pages of seals of various ranks which were meant to either control or deter fire from threatening a few ninjutsu specialists and their craft. I also focused on other matters such as tending the growing family business, as we managed to land a few profitable deals with Kumo and Suna, the former in the form of subsidizing some of their fertile lands and have their locals work the land in exchange of a slice of the profits made by the farmers, while the latter was more of a crop exchange program to improve the yielded resources within their new greenhouses. It was nice for once to use my brain on how to get the Shimura clan slightly richer rather than how to murder people, and the end result was that I began setting up some green shops in Konoha to promote and sell more products than the local markets could. In a land where macroeconomics was yet to be fully studied by any potential expert on the subject, I had a free hand to employ a form of monopoly over Konoha's economy. An ambitious man would just take it all and control things from the darkness. However, I was not in the general intention of conquering the village and controlling it. After all, just because I am not wearing a fancy hat at the end of that process, I would have to face the same amount of paperwork a Hokage would have to handle, maybe more, considering how that takeover would give me hold of even those activities that normally didn't have to ask much to the Hokage to keep their businesses afloat. No, controlling the village's economy wouldn't do, but that didn't mean that expansion was out of my plans. Konoha's size had to be expanded out of 2 primary reasons, which saw Hashirama and Tobirama even more agree with me: population and housing. The more people lived in Konoha, the more housing needed to be there to allow them to stay. If there was no space for people to live in, then those would migrate and Konoha would suffer a demographic decline and a brain drain due to how some of these people would mostly be those that had the coin to leave and join other major settlements. It would feel odd for a ninja village to suddenly see civilians take the smaller village route. Not when its economy was booming, but the lack of a chance to enjoy it meant that there wasn't going to be a choice in that regard. Hence why new edicts to expand Konoha ensued. Hashirama allowed this to happen through 2 potential kinds of terrains: 1, those lands that once were used for farming and that now had ran out of their fertility by being overworked, and 2, a small section of the forest which could be moved up closer to the border and beyond in exchange of cutting down some of the trees. I understood his reluctance to outright reduce the trees within the village's inner border, which is why I decided to entertain an architectural idea. I was no Japanese, so I couldn't be completely sure of it, but vertical development in housing had been a primary plan when it came to expanding a city. So, rather than create some more short, but wider complexes, I asked the builders to actually create tall ones. The end results were 6 tall buildings that reached between 4 to 7 floors. The structures were made of reinforced stone and wood, giving it a formidable foundation which could withstand big earthquakes if needed. 2 more warehouses and 3 storage buildings were also added to the queue, allowing for the new side of town to not drain too fast and too intensely from the available resources within Konoha. The immediate arrival of several old families that had left in recent years allowed for this expense to pay off and almost double the income generated by taxation, while also increasing the amount of trade goods entering and leaving Konoha. A true success, and it also landed me in the good boys list, as I could now get my big request reviewed by Hashirama himself. The man was smiling right now as I sat in front of him. I saw some pride in his look aimed at me, as he could tell I grew up. I was a month short from being 14 and I got taller. Puberty was finally getting to me too, as my behavior initially got bolder, but was subsiding with enough discipline enforced in my body. I couldn't afford to get too distracted with my changes, as the girls were growing up too and they were getting more beautiful in my eyes than before. Yep, that's going to be a nightmare to endure in the next 2-3 years. Still, beyond these tedious months of getting myself at ease back at home for the sake of my mental sanity and work on other projects which wouldn't cause the death of people, I had plans to finally make a trip outside Konoha for something I had put on the side for too long, get my kenjutsu training through some professional help. I wasn't planning to delay this any longer, and I really wanted to see what the Land of Iron had to offer to someone like me in that regard and more. I suppose Hokage-sama has been able to give a proper look at my full request, I hummed, deciding to tackle the issue as energetically as possible. I have, yes. And I believe my wife had given it a look too, since she had been plotting to swarm me with my many duties with our children to keep you here, the man remarked, sleep bags under his eyes. His kids had gotten old enough to finally crawl faster, further, and even walk if they so wanted to train new skills to make him lose his sanity. Those were words he himself said while Madara was around, and Madara had obviously told me of, as these were hilarious moments of bantering. Until he mentioned trying to provide me with a new brother with my mother. That turned things sour quite fast during these interactions. Nonetheless, the resistance from Mito was somewhat expected. Yoshiko was getting to the ripe age where girls with her noble pedigree could start courting people, and it was no secret that she was going to ask me out quite soon. Raira was going to follow this line of thought, especially when this came up during one of our usual friendly hangouts. I think the Hyuga clan has plans to do something with me ever since I got the elders to accept stopping using the caged bird seal and to free up those that were old enough and were not in a position to be kidnapped. It was a slow process to outright convince them to drop the practice, but it was working. And it kind of got Himiko even more interested in setting up an arranged marriage through my mother. Luckily for me, Mom wanted me to marry out of my personal love and belief. And yet she also wanted many grandchildren and had mentioned that, as the single heir of a clan, it wouldn't be odd for a young man like me to settle with multiple wives. Yes, things were getting bad for me if my own mother was looking forward to having me marry my potential harem, uncaring of the fact they were kids. In my view, most were minors and, well, I was older than I looked. Himiko was a genuine adult, but the way she behaved around me was, well, chilling. And I really wasn't looking forward to being ensnared by that kind of issues. Hence why I was plotting to bail Konoha for a few months so I could get the space and the time to plot a way to handle all of that. The Land of Iron in the north, it's quite far. Not the furthest place I visited — the war took me the furthest from home. It wouldn't be any different to go solo this time around. And also quite known for its displeasure about ninja. The warring states hit them badly before Konoha was formed, Hashirama remarked, interjecting my sarcastic response. Which is why I want you to promise me you will keep a low profile. I just want to train. After all, I received no mandate to entertain diplomatic missions or any request for assistance. Plus, I will hold a fake identity for the duration of this trip to prevent any issues in that regard, I remarked calmly, getting a slow nod from the Hokage. And I am aware of this. Still, are you sure you wish to leave Konoha so suddenly? Hashirama inquired truthfully. After all, wouldn't Madara take this chance to dash? I thought of this many times, Hokage-sama, I dryly remarked, gritting my teeth and barely holding fake tears at that. But a man like me, he has to accept destiny. It's unavoidable, as despicably as this might sound, I will let him take my mother. You did something to keep that from happening, right? The founder of Konoha asked quietly, picking up that there was something odd about my acting. Sorta, I admitted jovially, revealing my real mood about it, which had him react nervously to this. And that is? I offered Mom a seal for her birthday a few weeks ago. It was a pregnancy detector in case she and Madara start to get intense about it. I grinned cheekily. She was so embarrassed by it, but thanked me for it nonetheless. The truth is that the seal also has a second function which will be enacted once she is in the middle of some intense activities with him. A temporary sterility seal? I didn't know there was a seal that could work that way. I didn't know that either, and I'm sure there isn't one available for me to look into just yet, I confessed calmly, and it took a few quiet seconds for the Hokage to realize what I just said. The seal's hidden function is to keep both from making children, right? The opposite. Hashirama's jaw fell on the desk. You what? I know. Why would I want my mother to be with a child with him so quickly? And the truth is that I studied Madara's behavior and I came to the conclusion this is the best outcome I could ask for. But you are allowing him to be with your mother. To be intimate with her and dash. Just once. Beg your pardon? Admittedly, I can't avoid these two being together and sharing moments of intimacy. However, I know them both, and I know that once they know mother is with a child, they will not engage in any continuation of that sort of deed, I further explained. Madara is someone that would hold back to do anything that, in his great mind, could harm his future child, thus limiting his intimacy with my mother, while Mom would be too busy preparing for the pregnancy, a very wanted one at that. So you just want them to do it? I can't prevent them from doing it at least once, I corrected. However, I can do much to make sure it will happen just that once and never again for at least 9 months. Hashirama groaned in his hands, face-palming hard. Danzo dash. I know, it's a bit vile to an extent, but I think I am entitled to give them what they want without getting too much into it, I interjected with some irritation. Plus, Hanzo is a smart kid. If they do it too frequently, he will pick up something's up. The man in front of me flinched in agreement at that possibility. I suppose it makes sense, and I see you are completely ready for this big trip. I took under consideration all sorts of possibilities in that regard. He hummed. Hiruzen? Weekly letters. Hiratada? Monthly letters. Kagami? Monthly too. Innis and Hanzo? Visiting by reverse summoning, I replied confidently, and then Hashirama frowned. Gura? Oh yes, that was a bit of a hot topic to discuss. Gura had been given more freedom 2 months ago. Since we had all the important info she could give us, I voiced for rehabilitation and keeping her from becoming a ninja again. It was her wish to not engage in combat until pushed into it, and she was quickly engaging into learning and becoming a builder. She wanted to build places and blow things up to clear space if needed. She just so happened to spend several weeks seeing the expansion of the village at work and got intrigued by the nature of that hard work. Much to my surprise, Gura also got quite friendly with Ina, and the two would exchange gifts from time to time. It was all platonic, and I could tell they were quick to accept each other due to their own traumatic pasts and how they were now. Daily letters. She can't keep from blabbering and would remind them about the reverse summoning, and I know Ina will not tell her I'm visiting from time to time. And I think you are completely ready for the journey up ahead, Danzo. Anything else you wish to ask from your village? I think I have yet to be given my new papers. The false identity one. Hashirama nodded and quickly retrieved the documentation I needed before departing for the Land of Iron. I picked the card and nodded, but just as I was about to leave, Hashirama stopped me one more time. By the way, Danzo, he muttered with a hint of curiosity. Is there a particular reason why you picked Sasaki Kojiro as your fake name? I paused, a small grin on my face as I turned and faced him one last time for today. I found it fitting. Chapter 55, Iron and Soul 2. It was morning and I was happily napping as I continued my slow journey to the land of iron. The carriage I recruited to carry my little butt from one side of the world to another had no issue in getting through all the checkpoints between the various nations we were visiting, and I sure felt at ease when we finally bypassed the last one in IWA. Yes, to reach the land of iron, I had to get through a good extent of Iwa's territory and pass unnoticed in the process. After all, a different name and other clothes would do little to someone as renowned as I, hence why I had to style my hair differently from the occasion, finally pulling some of my medium-length mane in a ponytail. A temporary weakness, I told myself, while also applying a thin layered genjutsu to turn my eye color from pure black to a soft green. Sasaki Kojiro, by the role I assigned it to have, was a young man from the land of iron that had gone through a listless trip through the elemental nations for a year and was now making his way back home to resume his daily life in his hometown. Lazy, but somewhat good-hearted, the character seemed to strike nicely with the patrol guard if I behaved politely. None seemed to notice the genjutsu or the fact it was in truth me, Shimura Danzo, behind that form of disguise. I was wearing a blue wide-sleeved jacket over my cyan kimono shirt, a magenta-colored belt which held my dark blue hakama skirt up, and a pair of black sandals which neatly contained the white short socks. I was ready for some battling, but my mobility was slightly hampered by the notion I had yet to learn how to fight proficiently with this outfit. Oh well, I had time to waste and lots of fun opponent to test out. Finally we were getting into my destination as the renowned Sanra Mountain was within sight. "Oi, Kojiro-kun," the old man driving the carriage called out for me. "I'll leave ye to Adishi. In there, ye should be able to get all the stuff ye need. Maps, food, women dash." "Harumi-san," I groaned at that last bit. "But women are so troublesome for warriors like me." He snorted half a chuckle. "Ye youths really are getting wiser than us old fools. Aye, women may be meddlesome, but they can also be feisty depending on how they like ye." I huffed in visible annoyance, and the man chuckled once more at my reaction while we continued through our path to reach this Adishi. Despite the maps I found in Konoha, I never heard of such a settlement, and I blamed it on the fact that the land of iron had gone quiet for several years now, right as new settlements were planned to be created and expand the country's population. The land of iron, like it had been for the original timeline, was a mystery for any ninja that never visited it. I had info through what could be defined as detailed reports from the Warring States era, and there's not much to say about those. I knew who the previous leader was. I knew that samurai ruled as the primary middle-to-rich class, with no nobles sustaining the current Taisho, or general, of the land of iron. They remained quite neutral during the First Shinobi War, with no clear excuse on why they skipped the chance to expand when they could have. Entering these lands, I could remember that chakra was practiced there too, however the methodology was different due to the unusual pattern my Sharingan picked up by the trees. The chakra wasn't used to fasten their growth, but to make it more robust. I thought about it some more before remembering that the samurai were known to use chakra to bolster their weapons and not their bodies. Thus, it wasn't that difficult to connect dots and see how that kind of agricultural process was driven by chakra-bolstered tools. This was a nice discovery and a pleasant distraction for my mind as we finally reached our destination. Udishi was what one would imagine as a simple Japanese village of the Sengoku period. While some of the architecture reminded me of Konoha, the place was underdeveloped and lacked the modern-esque approach taken in the construction of some buildings. This felt more attuned to pre-Meiji Restoration Japan compared to any other settlements I visited in the past. The clothing style adopted by the locals further expanded on it, as it was clear the local fashion had yet to pick up a more standardized process like those countries outside the land of iron had done. "Ye should check that in," old man Harumi commented while pointing a finger at the place he was talking about. The prices should be affordable here and I guess that's it for now, brat. Yes. Thank you for the ride. Heh, ye paid well and ye didn't make a fuss. I feel tempted to say that I should thank ye for that politeness, brat. My lips twitched and, as I nodded him a goodbye, I jumped off the carriage and took to the village's streets while zigzagging to the inn itself. It was getting quite late, so I doubted any of the available shops was going to be prepared to handle customers at this hour. I was soon walking inside the inn, glancing briefly on the side where numerous men and a few women were sharing drinks with one another while enjoying a lively dinner together. My attention was still focused on the host of the inn, a rough-looking bald man with an eye patch covering his left eye. He spared me a nod as I approached and I smiled in return. I wish to rent a room for the night. The price is 1,500 ryo. 2,100 if you are also planning to get some of today's soup. I will just stay for the night. The host of the inn nodded as I landed the proper amount of ryo and a bag on the counter. There was no questioning and definitely no inquiry about my chances of eating dinner. I didn't need to, as I had sealed up a few bento boxes to eat from for a few weeks into this journey, as then I would start to cook for myself to avoid any unpleasant surprises with potential assassins. Right now my cover was holding quite well, but one can never be too sure if it will hold for the whole time I was going to be there when it comes to fellow ninjas hunting me for my bounty. I followed the old man's instructions by going upstairs and using the key I was given to enter the room that was right in the middle of the first floor's hallway. I was introduced to a single but fairly big room with some basic elements in it, such as a small futon bed and a window. No bathroom. That was a luxury meant to be enjoyed by the rest of the customers at the end of the hallway. It wasn't too shabby, but it was shabby. Oh well, there was no reason to complain considering that the place was expected to be so backwater compared to other major villages. And I gained nothing from being a spoiled little shit. Sighing at this situation, I just set myself down by the futon and unsealed some paper and ink. I had letters to write back home, as I had already visited those I had promised to check on through some reverse summoning. By the time I was done writing the documents and had them sent through by Kiera, I found myself yawning and slowly sat down to enjoy my first night in the Land of Iron. Before going to sleep, I spared a quick look at the sword I brought with me and wondered if I had to apply a new seal or not. Did I even have anything left to add to this piece? Right now the katana I had was reforged a few times with some layers of metal that would allow me to engrave seals in it. I added as many as I could, from seals which allowed me to easily channel my chakra through it, elemental and not, to actually contain potential threats if I needed to use it as a container. I literally engraved numerous seals to handle medium-tier containment, chakra purification, and then alteration to use said purified chakra if necessary. I was ready for everything, and I felt at ease knowing that I wasn't going through this journey without some degree of preparation. With my eyes closed and my mind slowly zoning out as I fell asleep, I thought that would have been a simple and uneventful night. But then, the ground started to shake and, as I woke up, I realized that the room had gotten darker than it was before. It wasn't tied to the sky, but to something quite big obstructing the moon from illuminating that section of the village. Which was odd. I decided to go and check, slowly putting on the few layers of clothes I ditched before resting, but as I was busy with that task, I froze when I heard the shake come back with greater intensity. This time I could hear more than just that. I heard screams, I heard explosions, and I heard people fighting. An attack. On my first day in the Land of Iron. Shimura Danzo would have felt miffed at this circumstance, but, for now, I embraced my Sasaki Kojiro's mindset and grinned while readying my sword. I wanted to fight, and I knew that the idiots that were attacking this village were up to some rude counter-assault. I looked outside the window as I was done preparing my outfit, and I finally got a clear view of the situation. I saw masked ninjas descend from the sky in flying contraptions and holding some primitive kunai shooters. My brain dug into my lore folder and retrieved the right info. The land of the sky, so I was dealing with a movie-related situation. And one that I didn't have much background about, since I don't recall the land of the sky attacking the land of iron before starting causing issues for the 5 major villages. Oh well, I guess today's a good day to learn some new lore. Readying my sword, I jumped out of the window and swerved the blade to stab the back of the foe I used to land on the ground. The impact plus the impalement killed the man instantly, but alerted his buddy as he paused from shooting down a man trying to protect his kids. The masked grunt turned his kunai shooter on me, but he proved to be slow on the trigger work as I easily got close to him, swatted the device out of his hand and cut his throat open. He collapsed due to the deadly injury, and I turned my attention to the frightened father and his children. I suggest you find a safe place where to lay low. The man nodded and took his kids away before more of the airborne troops got down to the ground. You should just surrender, I muttered calmly, smiling at the newcomers. For my blade shall not be as merciful as I am tonight. Their response was aiming their shooters at me, my smile widening as I pumped chakra on my legs and zeroed the distance I had on them with ease. The closest of the sky ninjas got disarmed quite brutally, his yell silenced by a swift stab into his abdomen before I moved to cleave at his buddies. Once again, it was a clean and cutting introduction. I stared at the new fallen corpses for just a few seconds to confirm they were all dead before shifting away from this part of town to try and see if I could help some more. More grunts, more blood to spill, and I finally got my eyes on the big bad boss. Big burly man that was currently wrecking at the samurai that had rallied in an effort to fight him off. He was beating them with ease, and that guy was the same guy from the movie. The same villain. Or someone that looked the same as him. What was his name? Shino? Yes, Shino. Is this all you people can offer to me? You are all so weak. Aren't you a piece of work? I decided to cut the chase and directly end the bastard here and now before he could become a problem in the near future. He was still gloating when I jumped over him and prepared to attack him from the sky. That was an interesting approach from a samurai. To attack one so unceremoniously. I shrugged. Bah, I'm not much of a samurai. Especially not when I am fighting sick bastards with a deep desire to kill people. He looked a bit surprised by that lazy response, and then hummed. My name is Shino, and I am the leader of the land of the sky. Sasaki Kojiro, I replied mirthfully. Or the guy you will be soon begging to spare your life from. His grin mellowed out of anger. Big words from a young man. Fancy tones from a man relying on a different being to be this strong, I lamented back, and his annoyance grew to twice its previous size. He didn't say much more as he rushed forward in an effort to prove his point. But as many would know at this point through my original identity, I am a master at negotiating and talking, and this, in my eyes, was just a standard session of aggressive diplomacy. And I had the advantage of remembering that the guy's strength wasn't as absolute as he wanted it to be. Still, he was a tough nut to crack. After all, I was putting a genuine effort to not use any shinobi-related skills I had to keep up with my cover. And the fight got embarrassingly longer than it should have. I gave him the hope he was going to beat me to the ground, but the truth was that my basic kenjutsu training gave me the means to safely win him down and then kill him off once his pace and reaction time had dropped to acceptable levels. Sweating profusely and looking ready to have a heart attack, the buff dumbass tried to land another punch on me, expecting me to dodge the attack or land some cuts on his muscled limb. What he didn't see coming was his limb flying away and leading him down to 3. He tried to retaliate out of pain and anger, but the punch coming from his other arm was soon stopped when I coated my blade in lightning chakra and allowed it to seamlessly cut it vertically, splitting it open in half and destroying another of his limbs in the process. This time his chakra tried to work to fix the damage, but doing it slowly and wrongly because the lightning chakra had burned some of the skin and cauterized it, but it still left him open enough for me to deal the last deadly hit. Shino looked surprised when my katana decapitated him, his head rolling on the side as his big body fell on its knee and then collapsed in front of me, blood squirting out of the large wound and concluding the fight. Wowie, that was an intense warm-up, wasn't it? I commented jovially, turning to the side and remembering that the other samurai were there too. And they just stared at me as if I had grown a second head. Maybe I could have been a bit less clueless about the matter, but, oh well, since I was trying to play it coy, I guess I could be a joker too with my special kind of humor. Still, I failed to realize during that fight that something had changed during the invasion. The big floating temple that the Sky Ninjas used as a mobile base of operations, it was no longer there as it had quickly retreated when they noticed their leader had started to struggle against me. Someone had to have told them he would have lost, since I doubted they would have ditched someone like Shino without a deadly serious reason. Also, as the attack was over, and everyone looked ready to celebrate the successful defense and those that defended the civilians, they all noticed that one Sasaki Kojiro was no longer around. This little display of power was not going to be positive if I addressed it directly, and I didn't need that sort of publicity. Plus, I had a floating base to track down and capture as I had eyes on the devices they were using during the siege. The way those bastards used to employ steam in such an efficient way gave me ideas on how to further industrialize home without relying on smog-inducing elements to produce steam and energy to power up engines. This was the kind of technology that was too important for me to just ignore, and I had to get to them before they got away from my reach. That and the fact the Zero Tails was still inside that thing and could potentially become a threat of continent level if left untouched for too long. But by wandering away from the celebrations and becoming an elusive figure, I also unconsciously laid the foundation of a legend that would persist and heighten itself during my stay in the Land of Iron, as the people would soon learn of a young man of playful and yet good-mannered fashion and with unknown origins. Through my usual brand of chaos, I ended up creating the legend of Sasaki Kojiro. One that would become the center point for a new samurai generation that would take on the challenge bestowed to them by my unusual methods of fighting. And that, as I would soon learn, was going to put me through more trouble than I really wanted to be subjected to. Chapter 56, Iron and Soul 3. Ah yes, there is nothing better than running through the empty countryside while trying to catch up with a floating fortress. Then again, it wouldn't be the first crazy sight I chased after, but definitely a novelty compared to the rest. The path it was taking was also a good one, since I couldn't see any settlements nearby, so I didn't have to stop by and help for another invasion. Still, I could tell I wasn't going to need to follow for too long when I started to see smoke and explosions erupt from the structure before its stable movement tilted and redirected to slowly decline downward onto the ground below. I was grinning eye to eye at the sight, as I knew I was soon going to get two birds with a stone, a new power-up for my sword, and technological advance to propel an industrial revolution without relying on coal or any other material which could facilitate pollution through modernization. Yes! I could already smell the metaphysical Nobel I was going to receive. The only big issue I found as I went on through that speedy pace was that there were lots of animals. Lots of hungry animals at that. None was fast enough to really catch me, but some got close and were quick to chase me for a time. Some persisted, but most just decided to jump on each other while the prey ones were distracted. Eventually the structure landed near a small hill, the loud earth shake coming from the impact stunning many, but not me, as I promptly jumped in the air to perceive the vibration less. The animals that had been following closely behind were all stunned by the development, and frightened enough to run back into the woods as soon as a miasma of dark chakra started to spread into the land. The rabi has landed, and its stench was already causing the local fauna to panic and flee the region. I could tell this was my best shot to also renew my WWF card after years of indulging the hunting parties during the war. Rations can do so much if logistics were screwed, and there were plenty of animals to hunt and eat in IWA. Still, not what really mattered in the end. Not when I realized the structure's fall may have destroyed about half my chances of scavenging the sky technology still inside. Oh well, now I had a reason to be quite pesty while dealing with the zero-tailed bastard. Speaking of which, it was quite easy to spot it within the ruins of the temple-like floating fortress, with its gigantic form roaring in challenge, while staring at the sky. I suppose that's a reasonable behavior when you were pissed but had no one to direct the anger at. That was until I appeared in front of it, and I got a full view of what I was dealing with. Despite its name, the tailed beast did have a tail. Except it was part of its slithery snake-like body. One where its head was made by a no mask with a zero kanji on it. Curled up in a spiral, the beast's attention finally turned to me and it greeted me with a loud growl. If I remember correctly, it did have a special ability which, like Kurama, allowed it to sense entities through negative emotions. And while I was not an edgy kid, I was the furthest thing from a ball of sunshine and positive energy. Griurur. Still, I was pumped up. This was finally a serious fight, and I could see how strong this tailed beast was compared to the original ones. The moniker wasn't given to it just because of its gargantuan size, but also because of its peculiar chakra resembling the malicious and dense one used by the 9 bijus. Yet, it would be a mistake to consider dark chakra the same as that. Yes, it was technically the opposite of normal chakra, but its true manifestation was closer to the kind of energy that worked well with yang release. Also, it didn't corrupt. The Rabi worked as a battery in that regard, turning the normal chakra it would fed on, like it was doing with the numerous carcasses of sky ninjas littering the ground via tendrils stabbing into their school, into the dark chakra it could use for destructive purposes. And no, luckily enough none of its attacks was going to ever be as dangerous as a Bijudama. The closest thing was a particular spherical bomb it threw me in an effort to shred my body. I dodged the blast by jumping over it, and then using the explosion to propel myself towards it. It recoiled, ready to pounce, but screeched in pain when my sword cut into its purplish frame and absorbed some of the dark chakra it had just produced. The blade, in response to the absorption, manifested a dull black flame around its body, coating it with the newly absorbed energy. Grumbling, the monster turned back to me just a moment too late as I had my weapon drawn to strike once more, this time with a nice surprise. Dark style, cutting shadow, I muttered after unleashing a blast with a strike, the projected attack taking on a wide crescent moon appearance which slammed and detonated on impact. The Rabi stumbled back, clearly stunned by this development as it tried to attack me, this time manifesting a peculiar yellowish-white aura which manifested numerous hands. These rushed in my general direction, but I calmly jumped over them, cutting them and realizing that those were made of dark chakra as my sword absorbed those and obtained a similar look it had when absorbing that form of energy. In response to that, I used the cutting shadow technique again and it just made the monster recoil, most of the damage drawn on its barrier. So, it was a form of protection from chakra-based attacks. Good to know, and now it was time to exploit it for my own victory. While I could go for hours into tiring it out and hope it would just give up to me, I knew I couldn't afford to waste a full day trying to get this situation dealt with. I had stuff to do, places to check, a master to get the things I came here for to begin with. "I'ma catch you!" I exclaimed giddily, resuming my rush towards it. Hundreds of hands shot to intercept me, but my pace was too fast for it to predict my pattern as I shifted to the left and then the right, swimming through its desperate attacks as I cocked my sword for another attack. This time, as I stopped in front of it, I crouched down, pumping chakra in my legs and using the propelling might within that move to slash upward, barely cutting into its armor, but absorbing the dark chakra it used to form it. From there my rise upward continued as I found myself staring down, several meters over the beast. It hesitated, the pain and the shock confusing it for long enough for me to dive down and, with my blade coated in dark chakra, stab through the armor and straight into its forehead. The mask cracked, the rabi gurgled what felt like blood, and then the sword started to do its main job, which was absorbing the energy inside it. I had gone long enough to have it waste so much energy around that I knew it was soon going to run out of juice. And that proved to be the case as its form trembled before being literally devoured by the sword until the only thing that was left behind was the peculiar mask, the thing dropping as soon as my sword lost its grip on it and shattering in multiple pieces the moment it landed. Yeah, the new sword ability! I happily celebrated, staring at the blade as I could perceive the now mindless beast shuddering inside. A battery for a temple was now my sword's dark battery, and I was going to exploit this when the time came for me to kill some large entity. I calmly sheathed my sword after spending some time studying the seals and checking if everything was under control, confident that they were holding even better than I expected them to. Without further ado, I spent the next 2 hours digging around the ruined fortress and looking for anything that could be worthy of rescue. Good news is that I found a kunai launcher and I took it for myself for the time being, knowing that I could convert it in a fast-shooting bazooka if I used my explosive kunais instead of the normal one. Bad news is that the airships and the jetpacks used by the Sky Ninjas were not recoverable since those that hadn't been crushed by the impact had been destroyed by the rabi. Another good news is that I still found some blueprints for the airships, so it shouldn't be difficult to develop the smaller device by developing the bigger ones first. Once I was done looting the place and putting everything on special mini-scrolls I carried around, I could finally get moving, and that's where the issues started. While I did keep an eye on the crashing fortress, I did nothing to keep track of the particular direction I took from the place I left. I had a map on me, but no general landmark which could help me identify where I was. What I had was a hill, and other hills around, and a forest and a lot of confusion on where I was supposed to go. Still, rather than hesitate and lose focus on what to do, I just did what any smart guy in my situation would have done. If you are lost, you better get your Zoro/Ryuga's mindset up and get walking. Eventually you will get somewhere with that mindset, and so that was the case as I started moving and followed the tracks of a muddy road nearby. But I ended up finding civilization again only 5 hours later, and my feet were killing me at this point. The innkeeper was nice enough to let me borrow a basin to fill with water so I could get my feet to cool down a bit. I had marched before, but I had been running and walking for numerous hours now, and chakra could do little if parts of my body throbbed at the stress. I could fix it a bit through medical chakra, but it wouldn't do much with the heat remaining from the swelling. So yeah, the first hour of being back to civilization was to sit down and think. This settlement was slightly bigger than the previous one, and it had a nice vibe on it. It had a greater samurai population, this much I could tell, and all of those seemed to be locals in the area. No hostilities, lots of law enforcing, and I had nothing to complain about when it comes to feeling safe while wandering around. Once I could get back on the move, I started to ask around for any of those samurai dojos around which I needed to check to find instructors. There were 3 in towns and not many which the local samurais favored. I didn't probe deeper into their unease in that regard, but it seemed tied to the fact these came to be after they returned home after training elsewhere. I was willing to still give it a shot, even just to get a first teacher to lay down the foundation for my education. Ohio, are you looking for a new student? Here I am. Enthusiasm seemed to be the key to success with these people. The sillier you sound, the more naive they will paint you. In a sense, I could see some red flags of a scam going on, but I decided to ignore that. Especially when I saw there were a dozen students already training and doing what appeared to be good exercises. Master Tenmei was the guy I ended up sticking with. I didn't look into other dojos since I really didn't have the time or patience to do that. A young man looking for education? I will not shun you away, Kojiro-kun. I can sense you hold grand potential, but you are far from being a great warrior. Your path is indeed a long one. Did he just call me slow and weak? I held back my breath and tried to calm down. It was definitely a mistaken view. Deeds and time were going to prove him wrong. The pretentious arrogance just did nothing but raise my own against them. But where for them it was mere arrogance, mine was about absolute confidence in my skills against theirs. I was in a war, what did this guy have on me? But while I was truly ready to teach these people a lesson, I knew that the point of my visit was not about showing off people. I needed a proper Kenjutsu teacher to learn from. And hardly anyone in the Land of Iron could match up to a proper shinobi, regardless of their swordsmanship. Thus, I endured the first day and complied when I was told to just watch as his strong pupils trained under him. He wanted to show off his incredible skills and teaching ability, and it was mediocre at best. I could see some interesting elements I didn't know about, but for it to be an advanced lesson it sure felt so weak. It felt as if these guys barely knew how to hold a sword and use it within a style which was so simple and quick to decipher. I held back my tongue with my criticism, letting this all settle as I spent the night at the nearby inn and then returned to the dojo. Today we shall visit a nearby town where you shall retrieve proper gear. None of that flimsy sword and shabby clothes. I am really getting annoyed right now. But I held back since I knew that this guy may have something to teach me and then we would be through. I wasn't going to linger beyond the necessary time. And I had even more of an interest to do that when he asked me to pay the first fee so he could buy the items I needed. It was quite expensive, but not enough to dent the money I had on me. He did seem to notice I was quite happy to hand out the coins, potentially having him intrigued by how big the gold mine was. But I gave him no response to his feeble attempts to gauge my deep pockets. Eventually he gave up and we went on through our merry way to this new settlement. And I could see almost instantly why this place was slightly better in buying equipment. It was a merchant town, and numerous merchants stopped by to open shop here. Some were locals, others were people that came from all corners of the land. I looked around a bit, slightly surprised by the sight, and I wondered which shop we were looking for at this point. After 20 minutes of wandering around, I could only glare at the guy as the master had taken me to the worst setting to buy shit. This is not what I was expecting with important trip of wisdom, I flatly commented, my words ignored as the respectable master, now a drunk moron, was yelling over something about losing money to a gamble or two. My money at that. Still, I was confused, like really confused. Not about Tenmei, but rather the place itself. We had betting spots in Konoha too, but those were never so loud and drunk. Then again, regulations were far stricter and the bouncers actually had the means to go in, kick the ass of any troublemakers, and let the rest of the clients enjoy the betting. And right now I couldn't help but feeling I had been scammed out of an emotional situation. Here I was hoping I really got a proper master to teach me how to Kenjutsu, and now I found out this guy is a bit of a lazy and cheap idiot. Yeah, I ain't lingering to be frustrated like this. Truly a waste of time, and one that really annoyed me since I put some effort into ignoring how inferior he felt towards me. I didn't want to be Madara, but this place really lacked people that could really stand up to my full strength. And this situation just reinforced how frustrating it was getting. I was actually contemplating going home and laying down on paper what I had seen in the Land of Iron. 3 settlements, and lots of disappointment up to this point. Did I really get scammed by the rumors I heard of this place? I am quite sure Madara didn't lie about there being strong warriors, but maybe they weren't around anymore? I grimaced at that thought, After all, I was really excited of being someone that didn't have the notoriety of Shimura Danzo, and I didn't want to end this adventure this early on. As if a wish was coming true, something happened while I was walking to the local inn to set myself a room. During my stroll, I couldn't help but feel my attention stolen by a single individual among the rest of the people. A young girl with short white hair and yellow eyes. She was wearing a white kimono and red details. She looked to be around Ina's age. Two things hit me about her. One, she was asking for help around, but no people was stopping to listen to her, and actually were avoiding her. Two, which I concluded was the reason she was being dodged by the civilians, was the pair of black horns sprouting on the sides of her head. One of those, the right one, had a white ribbon wrapped around it. I slowed down my pace so I could listen to what was up, and she was saying something about help. Please, my father, he was attacked and he is wounded. Now, I may not be a truth detector, and after getting scammed once already, I was not in the mood of trusting my patience with this one. However, I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. And I used the Sharingan to pick up if she was lying or not. Good news? She wasn't. Bad news? I could also sense some dense chakra in her. Not enough for me to label her a tailed beast, but enough to know she wasn't just some hybrid human with some demonic hints. There was something else about her which warranted my curiosity. And thus I bit the hook. What are you talking about? What do you mean your father was attacked? I asked, getting close enough for the girl to hear. She turned to look at me and approached me. My dad, he was trying to protect me, but Where? Gulping nervously, the girl instantly picked my right hand and led me into a lengthy alley. I wondered through the walk if my Sharingan had screwed me up this time around, but I was relieved to see she wasn't leading me into a trap, but rather a sprung one. As in, the girl's daddy was currently on the ground, as numerous shurikens and kunai had been stabbed all around his body. The old man looked quite buff, with lots of muscles. He was definitely a veteran warrior, but too old to catch up with a speedy opponent. He had a scar running vertically over his right eye, while his other one, yellow and bright, which matched with the girl's eyes, almost their similar silver shade for their hairs. The culprit of that attack sneered at the big guy, and yet quickly turned his attention to us. I glanced at the cut on his forehead protector, a missing nin from IWA. How peculiar of a sight this was, so deep in the land of iron. And would you look at that, the child has returned to meet her death here too. The old man, who looked like a bear with his size, turned and stared in shock at the girl. Nishiro, I told you to dash. I couldn't leave you to die. The girl interjected, crying and all. Oh, isn't that lovely? My real target decides she wants to die with her beloved guardian. Such a shame that dash. Oi, I interrupted, raising my left hand. What the hell is a missing nin from IWA doing here? The guy's crazy smile faltered. Someone can recognize my home, the forehead protector? Yep, but seriously. How pathetic are you? I remarked flatly, his smile slowly vanishing the more I talked. I mean, I know IWA is going through some rigorous checks, but for someone to be forced to go missing nin, it means you have to have sucked badly during the war. Why, you don't know anything. Don't tell me you were one of those that ran from the war during the last battles, when IWA was being besieged. I will kill you. Oh yes, and you wouldn't be the first one to say that. He rushed forward, throwing 3 shurikens, 2 at me, and 1 at Nishiro. I calmly brought my still-sheathed sword up and used its hilt to deflect the projectiles. That stunned the missing nin, but didn't stop him from resuming his warpath against me while holding onto a kunai. Quite odd he wasn't using chakra, but maybe it had something to do with the current setting. The place was too small to rely on large-scale techniques, no matter how weakened those could be. His confidence didn't falter, but it definitely remained in his mind when he found death. Holding onto the sword's hilt, I finally shifted it out of its sheath and cut upwardly. The end result was the man getting his head vertical, split and falling dead on the side. The girl gasped, holding her hands to his mouth and looking away at the ugly sight, while I merely returned the sword back to its resting place. Well, that was anticlimactic. Still, with no other threats around, I approached the downed big guy. D-dash. It's all right, Nishiro, the buff elder commented with a bloody grin. I will die knowing you are safe. This is my goal, and your current mission. I blinked at the scene with a mixture of confusion and dryness. I'm sorry, what are you two talking about? My wounds they are too much for me to handle. And? I am dying, you dumb youth, he exclaimed angrily. That doesn't sound like the attitude of a dying old fart, I replied flatly and then turned my attention to the girl. Can you hold him distracted while I remove the iron out of him? The horned girl looked confused by this turn of events, and could only nod numbly before complying to my request. I went on with the task of removing all kunais and shurikens off the moron's body, the guy groaning in pain during that effort but eventually sighing in relief when I started with Phase 2, healing him with medical chakra. The wounds in their individual status were quite flimsy. The real issue was the quantity. There were a lot of those spread all over his flesh. So, a simple process of speeding up his healing was good enough to fix the old man's first issue. The second issue was the blood loss, but that was quick to fix through one of the medical pills that the Konoha Medical Research Division back at Konoha Hospital had created. It was not a soldier pill, as its main focus was to just slightly boost already existing chakra into heightening blood production. The cost of that process was a more demanding metabolism for a full day, as he will have to eat enough for his body to burn and gain energy from. The elder frowned at the medicine, but ate it without making a fuss about it, slowly feeling it enter in action after swallowing it. What was that? Blood replenishing pill. You will need to eat twice as much as usual today, since your body will burn a lot of energy while increasing your blood production and make up for the blood you spilled here. The oldie grinned. Well, thanks. And who are we talking to? I blinked. Kojiro. Sasaki Kojiro. Muramasa Sengo, weapon maker and current protector to this little one, the tall oldie remarked happily, almost too jovially for my tastes, as my brain was stunned by this discovery. Muramasa Sengo, that Muramasa, the legendary sword maker from ancient Japan? Here? How? I was marveling before the possibility of this was even a thing. Was he a legit native of this dimension, or perhaps he had been ice-guide to this world? I couldn't tell on the spot, but maybe it was just a coincidence. After all, Hiruzen's father was Sasuke Sarutobi, and that's a real ninja back in ancient Japan. That guy wasn't ice-guide, so it wouldn't be that big of a stretch if this was just a coincidence. Then it was the girl's turn to introduce herself. My name is Tatsushiro Nishiro, nice to meet you, Kojiro-sama. That last name is familiar, but I couldn't pinpoint where I heard it from. Still, there was another pressing matter to address. Wait, that means you are not his daughter? Nishiro fidgeted nervously, but Muramasa hummed. Well, of course not. But that doesn't mean I don't consider her a daughter. Didn't mean to sound disrespectful about it, I argued. Just raising a point about your different last names. So, why was that ninja trying to kill Nishiro-chan? The girl shifted shyly at the honorifics, causing the old man to smile mirthfully at the sight. My little ward is the only remnant of an old clan. If you have noticed, she isn't exactly human. I can tell. She has cute horns. And now Nishiro was blushing in embarrassment. Bwahaha. Brat, stop teasing my poor child. Okay, okay. I raised my hands in an appeasing way since I could sense the annoyance through that jolly response. Still, an important clan? I can't tell you more. It's a bit of a secret. But that makes me even more interested. Oh well, I suppose that's how it is, I ultimately conceded. Well, I will leave you to get back to your day. I have my own things to do and dash. Are you an apprentice samurai? Muramasa inquired, and I paused. Sorta? Sorta? Yes or no, boy, the old man pressed on impatiently. I am, but also not. I have some foundation dash. Weak ones from the looks of it, the elder admitted flatly, getting a frown out of me. I may not be as strong as I used to be, but I may teach you a proper style to learn from. That sounded quite alluring. Where's the catch? You aid me in protecting Nishiro. That's the catch. Only that? I inquired, and he nodded before shrugging. Would you like to pay more? Cheeky old fart. No, I think that will do. Great! The burly old man chuckled. Now, how about you help me stand? My legs are a bit stiff. Indeed, an old fart. Chapter 57, Iron and Soul 4. I thought that training to become a shinobi was rough, especially with Madara as my sensei. The first few days I spent training with Muramasa added a new perspective to the overall view I had of training. The older and tougher the sensei, the more vicious and yet fruitful results you get out of this sort of experience. I got bruised way too many times during these days, but it would be a lie to say that progress had been too slow to make it worth it. Lesson 0 was pretty much him nagging me on my sword's name, saying that I had to name it something because it was a sword that I planned to keep for the time being. He mentioned his sword-making skill, but remarked I had no reason to get a new sword if the one I had was already quite strong and fitting with my current fighting style. Thus, after some pressure, I ultimately conceded and named the sword Hebikiri Maru, or Snake Cutter / Snake Slayer, due to the fact its first serious kill was the removal of the rabi. First thing first, my posture had to be altered just slightly. Experience and some proper foundation allowed me to have a somewhat acceptable starting stance, but it wasn't exactly proper within a high-paced fight. It was stiff, it was shaky at times, and Muramasa started to poke me around with a stick. He wasn't truly beating me with it, but, due to how big he was and how fast and strongly he could move, the poking was quite intense. Beyond that first uncomfortable lesson, the rest was quite similar to how I trained while handling kunai and other melee weapons for shinobi. I was eager to see the difference, and that came to be when Muramasa sparred with me. The old man, which I had reputed as too old to fight anymore, promptly beat my ass with the practice sword without him putting too much effort into it. Kumi, sitting down as Nishiro, bearing a sheepish look on her face, helped me treat the few bruises that hit me on my back. I used this little retreat from that unexpected defeat to ponder what happened and what to do next. It was clear that the old man still held a degree of mastery over swords and fighting with those, which meant he wasn't utterly depleted when it came to potential fighting capacity. Then I compared my defeat to him with his close defeat with the assassin that had been sent to deal with Nishiro, realizing slowly but steadily why the battle had taken such a different route. While I was a shinobi to the core, I stuck with the samurai's doctrine during that spar. The missing nin that attacked Muramasa was keeping away from engaging in a direct confrontation, thus having not to suffer the potential defeat by being within Muramasa's range of action. So no, my defeat was not enforced by a difference of strength or speed but of technique. Technique that I was severely lacking and that I had to catch up with as quickly as I could. I didn't expect this to be something that would have been solved within a few days, but as I asked for a second spar, two things happened. First, I wasn't getting pushed around as intensely now that I had no reason to underestimate the old man, and second, I was the one yielding before I could have been outright bruised up like before. The reaction Muramasa showed at this last bit was intriguing. He chuckled and started to pat my head, quite strongly, and saying that I was learning. I couldn't exactly tell him I was already accustomed to taking an L if necessary, or that would have gotten me a few awkward questions to answer. Speaking of awkward questions, I really didn't expect to have quite a chatty helper in this sort of situation. Despite Nishiro being the ward that had to be guarded, it was becoming clear to me that there was more than just protecting her. The girl was, for a short lack of term, keen to make conversation when she was bored. It wasn't the same as a young child pestering their parents, but more along the lines of I have a lot to say, but I am not good with strangers and get talkative with people I was comfortable with. And I was fine with this, as the girl didn't seem like she had much of a social life anyway. To a degree, Nishiro reminded me of Aina, except more sheltered and particularly aimless with her likes. She was nonetheless an amusing individual due to how shy she was, but quite earnest to learn new things and have friends. This caught me a bit surprised since the girl behaved like she already had friends before, but, at the same time, no. A lie? No, the girl genuinely believed I was her first friend ever, which meant that she could have been suffering a form of amnesia. Hence why I decided to pull Muramasa aside to get some more answers out of this situation while Nishiro was busy bathing in a nearby lake we stopped by. I said, "What is your goal, sensei?" I remarked calmly. "Because I can tell this girl has something off with her mind, and I know you know something about it." "Her mind? You may need to be a bit more precise on what you were referring to, Dash." "She has amnesia. I can tell by the way she behaves around new things, which in truth her body knows are not new," I interjected flatly. "Look, I get it. People are after the two of you, but if I am guarding her, I would like to have some insight on how big of a mess this one is." "Geez, aren't you a noisy brat?" Muramasa rebuked, and I snorted. "Just when something may be a bit more complicated than a mere escort mission," I admitted dryly. "So, what's going on here?" The girl was born as the heiress to a clan that predated the Sage of the Six Paths, Muramasa started to answer, leaving me surprised with that boast. "Before Hagoromo?" "Really?" "I know, it sounds absurd, but that's what I was told. I knew the girl's father, a really good man, really strong. And his passing came out of nowhere, especially when the one behind it was some sort of priest they took in. White hair, red eyes, an ominous look that was enough to creep me out. I don't know why he came for her family, but I know that Nishiro is the only one left and that the bastard wants to use her for some ancient ritual." That didn't exactly give me much to think, since this didn't sound like Jigen, and this priest was not a canon character. Even looking into any OVAs or movies led me to no correlation with people I was aware of, and, thus, I knew I was dealing with uncharted territories. Again. So, the goal is to protect her, and their ancestral home has special barriers which would act if someone tries to hurt her. I want to bring her there so she can no longer live in fear of being captured or worse. I nodded at that simple plan, but there was one last detail which would give me a big hint to confirm if this was indeed non-canon stuff or something remotely tied to it. "And this place is?" "Mount Koryu. Did I hear it from somewhere?" "I can tell it's familiar, but where did I hear it?" "I don't know where it is, but I can tell it's a mountain. At least you have some knowledge rather than being a foolish apprentice." "Blah!" I lamented, squawking with fake anger. "Sensei, I'll have you know that, if you teach me right, I will show you I can decimate whole armies and be the strongest samurai ever." Her lips twitched in a scowl while I merely smiled at that. "Come on, you know it's true." "Over my grave, brat." That's one way to jinx his long life away. "So, what are we looking to find here?" My question was met with a loud hum from Muramasa. "Well, we are running out of food for any long treks. which is why we need to get the reserves furbished before resuming our trip. I nodded at that reasonable topic, but I also found out there was another reason why we were making a stop. It was subtle, and yet I picked it up a few minutes into the chore of guarding Nishiro as we wandered within the settlement. The girl's eyes glowed with intrigue as we checked all the way around, barely stopping as she seemed more interested to see all of the place without wasting much of the time we had while staying there. Everything was going quite great as we paused by a nearby park as Nishiro wanted to play with some kids that called her Nasan and all of that spiel. I stood there as a guard, eyes open and looking for any potential issues since I had a feeling something bad was coming towards us. I couldn't sense anything chakra-wise, but I had this gut feeling that trouble was soon to come up and I was sorta right. Except the issue didn't come running or flying, but digging its way through underground and then emerging quite close. Oh, that's a big dragon made of rocks. Wait, what the hell? It was pure chaos. Kids dashed away to try to get to their parents or back home, while Nishiro looked as shocked as I was at the sight, swiftly moving to stand behind me as I readied my sword at the sight. I was stunned since now I had a glimpse of a memory of what I was facing right now, and I wasn't sure if I liked it. I think this was somewhat tied to the plot of a game and it was one of those I didn't get to play. I remember it had some interesting new designs, but the plot came out half-baked and stiff, and many just forgot about it. One thing I sure remember was that this dragon, this Janryu, was a tough bastard to beat down due to its resistance to normal chakra. Luckily for me, I just had something that produced a stronger version of that. Dark style, cutting shadow. The half-moon blast struck the beast right into its chest, ripping through some of the stones there and revealing some energy keeping the whole thing together. The monster roared in pain and surprise at that move, forcing it to stop any potential attack aimed at us. Nishiro, I need you to find some shelter under the trees over there. I will take care of the scary monster fast, okay? She didn't look pleased with the plan, but nodded as I was finally free to kill off the beast. I rushed rapidly towards its exposed chest, slashing through its core and allowing the sword to absorb some of that energy, and the effect was immediate. Earth-style, deadly spiked tree, I muttered before stabbing the sword on the ground and getting what I had in mind to unfold. Large rocky spikes emerged from the ground, slammed onto the monster through its armor and then expanded by forming new spikes through the first one's edges until it formed a gritty stone tree which had utterly paralyzed the beast and given me the chance to handle the last hit needed to kill it. I jumped up, above its head, and then unleashed 3 swift cutting shadows which shredded into the monster's skull and ended it. A gem emerged from its head as I concluded by landing on top of its exposed brain by stabbing into it with my sword, the blade absorbing the new energy inside and further filling up one of the few more batteries within it. The dragon soon crumbled, the gem confirming to be its core as I held onto it before putting it in my bag. I jumped off the crumbling structure, the rocks falling down to the ground and lying there, no longer driven by the dragon's power. With the beast felled, it was time to get back to Nishiro and she was running towards me. Nashief, I was surprised by the attempt to tackle me, but I realized it wasn't joy urging her to rush at me. It was fear. And the source of that fear was a single individual. White robes, a black hat atop his white hair as red eyes stared at Nishiro in amusement as the man slowly made his way towards us. It was the priest, the guy Muramasa mentioned to me. Tatsashiro Nishiro-sama, I am happy to see you are well and safe, the priest hummed. But now, your little escape comes to an end and dash. Yo, how about you stay away from her, priest man? I lamented with an annoyed voice. I mean, you are stalking a girl that has yet to reach adulthood and then you talk like a creepy molester. How about you chill a bit, fool? The man paused, his smile still there but his eyes betraying the growing confusion he held at my words. Apologies, this is a matter that you shouldn't be concerned about, he hummed, raising a palm towards me. Please, stand aside. Something reached for me, like a squeezing frame which wrapped around my head and suddenly vanished when I briefly activated my Sharingan, breaking through it. Did the bastard just try to mind control me to make way? Impressive. What is your name? Samurai-san? Well, I would normally answer to polite people, but you see, I don't like you, so how about you pick that question and stuff it you know where? I rudely shot back, really not feeling up to exchange any pleasantries with this guy. I had bad experiences, but this was the first time I had to deal with an Orochimaru-like bastard. And it was a chilling situation because I remember how terrible of a human being Orochimaru was, so someone with that sort of vibe was just a disgusting individual in my eyes, regardless of his appearance and slightly different personality. Understandable, and my name, if you wish to know, is Ashihai. You are still a creepy priest to me, I replied flatly, causing him to chuckle. And what's that with the giggling, you bastard? Oh, youths. So hopelessly idealistic and yet so naive and foolish. I nodded, yet held back a grimace as I perceived something was wrong. He is too happy to find an obstacle that already stopped one of his powers. And it felt like this was a trap. Ah, creepy priests. Always trying to pass as some sort of condescending pricks, and yet being the first ones rushing to children dash. I am not after Nishiro-sama because of her body, but what it holds inside. I think you are making things worse the more you explain, I quietly pointed out, and Ashihai snorted. Once again, a fool and dash. You know what, I am done entertaining this manifesto for priestly molesters, I interjected with an annoyed look. So, since neither Nishiro-chan or I feel interested in this mess, I'll give you a parting gift. Oh? And that is dash. The cutting shadow from Hebikirimaru detonated on his face before he could finish that sentence. I didn't say anything as I merely picked Nishiro up, sheathing my sword, and ran back to Muramasa. I would normally not run away from a little fry, but it wasn't him I was running from. The whole discussion had been a trick, one that I picked up from the growing feeling that something like the Earth Jinryu. Multiple of those actually. The bastard had tried to buy some time so that the cavalry could come in and cause us issues. I could handle a single Jinryu, but multiple of those actively trying to kill me? That was not something I wanted to know if I could beat or not. Muramasa was done by the time we reached him, and he looked confused but quick to get the bags and follow me out of the settlement as we hit the road again. We didn't stop until we arrived at the next village, and we learned there that the town we had visited had sighted multiple flying lizards over its perimeter. It wasn't attacked by them, but it was clear now that this priest somehow controlled the other Jinryu and was trying to use Nishiro as a catalyst to create the ultimate Jinryu. It had been a close call since Nishiro had been approached while I had been distracted with the dragon, and hadn't the bastard not stopped to entertain some chase rather than capture her at once, then she would have been taken by him. I knew this wasn't going to happen again if the priest survived that hit, which is why I wanted to have the dragon girl trained with a special ability which could help her deal with that sicko. A self-defense technique in case the creepy priest returned for more. And I think the Rasengan will fit the job quite well. Chapter 58, Elemental Journey. Keep up, you are almost done. Easier said than done. Training was tough after the basis was established, and Muramasa gave me no mercy as he seemed to have realized at this point that I was no beginner and that I had some legitimate field experience. Once I had a degree of control over my growing understanding of the Aido, I was swiftly burdened as the old man took care in setting small training exercises that were unique through our path. We never stopped for a moment, thus turning this learning experience into something more unusual compared to anything I dealt with in the past. Also, I was further reminded that samurai still use chakra, except not to the same degree as ninja would. If for a ninja their own body was a weapon, For the samurai it was their blades. Chakra coating into their weapons, either reinforcing them or allowing them to extend their reach, or even throw crescents of energy. In a very crass and yet cultured comparison, I would say that I could potentially end up producing the same effects of an early series Ichigo Kurosaki's Getsuga Tensho if I trained my control to that masterful level. It was still a long-term goal, but I was going to eventually be able to pull some crazy moves through my sword. And that made me a giddy kid as I dove deep into training and ignored the unpleasant pressure this all exerted on my body. I was accustomed to this kind of stress, so it wasn't that difficult to find a time to take breaks and rest without draining too much from my opportunities to get stronger. Plus, the power I absorbed from the Earth Jinryu through Hebikiri-maru allowed me to further work on expanding my arsenal of techniques of Kenjutsu-related attacks when it comes to Earth-related and Dark-related techniques. The former allowed me to study some barriers that could be created and reinforced with chakra by merely stabbing my sword on the ground or on any surface without wasting time on hand signs, while the other further expanded my offensive capacity, especially when it comes to long-range chakra attacks. Cutting Shadow was a basic attack despite its formidable power output, with its main flaw being that it was small and could be dodged if someone was prepared for it. It was not a perfect technique, but it allowed me to create a few variants that could help on different occasions. The one that came up first was Dark Style, Bombing Shadow. Despite its telling names, its early appearance was deceitful in nature. 3 small bullets made of dark energy were propelled by sections of the blades and thrown at an opponent. They were capable of seeking out humans and, once within proximity, they would detonate and rip apart any opponent they were used against. It was a small step in a good direction, but the road to ultimately master the tools and the skills of the samurai was long and arduous. Was it rough? Yes. But I was also aided by another circumstance which left me smiling eye to eye. There is nothing wrong in giving out a healthy amount of head pats, and Nishiro was utterly delighted to get those and some lap pillows from me. Ever since what happened with the creepy priest guy, the girl had grown a bit more open towards me. I could tell early on that she was just trying to be nice to me since I was helping her, even more than before, as she had literally been close to being kidnapped if I hadn't intervened. Plus, the Rasengan training did give her a chance to feel like she wasn't utterly harmless to anyone wanting to try and capture her. In the end, through sheer willpower and attention, I managed to successfully gain another little sister to my collection. And before anyone tries to make it weirder than it is, it was all consensual and limited to moderate wholesome interactions. In fact, I would even say that the real issue was when it came to girls asking for more time with those interactions. Starvation for affection sure creates some monsters when dense affection is delivered to them. And Nishiro was no exception, as the dragon girl may have grown to adore the lap pillows a bit too much. To the point we would go to sleep and I would find her head nuzzling on my leg by the time I would wake up. Poor girl for losing her family and home, yes, but I was not going to turn my ways with the wholesome into something more sinister. I was a good boy and a gooder man deep down. The path we were following had no settlement along the way. That would be good and bad for many reasons, the issue lying on how to ration our resources, but Muramasa took care of it by stacking enough for the journey so we wouldn't be forcing ourselves to limit our meals. The good thing was that, supposedly, we weren't going through any track path which could be ambushed by our current nuisance group. The reason why I had to add a supposedly in there was because I had a feeling that it wouldn't work well in the long run, considering these people were really interested to get Nishiro. Like, really into it. And thus, I made my thoughts known. Muramasa received those well, but assured me that there would be a low chance for that to happen. And then Nishiro confirmed that we were approaching a Jinryu. I didn't need to even ponder on which one it was, because a quick look on the map and Nishiro aiming a finger at the direction she felt the entity being it confirmed that we were passing near a lake with many small rivers originating from it. Our current steps would take us to cross one of them and, while the dragon-like entity wouldn't be able to perceive us in the ground, it was going to notice us once we entered a body of water. Now, two options came to mind. 1. We somehow jumped over the body of water, but such move would force us to use chakra which, as far as anyone knew, could either throw my cover down the bin or, worse, alert anyone else watching for anyone using chakra around. 2. The two stayed behind but close to the river while I took care of the water Genryu and thus cleared out the path and created a distraction at the same time. Option 2 was exciting and somewhat better despite the risks I was putting myself through. Not only would I have to kill the water dragon fast, but I would also have to get out of there without being tracked down by any other bastards we were trying to avoid. To sum it all up in a few words, I needed to do a clean and quick job. No hesitation, no delaying, I had to speedrun this crap. And while that sounded absolutely dreadful because I had to slay a mini Bija tier monster, that didn't mean it was impossible within my current means of action. Especially when the foe I was fighting couldn't perceive me and thus could be subjected to a quick assassination if I aimed my blade on the right spots. It would all have to happen in a single hit that would rush and cut two places at once. And it was all possible through the fact that Genryu wasn't armored. From Nishiro's own memories, the scales were known to be the weakest due to its predisposition to speed. Hence why I had to blitz this murder. Finding it was simple, I was hunting a literal Loch Ness monster after all, and it stood out from the rest of the scenario like a Waldo in a crowd of formal-wearing workers. With the target on sight, I eased my breathing and took position. I had to make a precise jump and I had to release my sword at the right time. I also started to coat the sword in dark energy, applying a thin but still dense layer that should allow me to cut through with ease. Once I felt I reached the balance, I opened my eyes and took a single step before silently jumping. The Aido training allowed me to smoothly and quietly unsheath my sword as I carried the momentum of its release and the energy channeled by the Rabi to commit a single killing hit. The water Genryu didn't notice until it was too late, the blade sharply dividing its head from its body and allowing me to then redirect the Hebikiri Maru onto its decapitated head's forehead. The absorption was swift, with a light blue water-like substance soaring and getting stored within the sword. Once its entire body was vanished by the draining, I bolted off to return to the others, but not before actually noticing something flying in the sky. It had appeared only as I had left sight and hidden by the trees. I paused for a moment, frowning as I recognized the same creepy priest from last time. And he looked unscathed from the cutting shadow I threw at him. Which meant a lot considering he didn't put any barrier and got to feel the explosive dark chakra attack straight onto his face. I didn't stop any further as I rushed back to the others, finding them in their hiding spot and getting them to move through the river as we had another issue looking for us around the area. Once we crossed the water, we resumed our path until we took a break and set down another camp to recover our strengths and plan a different route. I used this break to actually think more of what had just happened. This sight, coupled with the familiar vibes he was showing with the mannerism and his talking, made me realize this was actually making me think of Jigen. And while this may sound like a paranoid idea, how many flying guys with god complex were around to cause this sort of mess? It was Jigen's standard stuff and someone was mimicking him to a degree. And maybe it had to do with the god that this guy was worshipping, since the Otsutsuki were known to have a thing for lesser beings to worship them. And to confirm this, I had to ask the sole expert on the matter, which I could reach all the time I was unconscious. Also, the very individual which had grown a bit too bold for my tastes as of recently due to my quirky personality and young adultish body. Kagaya Otsutsuki regaled me with a puzzled look as I finished explaining the situation, and I couldn't blame her considering this didn't make much sense to me either. The woman and I may still treat each other with some distrust at times, but when it comes to Jigen and anyone potentially related to him and his plans, we would join together in some counterplotting effort. And right now, the rabbit goddess didn't seem that pleased by how vague the entire situation was on that front. Yet, she could confirm one thing. This human has been altered to be able to go through this sort of ability. Elevated healing factor, flying and potential mind control abilities. Yes, I would say that Jigen may have used some of his cunning to create the means to enhance humans submitting to him. Still, why is he, acting in the land of iron and not elsewhere? I asked with a perplexed tone. Wouldn't it be better for him to focus on capturing the bijou right now? Perhaps, Kagaya admitted quietly, yet, I think that he is trying to go around this necessity. After all, this world wasn't limited to offer us its power to control it through the chakra tree. While we were studying it, Jigen and I discovered the light Janryu. At the time it was still united and in control of its turf. Eventually it split, but that unfolded while I became a deity and, at that point, these filthy beasts were irrelevant to me. And now you think Jigen is trying to recreate the light Janryu to absorb its power and create another chakra fruit? I thought you need the other Janryu's energy stash. Not necessarily. The girl you defend has the inherent potential to unlock her real power as the light Janryu if provided with the four dragons' essence. Not their entirety, but enough to trigger the transformation and unleash her true might upon the world, Kagaya explained, but her tone grew quieter. Alas, despite your improvements, the light Janryu would still be a threat well beyond your current potential. I would say that, if provided with enough power, this beast could easily be compared to my weakest point and, even there, you would find defeat. Got it, I have to prevent the bastard from kidnapping Nishiro. I think that should be easy to manage and dash. My words fled my mouth as I suddenly felt shifting from my small cushion seat in front of Kagami and into a bed. Oh dear. I appreciate the offer, but I like to sleep in my sleep bag dash. I wasn't offering mere sleep to you, Danzo, the woman hummed jovially, now sitting on the bed with me. You know, it's been a while since we discussed private matters. You are growing, Danzo, and you will soon need to treat a woman with your touch, your licking and your inherent libido. I think I am fine to just be myself in that regard, I remarked dryly, and yet the woman chuckled and I felt like a door or two were closing out of nowhere. None of that. As a doting mother and a merciful goddess, I would be most pleased to tenderly introduce you to intimacy and to guide you through your needs, while satisfying mine, the woman announced, her kimono slightly shifting as she switched to what I could only think being her nightwear. She was wearing a skimpy tiny gown with particularly tiny white panties. I am not fucking you, you horny rabbit. I replied sharply, the response only amusing Kagaya even more. And I have to leave. Like, really now? I was dealing with a mother that was craving to enforce her milfy instincts to fuck someone. And I was of the right age to be subjected to that. Groping, suckling and some more, this was not the kind of stuff I would approve for myself due to my current body's age, and I was suddenly pulled into her, face firmly pressed onto her now exposed chest as she decided to drop the nightwear too and finally unleash her milfy body upon me. Kagaya giggled, tightly holding onto my waist as she nuzzled into my head as she enjoyed the feeling of me struggling against her breasts, hands temporarily squeezing at her massive boobs and causing some milk to come out. How the hell is she producing milk without being pregnant? The question could actually be answered through biological control over her own body, and she actually moaned at this feeling, and I knew that I was going to get subjected to eternity of pent-up lust which could easily A. shatter my mind and B. shatter my pelvis. I could tell she could rebuild it, but, let's be honest, that's not a fate I wanted to endure despite its good points. Luckily for me, Kagaya may have prevented me from backing away but had nothing to stop my hands to do something to cease this. Kagaya tensed up when she felt two fingers suddenly pierce her wet pussy and my thumb twirls at her clit. She tried to keep hold of me, but I knew I had to outmatch her through that intense fingering, making sure to make her squeal like a bitch and get her to orgasm hard. Since she hadn't been touched in centuries, it proved to be simple to actually force her to come hard really fast. Her body just didn't have the stamina to last too long in individual rounds, and, as her body relaxed, I took this chance to bail from the wet nightmare. I vanished from that mindscape and back into the real world. Now, that would have been the end of it, if not for a certain dragon girl who hadn't just taken things to the next level and purposely crawled inside my sleeping bag to get extra cuddly with me. The real issue in that normally wholesome sight was the fact that I had a morning wood due to what happened with Kagaya, and my boner was currently sandwiched by Nishiro's behind. While the girl had yet to form breasts, her butt was round and perfect to hot dog a willy. And she was not wearing panties, a little habit she had since she didn't have many to use and cleaning time was quite sparse due to our trip's pace. I opened my mouth, ready to wake her up since it was morning, but Nishiro's eyes opened on their own, locking onto mine, and then smiled. "Onaikin, good morning," the girl chirpily greeted as she forced the sheets away to sit on my lap, ignoring the fact my length was still there and suddenly flattened by her groin. "And morning, Nishiro, what are you doing, cuddling me without asking?" "Yep," she cheekily rebuked, grinning eye to eye. "How are you?" "I'm good," I replied, my poker face holding strong as the girl seemed oblivious to the situation. "Really? You look a bit red." "Nishiro-chan, you forgot that you have been warming me up like that for a few hours." "Your face is a bit red too, silly." She gasped, "Really? I didn't mean to dash." "It's all right. Just ask before cuddling so we don't get too heated up about this." "Okay." She lifted herself up and bolted to check the source of water we were staying close to so she could refresh. I sighed, glaring at the stiff length I was dealing with. "Ah yes," a voice called from nearby. "To be young and boisterous." I growled, turning to Muramasa. "It's not like that." "I am sure it isn't, but tragically this sort of stuff can happen due to how Nishiro's nature is. Her innocent self may not know what is up, but that sort of accident may unleash some instincts of her other nature. Be wary of that." I facepalmed, taking a moment to sit, think and let my boner subdue to nothingness once more. Once Nishiro was done cleaning, I went for my turn to bathe, using this chance to rely on the newly acquired power of my sword to get the water to grow colder. I needed it to be cold. Cold water. Lots of cold water to cleanse my tainted self. Chapter 59, Elemental Journey 2. Our newest destination was the capital of the Land of Iron. Held within the Sanra Mountains, the core of the Land of Iron where all samurai came from, was entrenched within a natural defensive barrier which hardly anyone could break. Even if those Genryu started to cause a mess anywhere around it, they wouldn't be able to reach the proper city due to how thick its walls were. Right as we passed through the main checkpoint thanks to Muramasa's documents, Nishiro and I were gawking at the size of this city. In a way, this all reminded me of the underground system underneath Cappadocia in Turkey, except it was extended and refined to absurd levels compared to this example. I knew chakra had been involved to create such a flawless and quite polished settlement. I would have expected this to be made somewhere in the Land of Earth, not in the Land of Iron. "What are those holes for?" Nishiro inquired, pointing at a few unusual holes onto the wall, and I realized why this settlement came to be. "Diggings for iron," I muttered, gaining a grin from Muramasa as he was surprised I knew of those. "You heard of the history behind this place?" I didn't. But it's easy to deduce from what's the name of this land. This was once a large iron mine which probably caused a major interest in iron-based equipment, I replied truthfully, still looking around. I heard that it became a necessity once shinobi started to grow more belligerent. It was, yes. In one way, you could say that we were shaped into war by those trying to bring it to us, the old man answered. But why did shinobi bring war here? Nishiro inquired innocently, and I sighed. Bad people exist everywhere. And those groups with greater power at times will have the most vocal horrible human beings this world can muster, I remarked, with Muramasa merely nodding and the girl frowning in a degree of disappointment at the notion. We went back into looking around for anything interesting. The old man mentioned that we could buy resources here, which could mean food and stuff he was looking for due to a new source of inspiration. He said something about having gotten a new idea as of recently and needing the materials to get this sword made in time. He didn't explain why he was so invested into it, and I decided against pressing too much on the reasons why a swordsman was being that. And while he was off scouting for some alloys by the market area, I found myself wandering with Nishiro. There were no kids playing around, at least, not in familiar games which the girl would feel interested to try out. It was after a few minutes that we stopped before an unusual sight. Competition! Whoever beats the amazing and most dazzling Miyamoto Musashi shall win the greatest treasure she holds. Two things: one, what the hell, and second, why is Miyamoto Musashi a thing and a female here? I had a feeling other legendary characters of Sengoku Japan would come up, but why the hell is Musashi a chick? I really tried to ignore the whole thing, but our wandering was noticed by someone that was operating the whole thing. "Oichai, mister. You look strong," a small child of around 6 said, and I stopped to glance at the boy that had just stopped us. "Care to try this challenge?" "Nope." "Please?" the kid pressed. "No," I repeated tiredly. "Are you a wimp, mister?" the brat inquired, which caused me to frown. "Did your parents ever tell you how rude it is to try and sell a product to customers by calling them bad things?" "I don't have parents," the child muttered quietly, said comment having us both pause, and thus make a mistake. I don't know how long she has been listening to this, or if this was actually an elaborate plan, but a particularly familiar girl around my age was soon there, standing right behind the boy as he finished saying that. Never heard someone say something so horrible to a child. "Have you no shame?" "I don't know. How about you, Miyamoto Musashi-san?" After all, I have heard some peculiar memes about this specific version of yourself, which was quite similar in appearance to her Type Moon version, with her mellow pink blonde hair combined in a short single bun style and with her blue eyes. Thus I had a feeling that this may not be a pleasant individual to talk to if that mean trait was indeed a thing here. Depends on how the thing was staged. Are you really exploiting orphans to help your own activities? Mifyun-kun is doing this out of kindness, and he is not bound to do any work for me, she replied sternly, giving me a fierce look. And with that, I have no choice but to challenge you to a duel. Wait, that's Mifyun? The future Taisho asterisk of the Land of Iron? I mean, I knew he was younger than me, but it was making quite the impression to see him be a bit younger than Hanzo. I'm fine with that, I shrugged, feeling in the mood to relieve myself of some frustration after a recent event. I hope you're ready to lose. The girl looked surprised at my calm acceptance, but recoiled just in time to smile and led Nishiro and I to her mini arena near the rock park. Nishiro remained with Lil Mifyun, and I was soon standing in front of a giddy Musashi, as we both wielded wooden swords. It was reasonable for her to use that sort of stuff to avoid issues with the law enforcement, as kids were involved in this challenge and could get really hurt with real swords. I took one, she used 2 long ones. I don't exactly remember much about this tale in particular, but I remember that Musashi did fight against Sasaki Kojiro, and I don't remember how it went. Did Musashi win? If so, then it's time to alter history this time around. Say, what's the name of the soon-to-be loser? I took a stance, grinning wildly as I tightly held my sword in preparation. Oh, maybe you're mistaken. That would be your name, Miyamoto-san. My name, however, is Sasaki Kojiro. Don't forget it. Fa, I will show you then, Kojiro Baka. She dashed forward, striking with both her blades and leaving herself open for an attack. If only I could move fast enough to do that. Before my stab forward hit her, she jumped and shifted behind me. I rolled forward, dodging just barely an attack from her left sword and taking the time to set my stance again. Impressive dodge, Musashi muttered, smiling a bit. But you are painfully slow. You cheeky woman, you! I pressed forward, only to be pushed back by another attempt to mimic the previous move only for it to be stopped, clumsily so, but still done right as I almost tripped on the ground to prevent her approach. Wah! Are you some sort of novice? That was so sloppy. Her cocky attitude was had the moment I picked up some speed and got her to bite down some of the words she uttered. Musashi raised her swords in a defensive manner, but while the two weapons helped her keep a more stable defensive pattern, it did nothing to lessen the knockback with each strike from mine. And as she tried to scramble to defend herself, she retreated the moment my sword hit her on the right arm. She flinched, eyes now sporting annoyance as her steps started to gain momentum and her speed picked up. It was like watching a highly choreographed dance. One I was slowly losing as Musashi proved herself to be a hassle to keep away from pressing her assault. She understood my defense was crap and that the moment I stepped into the offensive was where she would really struggle the most. The girl had gotten me deciphered in that regard, but I didn't allow this disadvantage to stop me from being victorious. If the fairness of the fight was leading me to a defeat, I shifted my pace to start hitting where it would really matter. And that was her flexibility. A major difference many tended to ignore about samurai and shinobi was the fact that the former can't, on most occasions, shift in a flexible manner. The latter could to an incredible degree if properly trained into that. And while Musashi was a girl and she clearly took great care of her gymnastic knowledge, she was not as flexible as I was. So, as I began turning my interest in blocking into only dodging as I began my offensive in the middle of hers, the girl realized a bit too late that I got her tricked and defeated by hitting her legs. Her pace faltered and her strikes started to lose precision. I wasn't completely unscathed, but I held a strong control over my steps and pushed through until I managed to force her to trip on the ground and have my sword poised at her throat. Give up. It wasn't a request, it was an order and she happily accepted it. Fine. I am beat anyway, Musashi admitted, sighing in relief. So, I suppose, you won the greatest treasure in my possession. And that is? A most prestigious title, she proclaimed as she stood up from the ground. Be my boyfriend. Nope. Musashi froze, then glared at me before screeching up. What? What do you mean nope? You won dash. And I have the right to refuse such a cheap prize, I answered flatly, dropping the wooden sword and walking up to Nishiro. See cheap prize. I will have you know that many men are after my beautiful self. Then why did you make a competition for that? I remarked. Just pick the best one and be done with it. That's not how love works. And does it then work with the notion of just forcing a guy you barely met to be your boyfriend? I asked back and I didn't let her answer. And this argument is over. I have stuff to do, people to catch up to and not get any annoyances on my butt. This isn't fair dash. I didn't listen to her any longer as I picked Nishiro up and left the premises of that place altogether as I had no intention of dealing with that nightmare. Niken, why was that girl trying to make you her boyfriend? The girl asked a good question and I nodded at it. Because that girl is lonely in a stupid sense of the world. She has people around but is frustrated because no one wants to date her. Oh. Why is that stupid? Because she didn't understand the problem was her attitude. Think of it, if someone tried to force you to be your friend without even knowing you, how would you feel? Upset? And now imagine that happening for something as important as being a couple to someone. It's a bigger step than mere friendship. She nodded. So, what she did wrong was that she was forceful about it. And her attitude. She is someone that tricks people. That's not a pleasant thing to keep in mind when it comes to trust. I see, so you rejected her because she was a silly liar? That's one reason. Plus I have people at home. Oh? Nishiro hummed, quite interested in that. And I bet they would love playing with you. Her smile erupted with greater brightness. Really? Yep, I muttered, knowing that we were finally on our way to where Muramasa was. And I have ways to have you meet them once this whole story is over without putting you in danger. Her tiny tail wagged at that, and I ultimately decided to waste the rest of the time we were there sitting with Muramasa and be bored by his explanation about ironworking and creating swords. Like, I am someone that would normally be giddy at learning new stuff of that kind, but this was, well, excessive even for me. I thought this would have been a disappointing encounter with a female Musashi, a lot of boredom from Muramasa in knowledge mode, but Nishiro still being there to be emotional support through that nightmare. What I didn't notice was that the capital had let in a group of pious people that were looking around to spread the word of their god while also looking for a young girl. Chapter 60, Elemental Journey 3. Cults are not something that I was glad to deal with. I knew by meta-knowledge that these would come to exist eventually, that the chances to completely suppress those was not attainable within the level of tracking ninja could currently rely on, and that sometimes new ones can be originated through a careful plotting which tricked weak-minded people into submitting to the cult's mentality. Especially when those were being commanded by an individual which could mind control people. To say that I was surprised that there was an effective effort in the capital to subjugate more worshippers to that creepy priest's cause would be an understatement. Posters, books, dresses being sold, gifts being offered, kindness being shown by helping beggars. This entire place had turned into a mortal trap, and I wasn't happy at what I was looking at. Muramasa was equally alarmed by this, and he had taken precautions on the path we were going to take to leave the capital. The place was packed with fanatics, and some of them had started to shift oddly, as one of his old friends had told him. And this unusual behavior coincided with our arrival. They knew we were here and thus were looking around to try and find us. Hence why we could no longer afford to stay here, because the more we lingered, the higher the chances were we may end up facing a combined assault. I didn't need to explain how the previous occasions may have given the priest the chance to understand one thing: a single Genryu would fail to kill me, and would just provide me with more power once defeated. If he stacked his entire forces against me, that would put me in a bit of a hassle. Which is why I wanted to avoid that at all costs. Once we started to make our way out, I could sense that people were moving a bit too nervously around. Something was soon to happen, and everyone could tell that, whatever it was going to happen quite soon. And my intuition proved to be right, as the underground city started to shake. Something was attacking it, and we were its target. Smartly enough, we took the path that led the furthest away from the danger, and we were quite close to get out without getting spotted. A mistaken hope, I reckon, especially when the lack of people, as the crowds dissipated the moment the attack started, allowed for the cultists to see us easily. Picking up the pace was a good beginning, but a few of those chasing us were already close. Cutting them was easy. They were civilian-level strong fighters and went down with ease, but I had a feeling they didn't care how many comrades they were to lose in the process of capturing us. That was another thing I hated about cults, the way they worshipped an ideal or a god to the very death. They considered life to be worthless without the completion of their goals, and thus it was easily discarded for the sake of the greater good. More cultists flocked after us, but we were faster, and quite close to the exit. Once we crossed it, relief washed over us for a while. It was a brief victory, and one that was ruined by the presence of a priest right outside the gates, and an army of armed cultists behind him. The man smiled, but instead of staring at Nishiro as creepily as he did back when we first dealt with him, he was aiming his gaze at me. It was the intensity, the way he was aiming his focus at me. It was purposely meant to show something different than last time. If before Nishiro was his primary goal, it was clear I had replaced her in that role. And it meant one thing that I wasn't really pleased to face quite soon. Some lies may have to be broken at once because of this unwarranted situation. Hand gripping the hilt of my sword, I took a few steps forward. To think that someone of great importance would end up crossing paths with my target, the priest hummed, smiling deviously. Sasaki Kojiro, you are more than you introduce yourself as. I wonder why. Let's just say I wanted to enjoy some training without my name bringing me any issues. A blank slate to start with during this journey, I remarked flatly. And from the way you sound, I have reason to believe you and I may have a mutual acquaintance. A god dash. Someone that I came close to killing a few years ago can't be a god, I interjected, and the priest frowned at this comment. Say, are you still sure you want to do this? Once my name comes out, no amount of old legends is going to stop me. Trust my word on that. For the first time ever, I saw a different emotion beyond numb confidence on this bastard's face. Genuine fear. I wasn't exactly sure what he was hoping to get out of this battle, and I could tell that he knew how this wasn't going to go well for him and his little squad. I may have not used my ninja skills in a while, but I was still sharp enough to remember all potential jutsu that could decimate such a limited attack force. But while Ashihai looked genuinely frightened But while it was easy to lay down a plan, Musashi knew that trying to stop him now wouldn't do. Following him out of the capital was the best option, and maybe it wouldn't be bad to finally depart and lessen the pressure Minnie had on her. Yes, that was the best option. The only gripe was the exchange between him and Mifune. Truth be told, bringing the kid for this journey was dangerous. She saw what happened with that dragon-like creature, and even though Kojiro was strong enough to face them, it didn't feel safe for her to be the one protecting the boy from those monsters. She just wasn't that strong, but she can learn. Maybe if she also trained like Kojiro did, she could become strong enough to beat him and then get him as a husband. Yes, the plan was sound, and she ultimately conceded to the giddy Mifune tagging along for this trip. It was still unusual for her to pack her things for such an aimless journey, but it was a matter of heart now. Heart and pride. She couldn't accept any defeats from now on. Chapter 61, Elemental Journey. Shimura Danzo, Muramasa muttered, summarizing pretty much what our exchange had all been about. To think that we were asking for help from the Konoha no Yami. We were finally out of the danger zone, and yet I couldn't help but feel like I was tiptoeing on a scalding stove with the kind of questioning I had been subjected to. Truth be told, it had been one driven by necessity. I had to answer a few questions if I wanted to not pass as a potential dangerous threat. And since I had already used Susanoo against Ashihai, I suppose any half-lie half-truth excuse would only worsen my current predicament. Hence why I had to talk a lot through this walk, and I felt like I was being judged a lot by this. The only one that was not judging? Nishiro. But that was because she was confused. Niken is so important back home? Nishiro quipped, clearly not catching up with the entire situation. But if he is already that strong, why is he trying to learn Kenjutsu? And why did he lie to us about his identity? I sighed, knowing that the truth had to come out fully at this point. Not just because I wanted to keep on training under Muramasa, but because I owed this much to Nishiro for being this attachment to me. I was compelled to do so, and, truth be told, nothing of value would be lost by coming out clean about this situation. To answer your questions, I wanted to improve my Kenjutsu, and thus I pursued the styles used by the samurai to refine that skill, I replied calmly. While the second one is quite simple, I don't want my name to warrant me favors or any enemies here. Enemies? The girl inquired, and Muramasa sighed. Danzo is considered a controversial figure in this world. Some sees him as a savior, others as a dangerous threat due to his connection with Madara Uchiha, his mentor Dash. And stepfather, I added, causing Muramasa to choke for a moment. Why your stepfather? The old man parroted loudly, and I nodded somberly. It's a long story, but let's just say that Madara may have grown a bit close with my widowed mother. The elder chuckled loudly at this, while Nishiro nodded with still some confusion over the entire situation. So, you didn't lie to us to trick us, right? That's not the case, no, I assured the poor girl, with Nishiro hugging me tightly as if I could disappear any moment now. Yet one could make that case, Muramasa rebuked, yet smiling as he conceded to my point. Still, to think that all this time I was teaching to someone that already went to war at a young age. This time, Nishiro's curiosity got a bit more bombastic than usual as she suddenly squeezed at my arms. War? You went to war, Niken? Well, it wasn't like I had much of a choice back then, I argued. IWA and Kumo wanted to gain greater control over the continent, but they failed to realize that they were disadvantaged for a few reasons. In the end, we won and a peace was born. And one that seems to be long-lasting as far as I heard, Muramasa added, and I smiled a bit at that thought. Oh, right, I guess you should pat your own back for that, should you? Me? No, I admitted nervously. I helped, but I wasn't the one that made good work of my actions after the war. The Hokage was the one that brokered deals with the defeated villages. Despite this calm approach into that conflict, the dragon girl looked hardly sold to the whole war thing, and for good reasons, as she was soon to mention. That doesn't sound nice. War is. Mama always told me warring is bad. It definitely is, I agreed, flashing a happy smile at that thought. But we don't have a choice at times. Some people are driven by the need to prove a point through war. And at times there are people that have no choice but to defend themselves. Her eyes widened in recognition. Like self-defense? I nodded, and Muramasa whistled before speaking. That's one hell of a comparison to make. But yes, war always has an aggressor and a victim. In this curious circumstance, Konoha was among the victims during the war, but won against their enemies and ultimately enforced peace on the land. So you didn't do bad things? I am afraid that bad things come with war, Nishiro-chan, Muramasa argued. Even here in the Land of Iron, war has been the reason for blood to be spilled and for lives to be lost. Which is why, regardless of which side you are on, war will still be horrible. It's a duty to defend yourself and others, but in war the luxury of being merciful is not always there to entertain, I added, gaining a nod from Muramasa. I think I understand, Nishiro mumbled, head tilting to the side before she gave me an intense look. Do you want to be called Danzo or Kojiro? A good question, and one that the answer was quite simple to give. I think I will keep Kojiro in public for the time being. I told you to, but dash. But the same reasoning behind your cover is still there, Muramasa interrupted, guessing where I was going with this. The less people know, the less trouble we will all have. I nodded, holding back from answering more as I had someone else wanting my full attention. Nishiro was curious, intrigued by this situation, and was quick to barrage me with questions about my family, what I can do, and how fluffy Madatabi is despite being a titan-sized demon cat. But as I found myself busy with that sort of information, I was blissfully unaware that someone had been listening to our conversation, taking mental notes as she archived some blackmail material for future confrontations. After all, Musashi was not going to take no when it comes to any future fights, no matter the circumstances. Ishiki was not a man that liked distractions, but this one was worthy enough to give a cautious gaze over the excited servant that sought to interrupt his planning. There was still so much to do, and yet this new element made for an interesting new game to play with Shimura Danzo. The boy that he had been missing for years now was older and stronger. His body groomed by his own training to fit within the ideal godslayer for a deity like him. It was a surprise, but he welcomed it. Uchiha was one of many tools at his disposal, but his discovery stunned the Otsutsuki as he would have expected others to find Danzo around, definitely not in the Land of Iron to stop his plans to acquire the Genryu's power. It was indeed an interesting and yet worrying development, especially since the youth was pursuing the protection of the most important element of that plan and was cleverly absorbing the powers of those other keys that he needed to unlock something close enough to the God Tree. Absorbing that power would give him the advantage he needed for his real plan. Power was not truly needed, but he preferred to have an advantage rather than not when it comes to this ambitious plan of his. To say that he had been so foolish in the past would be an understatement. His side has been too short for too long, all because the clan he hailed from made a point in trying to limit them as invaders, but never as proper deities. The Otsutsuki clan deserved more. Its hunger for conquest should not be limited to mere limited godhood, and that notion came right as he fought Danzo. The way the child worked, it was clear something was unknown about him, and the way he seemed to realize the real danger when Ishiki tried to materialize the first of many steps to his new plans back when he tricked Ines to manifest the interdimensional entity was enough to confirm a theory of his. Danzo's soul was not from within this realm of existence. His awareness of what was going on, the way he seemed to be able to counter him, and the connection with Kagami. Despite how this last one sounded perplexing, the truth was somewhat easier to stomach. Kagami could interact with those that were born from her son's early civilizations. It was a detail that, in normal circumstances, would have not been much of a telling sign, but when combined with the rest it made a whole lot of sense over this situation. Shimura Danzo was special. He suspected it, but now he was fully convinced of it. Not only as a potential body to inhabit once Jigen's carcass was done providing him a home to host, but as proof that there was no genuine limit to the multiverse. The monster Ines summoned for a brief amount of time had been the stepping ground of that, and since Ishiki knew that retrieving the tailed beasts would waste him decades to succeed if not centuries due to how impervious some defenses have gotten around these creatures, it was fair for him to look elsewhere. To sources of power that were beyond this dimension's scope and that would allow him to take over the Otsutsuki clan to bring it to greater heights. It was an ambitious idea, and it was now feasible ever since he allowed Ines to give him what he really wanted, a weakened dimensional containment barrier for him to cross through if needed. It would be easy to create a stable right, but for now any chance of invading anywhere was impossible due to his current state of being. He needed for the Genryu's power to be given to him. To use that might to survive just long enough to achieve what he needed. He could technically make the jump already, but the risks that this offered made Ishiki more reluctant to go through with it. He needed a guarantee, and he needed Uchiha to fail no more. So, he turned to the servant, a fool that was quickly subdued in the mind and soul to be a loyal servant of his, and that had gladly turned into the most relevant man worthy of his attention within the Land of Iron. He started as a mere preacher, a man that had lost his way and that emptily followed the words of Kami. But when Ishiki came and showed him the way, Uchiha had bowed and accepted him as the new god. He was strong, the power he provided him being more than enough to deal with the old man protecting the child, but Danzo was strong enough to neutralize him even at his fullest. Years had passed and training had shaped Danzo into someone that could potentially rival the Otsutsuki clan if provided the time to rely on everything he had. He could easily turn into the true end to their clan, and that couldn't be accepted. He needed this fool to be strong enough to get their goals accomplished in the Land of Iron, and he had an idea on how to achieve this. A fruit was provided to the priestly figure, confusion appearing on his face as Ishiki smiled. This shall give you a stronger hold over your powers. Not enough to match Danzo, but enough to reach your goals. Remember these, and don't let the heat of the moment force your forgetfulness. Danzo is not a priority, Tatsashiro Nishiro and that sword both will be helpful for what you will be dealing with. Understood? Yes, my lord. O God, may you lead me to victory and prosperity. Alas, I hope you will with this blessing, or I will be most displeased. Ashihai, Ishiki mumbled, the voice carrying weight within its softness that caused Ashihai to tense up. Come back a loser, and I shall provide you with a most unsightly death for your betrayal. Is this clear? Why, yes. The fool disappeared shortly after, but Ishiki wondered how he would fare against Danzo. It was a matter of thinking rather than brute forcing. Danzo expected to be attacked now that his current location was within reach, but Ishiki had no plans for him yet. He will linger, he will grow, and he will turn into an even better replacement for Jigen. Yes, that was going to be his plan for now. Time may be tedious to administer, but he was a patient god. And Danzo was worth all the time he was going to need to be captured and taken over. Chapter 62, Omake 11, Old Man Shimura. Shimura Danzo. That name was one of many I had used in my long life as a shinobi. I started as a young soldier and turned into the man that shaped the entirety of the world through my trips, my battles, and my friendships. Many times I had to face great foes, or entire armies, or the ire of my wives as I learned to live with the notion of being loved by so many and that choosing one would have broken so many hearts. An unwarranted gesture and one that sought to avoid. But where I lived a happy and full life, one could say that I wasn't done just yet, even as I saw the funerals of those I had close, and my own children as the new generations came to be to adulthood and then old age. They all perished before time, going back to the land that made them, while I resisted and survived through years and years of self-improvement, chakra bullshit, and tons of exposure to divine beings and demonic beasts. To say that I was disappointed to learn that I was immortal would be an understatement. The rant I went on about this sort of bullshit just left me quite devoid of genuine aim on what to do. Here I was, expecting the release that is death to come and bring an end to my existence when nature demanded, but it never did. What happens when you suddenly find out that your expiration date is not within the limits of time itself? You grow bored, and you grow distant. Society came to change many times with the passing of years. Modernity came, and the age of shinobi was slowly supplanted by a more peaceful age where people hardly have reasons to involve ninja in their daily troubles. Gadgets, easy-to-use seals, and specialists whose purpose was to aid where normal machinery couldn't. Buildings grew taller, villages turned into cities, and death was less frequent as people were as lively as they could get. My little house, far from where once my home was in Konoha, was a little hermit's resting point where I could live in perfect isolation. Which is something I prided before Aina, the only one that survived through the numerous decades that went through. She was weary and old, but her figure held that sense of young adulthood that tended to stun many as they learned of her real age. If she didn't decide to kill them for asking, of course. Yet, it would be a lie to say that I was really happy. At the ripe age of 150, I could say that things had gotten quite dull for me. Sure, gardening still got me intrigued at the various combinations of plants I could create or the new changes I could apply to yield more fruits and veggies. Same for the many developments that come from Fuinjutsu, as there was never a limit to that. But after a while, all of that tended to grow stale on my weary mind. And while a younger me would have been disappointed in what I decided to do, I was not exactly in the mood to complain over my past thoughts. I was old, I was bored, and I had wisdom to instill in young people. Hence why, in a move that would easily irritate Aina a lot, I decided to depart this dimension and hop into a new one. Admittedly, that move already sounded wrong, but the universe I was in had grown too boring to linger in. No enemies, no struggles. I was craving for pain. And this new world I came to, this peculiar place which was very similar to the elemental nations, was quite the place I was looking for. Elemental beasts such as slimes and those mask-wearing gremlins, yes, this was a troubled world, but not irredeemably so. In fact, as I ventured through the calm beach I appeared in, I stumbled on two civil individuals taking a break to eat some soup. I approached the fire, and was quickly spotted by the tallest of the two. A young woman with shoulder-length blonde hair and golden eyes. She was wearing a pretty mostly white outfit. The other one, easily confused as a child, floated from her seat and tilted her head curiously while still eating from her bowl. Fear not, strangers. I came not as an enemy, but as a curious wanderer. Oh, a wanderer? Are you like Lumen, Grandpa? The little one inquired, and the use of Grandpa just made me feel nostalgic. Enough to leave a pleased smile on my face. You could say that, I replied, then pulling back as I realized a little mistake I made. Oh, my apologies. My name is Danzo. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Danzo. I am Paimon. The little cutie greeted excitedly. And as Paimon said, I am Lumen. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Danzo. Just Danzo is fine dash. Grandpa Danzo then. Paimon quipped cheekily, causing the blonde to huff. Paimon, Lumen remarked, but she stopped from going into a deeper rant as she heard me chuckle again at that boisterous interjection. I am sorry, she is quite childish at times. Hey! Oh, it's fine. I had the pleasure of experiencing grandchildren, and I can sense she is just as earnest to get cozy with nice people as they would, I answered kindly, causing the little floating girl to just sit on my lap and smile smugly at the blonde. Now, Paimon. That's no reason to gloat, isn't it? Her smile faltered and she pouted a bit. Paimon is not wrong. Another chuckle. This world is indeed a most amusing place. So, Danzo, are you a native of Mondstadt? Not truly. As I mentioned already, I am a bit of a wanderer, I replied truthfully. And I believe you are not from around here either. Her head bowed, a hint of pain flashing in her gaze. It's complicated. Lumen is trying to find her brother. They were attacked by a mean woman that hurt them and then kidnapped her twin. I blinked. Is this the main protagonist, perhaps? I am sorry if my question had brought you some hard memories. But I can assure you that you will eventually find him and he will be fine. It's been so long already, Lumen mumbled, and I smiled. Why, do you think he will be all right? Do you love him? He is my brother, the blonde rebuked strongly. Of course I do. And does he love you as much? She nodded without hesitation. And is that love driving you to find him? Yes dash. Then why wouldn't he use that very love to drive his own survival and to look for you? I ultimately asked, and she delayed her response. I didn't think of that, Lumen mumbled. See, Paimon told you that it would be all right. Grandpa confirmed it. The blonde smiled, and, as they finished their meal and we all stood up, a fair question was raised. Are you going to join us, Danzo? The girl asked, the query seeing Paimon give me puppy eyes to beg me to stay around. Well, I believe traveling alone wouldn't benefit me. I guess I can tag along. Both smiled, and soon what was once thought to be a solo trip around this new world became something rowdier. Chapter 63, Arrow 1, Moon Bunny Queen. Disclaimer: this chapter contains some steamy stuff, you've been warned. Otsutsuki Kagaya was a most troublesome individual. The recent intimate exchange had proved as much, but I shouldn't have been surprised when she suddenly pulled me into another circumstance which involved me being stuck in her fancy bed. What surprised me, however, was the way it suddenly unfolded as I found myself pushed on the bed, my clothes entirely ripped and the woman, nude and horny, rubbing a foot over my groin. Not too strongly, but enough to get it hardened under her soul. "This time, there will be no escapes from you," Kagaya proclaimed, the rabbit goddess hardly looking willing to compromise that perspective as she bit her lower lip in eagerness. "I will make sure you are punished for that little stunt." I blinked, eyes narrowing at the woman as I felt a bit annoyed by that attempt to control me in that session. Escaping from this was nigh impossible, unless I did something I hadn't been really open to deal with, fucking the former deity until I had the chance to get out. Sounded a bit extreme compared to my previous thoughts on the matter, but I had to compromise on the notion that I could really escape this mess unscathed. Her smug look faltered as she stared down at the full hard-on she helped in developing, surprise flashing in her eyes as she realized this was a bit more than she had expected out of me. I could tell she was just stunned by the sight, and yet aroused by it as a trail or two of juices came down from her legs. From standing, she was kneeling, looking closer at the tall mass she awakened, Kagaya's gaze fixed on the throbbing shaft that demanded attention and care. Her right hand reached for it, slowly as she was hesitant about the whole thing. It was a brief sliver of doubt that completely vanished as soon as her palm grasped the cock. She started to rub it slowly, her breathing growing heavier as the sight had her growing more into the matter. The handjob didn't last long as she was soon pressing her lips against the base, right before the sack, and making her way up to the top with kisses. Once her lips were pecking at the tip, staining with the precum that was there, smearing all over as she got a taste of what she was dealing with. Kagaya may have been quite old, but she was clearly vanilla when it came to sex. And it hit her that she was not going to have an easy time with me when, as she prepared to go for a slow-paced blowjob, she found my hands grasping the sides of her head. Shock flashed, only to be replaced by intense pleasure as I thrust it into her open mouth and nestled the cock deep in her. She was clearly unprepared for this, but Kagaya didn't seem opposed by this change of pace despite her usual manners. She looked up at me, quite the gaze as I was balls deep in her mouth. I slowly pulled out, feeling her mouth resisting a bit as she wanted to just savor the taste a bit more, but I bucked my hips and slammed the cock back in. That disorganized her brain some more and there wasn't much for her to do but endure and enjoy as I started to face fuck as roughly as I wanted. The woman was durable, she was a pest when it comes to this sort of thing and I was horny. Her slurping noises helped in getting geared for a lengthy but impactful fucking session with this horny bitch of the divine kind. GHLK GLLP GHRLP SLLLRRP HMMPGH. The way her throat tightened over it only made the entire process quite hasty. I didn't even get the chance to consider warning her that I suddenly found myself coming hard into her mouth. Rather than pulling away, Kagaya started to suck me dry, making sure to drink all that seed rushing into her tongue. She stubbornly held to that cock for a while as I was done sending some cream down to her belly, ending that tedious tug-war by dropping a big slutty kiss onto my tip. That was amazing. It's better than what I had with my husband. Well, that's possibly because that was when vanilla sex was the best thing you could get. My comment got a quizzical look on Kagaya's face. Vanilla sex? Things are now different, there are more positions, more kinks allowed within the safety of a bedroom. Her frown grew a bit giddy. What sort of positions? Kagaya's question opened a whole world to her shortly after. If she had expected this to be somewhat tame, then she was smacked by how things turned to her. She was a bit confused and suspicious when I stood up from the bed, maybe because she thought I was escaping, but she was pleasantly surprised and intrigued when I reached for her and put her in a lifted hold. "What's this?" The answer for that would make sense once she was fully penetrated while getting lifted in a full Nelson. Kagaya's head shot backward, a loud moan erupting from her slutty mouth as I drilled her cunny senselessly, her groin releasing so many juices that a small pool started to form at my feet. Fucking her silly was just the sort of pleasure that I needed to get my stress under control. At least I could happily say, as I delivered lots of cum inside her welcoming womb and got her to scream my name and worship me as my master, that Kagaya's plan to get bred by me would be disrupted for the time being. After all, I used a special seal to be temporarily infertile during this whole event. And, much to my relief, she suspected anything about it. Chapter 64, Dragon Soul. Miyamoto Musashi was learning a lot by being a stall-close watcher of what her future husband was doing as training. Well, sorta a lot, as some of the things she was seeing weren't exactly easy to replicate without chakra. Her Kojiro was a ninja after all. That surely amounted to a lot considering the cool feats she already saw him perform just mere minutes ago mid-training. Even more when it was time for a real fight. His master, Muramasa-san, was also quite entertained by the notion to train someone that he could subject to more torture training, and Musashi felt a bit of sympathy for her beloved. Well, most of that was sympathy, the rest was just her ogling at him. He was just so fit, so well trained, so cool looking, and also the one that made food for the cute sister dragon girl that he had. Ah yes, she would think all the time she saw him behave like the ideal hubby. I am going to claim him for good once this is all wrapped up. Attempting to crash into the training and unceremoniously impose herself as part of the group felt quite distasteful, and it took a while to explain this to Mifune. The good boy was a bit too stubborn for his own good, but he was quite easy to distract through training. And boy did Musashi learn a lot in these few days than she did in months. It wasn't like she was making huge steps into throwing meteors on her opponent, but she could feel her sharpness in using the swords had severely improved as she renovated her style. Using multiple swords was difficult, and even she knew that her favorite style was still open to clumsy mistakes. Muramasa's solution came forth when he wanted Kojiro to use 2 uneven swords at once in a spar, despite the fact those were unfit for combat. In his explanation after the fight, he made his point clear: a samurai always has to consider using anything that can work as a sword. Nobody can guarantee you will keep your hands on your sword, and anything that fits in your definition of sword has to be fit with your hands. And that was it. Well, kinda. The meaning was so generic, but it gave Musashi an idea which proved to be effective. Her swords were not the issue, it was her body. She was flexible, but she had been so stubbornly set in trying to make the swords fit with her physique that she failed to see how she had to change for the sake of that. So, she slowly started to take on Kojiro's own physical regiment as her own. Not entirely, and not in its fullest connotation, as she knew her bones would break under that strain, but it was a more tedious exercise than the usual. Her body groaned at the new hard level to beat, but it persisted and produced her boons in the form of a more nimble frame. Muscles were forming, not too visibly, and her attacks were getting faster and smoother. The power behind each strike was lowered to the usual, giving half the might to the momentum that carried with each perfect slashes. It was less on the hit hard and hit fast and more like strike swiftly and thus powerfully. Tedious was the path, but more stubborn was Musashi for the sake of self-improvement. Mifune's cheering helped immensely, as it made her feel under scrutiny and thus with the need to prove something to someone else beyond herself. Many would see it as a negative factor, but to Musashi that allowed her to push through just enough to get all of these exercises wrapped up. After just 3 days, Musashi could effectively see her results. At first, she could decimate a tree after 15 minutes, and now she could do it in 1. Energy carried with her flow, which extended and wrapped around her blades, turning her in a killing machine if given the need or the purpose to murder someone in combat. A small thought started to treacherously manifest the more she trained about it. What if she trained for long enough and intensely so to eventually outmatch anyone trying to get her hand in marriage? At that point she would need to marry Kojiro, and then she would effectively be free for the time being from I want to marry Kojiro-kun. For many, this could be seen as Musashi being childish, but the truth was a bit more complex. She knew Sasaki Kojiro was Shimura Danzo, the same applied on the opposite. A cheerful and cheeky samurai and a battle-hardened and kind shinobi. And that combination, mixed and blended together, drew from her a sense of strong attraction. So youthful and yet so serious, he would definitely let her be something that isn't a mere stay-at-home wife, and it would give her the need to eventually settle down with a family someday in the future. That was what Musashi wanted. It wasn't like she couldn't see how limiting that would be, but between an eternal fight with no end and actually going through the natural process of being a mom to someone who could end up becoming her heir, Musashi preferred the latter. She will still fight, but that didn't mean she was going to sacrifice that form of personal happiness. Which is why she wasn't planning to give him up just yet. Kojiro was going to be hers, they would be happy, and then, kind of sheepishly, she imagined what sort of children would come from their union. Quite the silly thought, but it made her all happy and mushy inside. Plus, it was another reason to train hard to ultimately beat her Kojiro and prove to him that they were meant for each other. With that in mind, training was just a necessity, and she put her whole soul into it to draw the most from the potential results. And while she was committed to it, she couldn't help but feel that, by the end of it all, she was going to be pleased by any result this adventure was going to grant her and her little assistant. It was a hunch, but it felt quite real, and she hoped her gut feeling wasn't lying to her. After all, she was a maiden in love, she deserved some mercy in her loving stall-closed watching. Nishiro was quite sure she was asleep at the moment, so why was she in some prison with large jail bars in front of her? And why, beyond these bars, a pair of silvery eyes peered at her? She stood up from the floor, sleepiness forsaken momentarily as she narrowed her eyes at the intense glance in an effort to see beyond the curtain of shadows hiding the large monster from her gaze. Finally, my host has awakened me. Massive clawed palms tightly grasped some of the bars as the beast drew nearer. And you look ready to accept me. Ready to accept your destiny and dash. Who are you, miss? Nishiro inquired, a bit slowly as she didn't feel fully operational just yet. There was a pause, then the monstrous entity looked perplexed. Do you not know who I am? What is your destiny all about? Nishiro blinked, trying to think of a response to that on the spot. Her brain wasn't there just yet, but since she looked ancient, her large claws had white scales on them. Did that mean she was a Genryu? I am the Genryu, child, the entity shrieked. I am the beginning of the light and the end of darkness. The children that came from me are all but fractions of what I was, their union my body manifested, and you, my soul. The girl's mouth formed an O out of surprise. So, you are why that creepy priest is trying to kidnap me. The entity faltered once more, yet her tone grew irate. A creepy priest? And kidnapping you, my host? Nishiro nodded, glad that the Genryu was listening to her without any distraction. Well, yeah, I am on the run with Niken and Muramesajiji from a mean man that is also creepy and a priest. He said that he wanted to use the Genryu's power to give his god the power to change the world or something like that. There was more silence, yet this one felt heavier and more meaningful compared to the last pause. Someone, under the order of a deity, decided to kidnap you for the sake of using my power to elevate said deity? Is there something else I am missing? They. Nishiro lowered her gaze. The creepy priest and his men also killed my family. My apologies dash. It's alright, I am with Niken and Muramesajiji now. The entity looked genuinely saddened by the news of her parents' death, yet the mournful silence didn't last too long. This creates a very peculiar circumstance. My return may have to be altered due to these circumstances, the Genryu hummed, thoughtfully and yet seemingly gaining a mischievous undertone with her humming. How about we punish the creepy priest with a little trap? Nishiro perked at this idea, giving the entity a smile as the two chatted a bit more about a very interesting prank just in case the bad priest got hold of her. She giggled a bit as she knew it was going to be hilarious, but she knew she would have to keep this a secret from her Niken. Since Kojiro told her that it would be fine to lie if it was in the name of good intentions, then that shouldn't be a bad idea. In fact, Nishiro knew it was going to be a blast. Out of all potential students, a shinobi was a first for Muramasa. He trained farmers that lost their lands and wanted them back, tax officers that had been forced to resign due to a duel for the sake of a rematch, and even some of those guards that protected the shogun. A ninja was not the same as the previous cases. Their exceptional control over chakra within their bodies gave them the edge, but only for the sake of specializations rather than serious combat. Only with the advent of the major villages ninjas started to develop greater might to keep up with samurai. But, even then, it wouldn't be a bad idea to teach someone like Shimura Danzo how to fight the samurai way. The young man was already at a good point in his training, and given a few more months of exercises, he was going to become a formidable kenjutsu user. And he was his student. Danzo was not a picky student, but he wasn't even a tool while listening to his lessons. He would share his input, be diligent and show something not many his age would have, experience with being a student. To be a student was an art in itself, like being a master. The former required one to not only be able to learn, but be able to take punishment and lectures whenever a mistaken view was applied. That was not to say that Danzo was a perfect student, but he was a pleasant one to teach to. Not too impatient, but clearly eager to know more about kenjutsu. His first style was shabby, but refined by experience. He was a little veteran, and yet he had so much to learn from others. Their journey to Koryu was close to being over, but Muramasa's hard work was not only aimed at this quest to protect Nishiro and provide Danzo with education, but to create his last masterpiece. A sword that was inspired by Danzo's and that would provide a parting gift for when his last breath would be drawn. He was living his last years, maybe months. His old body took quite the beating as of recently, and while it did heal in most part, it wouldn't be long before it was all going to catch up to him. So this was a must for him to have completed before time came for him. The blade was mostly over, with the alloy used providing a greater hold over seals and as a containment of energy. The hilt was purposely imbued with a special resin which made it capable of withstanding elemental manipulation without forcing the user to rely on extra seals to lessen that peculiar phenomenon. It would be light, it would be swift, and it would be powerful. And its primary power was a little white crystal that Nishiro had given him. It was a special gem that her mother gave her as something to sell, but the old man saw its potential. It was imbued with a dense amount of yang chakra, and it had the power to convert the user's chakra into new energy to fuel it. Compared to Danzo's current sword, it was slightly weaker due to its lack of elemental variety, but the powerful yang energy would still make it a formidable tool in trying times against true shadows. Worthy of his greatest gift to a student. One last parting gift for one last student of his. Chapter 65, Dragon Soul 2. Mount Koryu's existence was, by the natural laws of this world, a paradoxical location. While one would rightfully spot how cliché it was within its formation, with numerous biomes fitting with the various Genryu's elemental affinities, the real issue wasn't the aptly divided area to fit within a game-like scenario. But the one flaw which I was quite sure didn't make much sense with nature itself, something inside it caused issues when it comes to using chakra. Normal chakra at that, thus rendering most of my abilities to fight quite void. I could use Sage mode, but that could amount to so much before I have to switch out of it. My Sharingan couldn't keep up as it was turned off automatically by the area's disturbance. Likewise, my sword was still able to harness its inner potential, but controlling it once released would quickly turn into trouble for me. And this is why, after a rant about it to Muramasa for not telling me much about it, I found it difficult to wrestle against a few clay clones employed by the cultists that had ambushed us at the entrance of the mountain. Those were not problems. Their fighting capacity was abysmal, and while their numerous presence made for a concerning detail, I still moved through them with ease. Sword in hand and experience plus training providing me with the right set of actions to go through to secure us a successful defense. I moved fast, my feet burning as no chakra could really give them the speed I needed, and so I was forced to tap into my stamina to keep up. I wasn't going as quickly as I wanted or as I normally would, but it was enough to keep up with these cretins. Bathing the land red and shredding through the ranks seemed to be enough to break their morale even faster. No, that wasn't where things started to go down quite terribly. It was a couple of minutes after that initial battle, with a single entity manifesting and creating the most issues. The priest was back and, from the looks of it, he had been juicing himself up with some Otsutsuki-made BS boost. His body looked barely human, crooked and twisted as one arm stood mightier than the other with so much muscle and chakra channeling within the limb, while the other had shifted into a claw-like hand. Likewise, his legs were now fanged and his face twisted as 3 horns originated from his forehead. It wasn't just a change in appearance. I could perceive something about his own body's energy output was abnormal as he produced so much chakra that he could ignore the natural disturbance within the area. So much chakra, and yet I could tell it wasn't a condition he could keep up for too long. His body was straining even with how effortlessly he got through us. He first rushed at me, its pace absurd as he managed to quickly put me on the defensive. He couldn't do much to avoid some damage, with Hibikiri-Maru delivering enough elemental retaliation to cause Uchiha to falter. He wasn't ready to give up, not when desperation mounted in his mind and he turned his attention elsewhere. It was absurd how quickly he flew for the task. He struck Muramasa, a punch that shredded into his stomach and caused blood to spill in a horrid display where he disabled the old man with a deadly blow. I shifted fast, the shock faltering faster than for Nishiro, with my blade burning with dark energy and ready to cut through the foe Otsutsuki. A foolish expectation, but one that wasn't provided without some thinking. I reached for my pouch, unleashing a few senbons that managed to swiftly stab onto the muscled arm, forcing the priest to pull away from Muramasa with a pained look on his face. A glance towards me, and then his clawed hand was aimed at me. I felt a pull, my eyes widened as I saw Hibikiri-Maru yanked out of my hand while something tugged at my chest and yeeted me closer to the priest. The blade was caught by the monstrous entity's overgrown hand, while the claw put me in a firm position, tightening around my neck and forcing me to struggle against it. "It doesn't matter, Shimura," Uchiha hummed rapidly, "your death will not happen. Not yet. The master he seeks you. I will make sure to serve you to him once I am done with this job. After all, I doubt you will want to have his death on your conscience too, young lady." "Arun, don't list GH. I paused as the choking intensified. "Don't listen to him, he is master, he needs me." "Maybe," the priest hummed. "But mistakes can happen." His grip strengthened at that, and I could tell he would do it. His desperation made him less lucid and understanding of the ramification this could lead to. I needed to break free fast and take Nishiro out of here. Bringing her here to begin with proved to be a terrible idea. I thought this place was meant to be protected against this scum. And the opportunity came right as I thought of this last detail about the guy he was focusing on, the now, giving it simple thoughts without being able to see any other complicated factors. Which meant he was a feasible target for Genjutsu. I needed to hit him hard and I had an instant of action. I activated my Sharingan, staring straight against the murderous gaze of the priest as I sent him a nice and painful illusion. One moment his arm was fine, the next one he saw it explode in a terrifying display of gore. That got him, the claw unconsciously releasing me as he backed off in shock. I took a moment to switch to Sage mode, natural energy released from one of the scrolls I had on me, and my focus on it was peaked due to how little chakra I had to handle at the time. It was the boost that made me work at close to better pace to my normal stance, but it was just enough to do two more things. First, I used wind release, vacuum great sphere to create a pressurized wind shot which tore onto the weaker limb, thus distracting Ashihai a bit longer, and then, as a conclusive act for a confrontation I couldn't survive, I used earth release, hiding like a mole. I took for the underground moments before the bastard had the chance to pull me back into a much tighter and deadly grasp through his bulkier limb, while also rushing under him and reaching Nishiro. The girl had the chance to just let out a heap before I pulled her down and carried back to the forest, right away from where the chakra disturbance started. It was a painful decision, but I was in a bad spot, and I couldn't carry Muramasa either. I doubted Ashihai would have done anything with him, and, in a way, I would soon be proven right about this thought. Still, one thing at a time. Once I was sure we were in a more advantageous area, I pulled myself and Nishiro out of the ground. She gasped for air, unaccustomed to the technique, but not letting go of me as she sobbed hard on my chest. "Grandpa! We need to get back there and dash." "I am working on it, Nishiro," I replied, my own unease overlapping any sense of moderation about it. She didn't seem to mind the loud rebuttal as we were both running on high emotions, and the next step to take was to protect her before approaching the situation once more, but I didn't stop to really look into her reaction as I had a lot to do with this situation. I provided her with a flying god seal which would allow me to shift her back to my position if she was taken, and I also gave her a kunai to stab the bastard if he got any close to her and tried to still do something about it. The seals worked within the chakra disruption area, so I could now deal with the bastard with the proper tool to kill him Fuinjutsu. I had a few tricks under my sleeve, but as we returned to where we left Ashihai, we noticed he was no longer there. He took my sword with him, which was not good. That thing had several Genria's souls, and the sheer crap that would cause in the ensuing plans of his was enough to leave me with a scowl. That was until we arrived at Muramasa. The man was still hanging on life, the wound covered by his big hands, but as I started to study the wound for a diagnosis and then a proper patch-up, I paused before something I didn't expect to find. An obstacle that was beyond any expectation, something that was purposely rejecting my own chakra. I was confused at first, but then I realized the issue was not something Ashihai did on purpose, but rather something caused by the drops of blood that fell off his wound and onto Muramasa's. It was meant to reject me. Whatever Ashiki gave the creepy priest was meant to prevent me from eventually studying the minion's body. And right now, I couldn't do anything with my chakra. I struggled to even get the medical diagnosis jutsu going, and I rushed for some medical herbs to try and lessen the damage, but no. Muramasa's right hand moved from the wound and stopped me from going through that. I am a goner. I am not getting up from this. Gee, Grandpa, you can dash. No, Muramasa mumbled, the palm leaving my wrist and reaching for Nishiro's left cheek. No, I can't. I am sorry, but this is where I have to say goodbye. The dam shattered as tears erupted from the dragon girl. She sobbed loudly, begging at him, at me, at the world and the gods listening to this. Nothing could be done. I was stumped by the absurdity of what happened in less than an hour. I was frustrated by it as I was reminded of something. Bullshit was real, and this world, in its own fashion, was cruel to those that planned things through. The sword. The box has a sword. I frowned, turning my attention to the tall box that the man had been carrying. I did notice it sometime and inquired about it, like Nishiro had done a bit before I tried my luck with that question. Muramasa said and slowly opened it. A big sword, a tall straight-ended nodachi. I felt the irony struck me like a full-speed truck. That's Mana Shizo, the weapon the original Sasaki Kojiro was known to use with predilection. A blade that, in my hand, meant little at the moment. It looked like a beautiful piece of hard work. His last work. I bowed my head, and saw him smile while life drained away from him. Soon it was just Nishiro's quiet sobbing filling the world as I numbly studied the blade and the power it held. It was unusual. It was no Hebikiri Maru, but its potential without major additions was quite absurd. It was much stronger of the base sword for Hebikiri Maru and could easily surpass it with a single element that Muramasa left for me to discover through a single query within the box itself. What is my purpose in this world? The sword's first thought was given manifestation in the real world. I heard footsteps, turning my head to see two familiar individuals approaching. I would have been frustrated by this development, but right now I saw this as an opportunity one couldn't say no about. I wish to help, Kojiro, Musashi muttered, her tone sounding as serious as this situation dictates. The boy beside her had one of the most furious and yet determined looks possible, trying his best to hold his own tears at the sight of Nishiro crying over Muramasa's dead body. Both had seen the scene, both had been thrown off by it, but they were also compelled by what this scene dictated as a reaction. You wouldn't gain anything beyond giving justice to the one that caused this. That monster, he is a threat to the land of samurai. I know about the dragons. And? She smiled. And I am not backing down from this challenge. Refusal wasn't possible. Not when I couldn't do it on my own. At this point it was a matter of more people giving us a higher chance of success and... Fine. But don't stand in my way too much. She scoffed, yet smiled nonetheless at the acceptance. The path up ahead was going to end in an uphill brawl, but I could at least rely on someone covering for me as we advanced towards the end of this grand adventure. Chapter 66, I'll Make Halloween. This is the doll? Never once I thought I would have been hired by some old granny to deal with a paranormal activity. As a ninja, I thought that many things could be rationalized within the crappy natural laws of this world. I have heard lots of bullshit, such as aliens trying to attain godhood, robots made by scientists trying to harness the power of being a cool ninja and, well, this one was a bit of a surprise nonetheless. The mission was classified as D-rank, but many had just dropped it the moment they got a glance at the object of quite a lot of unease within the core, a doll. Not just a normal doll, but one of those creepy-looking ones that clearly have either a malevolent spirit or a demon stuck inside. I could just tell at first glance, and I had no issue at believing that this was indeed a possessed item. I turned to the old woman that had bought the doll from a suspicious merchant in the nearby market, the man having disappeared after selling her this despite the best efforts put by the police force to find him for interrogation. Ah yes, isn't it an interesting spin to the usual antics of mine? Rather than dealing with something that could be explained through some BS logic, I was dealing with what looked to be something out of my knowledge and understanding. Well, most of my understanding. Japanese possessed dolls, I heard 2 stories about them in my previous life. Both quite grim to the point of reaching international awareness to some extents. This one reminded me much of the Uchiha doll I heard much about a long time ago. Not in terms of background, since I knew close to nothing to the story owned by the current doll, but her appearance was just like that one. Straying long black hair, pale face, eyes so dark that one could almost feel an intense stare aimed back at them, and a degree of sadness and anger that was clearly unnatural for a normal door. That's it, yes. Her, I quietly corrected, knowing that trying to anger the ghost would be plain stupid. and I was quite confident that calling her a would just piss her off a fair bit. And I would like to be left alone with her for the time being if it's fine. The woman didn't look that calm about it. Leaving someone alone with a possessed doll? I bet that sounded preposterous, but, let's be honest, I had to see for myself how bad the situation was. The woman had mentioned standard paranormal stuff like things moving like chairs and the table in the living room, but also a few sightings of a girl wearing the same clothes and similar appearance. Despite the urge to keep by, the woman nodded and left. I was alone in that room with the doll. There was a lot of silence, but I had a growing feeling that it wasn't meant to last. So, rather than wait for something to happen, I decided to break the ice. I wish to apologize for the poor lady. She is a bit shaken by the powers you have manifested. It's quite interesting, you know. The fact that you were able to do so much despite having no genuine physical manifestation, I commented, speaking up and addressing the doll herself. Can you please communicate with me? I would like to know your story. Something knocked at the door, causing me to turn in surprise, and, as I did and then turned back to the doll, I was surprised to find out that it was no longer a doll. Rather, a little girl with quite the same appearance as the doll, but instead of proper eyes, two pools of darkness that were releasing tiny trails of black all over her cheeks, and her skin was blue. Like sickly blue. You are Shimura Danzo, aren't you? I frowned, not expecting the ghost to know about me. That's correct, yes. I am Kagami, she mumbled, gaze lowering to the ground. I died a few years ago. Hello Kagami, I greeted her quietly. Can you tell me how you died? There was a long silence after that. I thought I had pressed too hard on the subject, but I tripped while a big cart was passing. Is that so? Are you upset by the memory? I am. Papa was sad. Really sad, Kagami mumbled. Then strange man took me and said he could resurrect me. But he lied. He said Papa knew I was going to be back. Papa didn't know. Papa didn't see me when I was brought to him. Papa is no longer alive. I gritted my teeth at that. I am sad to hear that. I know, the ghost remarked. I can feel it. Do you miss your papa too? At times. Not always. Not because I don't love him, but I have to focus on Mom. She smiled bitterly. I never met my mama. Papa always said she loved me lots, but never met her. I want to believe she truly loved you, Kagami, I added with a hint of amusement. Her smile widened. Say, do you think you can help me find the strange man? I know this is not going to fix your situation, but if he is still around, then maybe he is doing something like that with other people, and I would like to stop that. That would be bad, she mumbled, the child slowly crawling up to me. A bit of a creepy sight, but then I felt her cold head nuzzle against my chest as she turned around and sat on my lap. I'll help, but you have to carry me. After she said that, it took a blink for her frame to be back to look like a doll. I see, then let's try to find the strange man. I picked her up and I was pretty much scaring half of Konoha through the day as I wandered with Kagami in my hold. The malicious energy could be perceived by animals and people, all stopping to stare at me as I walked by a nearby group of officers patrolling the streets, convincing them to tag along as I followed Kagami's whispered instructions. I ultimately found a small hut by one of the areas away from Konoha's main streets. It looked abandoned, but Kagami was certain of it. He was there. And, as we soon would confirm by walking inside, the merchant the elderly woman had mentioned was there. How did you the doll the girl? How? I think you should be more worried about what you will face for being accessory to murder and practice of malicious arts within Konoha. I can explain. I was just creating entertainment for the upcoming GAH. The kick between his legs was enough to stop the crap he was talking about, and a punch on the side of his skull sent him to the ground for a quick trip to Napland. I turned to the agents and they nodded as they went to pick up the unconscious bastard and carried him to an interrogation room. I wanted all he knew on this unusual magic learned so we can find a fix for Kokomi and other potential victims of his. As the group left, I looked down on Coco and I saw her ghostly form back. You did it. You took the strange man away. I did. But now, I have a question to ask since you may have to stay around some more and I think the old lady may not be able to take care of you. Her head tilted adorably. What is it? Would you like to share a room with another girl at my home? Aina didn't mind making a new friend and have her share the room with her. Plus, as she was quick to say while hugging the doll, it was like having a permanent sleepover. Chapter 67, Dragon Soul 3. Breaking into a fortress which was purposely sealed with elemental chains and barriers sure felt like fun. Especially when I knew we were venturing deep into troublesome waters. The entire mountain felt unpleasant as we were rushing through, and the lack of chakra meant that trying to summon either Kurama or Manatabi or anyone really that relied on chakra would be a stupid choice. With just my swordsman's skills, Muramesa's last masterwork and Musashi acting as my partner in the next fights, the stakes were going to be pretty high. And that was if one ignored the fact that the creepy priest took the sword with the rabi and the various generous essence. I wasn't sure what he was planning to do, but I had the distinct feeling he was going to do something so stupid that we were going to fight a final boss tier kind of threat. And I was somewhat right as we finally arrived to find the main ceremonial room in ruin, clearly decimated by what had been some poorly planned tinkering. The source of it all was a certain mutated priest gurgling in his own blood as tendrils were stabbing into his body and draining him of life force. I aimed my eyes to where these tentacles came from and grimly groaned as I noticed it was my sword. The bastard had broken the seal and the rabi was about to get out. I rushed forward, surprising the rest of the entourage with this move, but I saw immediately Musashi trying to catch up yet. The chance for me to apply another seal and prevent the full release of the zero-tailed beast proved to be futile. A massive explosion made of dark miasma shattered through the humongous room, striking everyone inside and forcing me to lose my footing. Or I thought it was just my footing since, as I was getting up, I noticed that the entire room was now devoid of walls and the grayness of my surroundings had turned everything in a black and white world. Everything, but not everyone, as it was just me, and me. I was confused by the sight of a copy version of me standing right in front of me, wearing what looked to be a heavily armored version of my shinobi outfit. Quite the sight, but I was curious to see what brought this to happen. I mean, the whole rabi taking a massive boost from various factors could be a relevant reason, but there was something about this whole scenario that just didn't sit well with me. So, I stood up and stretched a bit. Okay. Well, what's this? Some sort of fight between the good and bad sides of me? I asked lazily, getting up as I tried my best to appear disinterested on the fact that this was my mindscape. But also not. It was a copy, a distorted version of it at the very best. Because, if that's the case, then I can assure you I can be really bad if I want right now. I am not, but you can also say that I am not just part of you. I am you, except less hesitant with some doubts you did find a hideaway, the copy replied calmly, chakra flowing around his arms and legs despite me still being unable to use it myself. I am John Bukharin, same as you. But rather than hide away in the mask of despair that is Shimura Danzo and Sasaki Kojiro, I accept the fact that extreme actions are needed to ensure a positive change in this world. So, Dictator me says what? Please, don't be so ridiculous. Me? A dictator? And with that tone of voice, as if the Kages are not that, the copy rebuked. John, I am not here to fight you. I get it that your foe is the Rabi, but I am not here to be your enemy. I am that far cry of you that knows what the truth is. Blood alone can push the wheel of history forward, and the more you delude yourself to change the system from within, the more you delay the inevitable. You need to scrap the system and the major elements to it, only then you can work the world to be in a better shape. Or in a worse one, really, I replied dryly. A radical change like one would just shake too many elements, it wouldn't be viable. While leaving the world in a situation where inequality and lack of representation by popular mandates is fair. John, the world doesn't get any better just because you create the best piece, the copy remarked strongly. Hashirama brought the age of shinobi to a change when he created Konoha. Naruto brought an end to what bitter feeling remained from Madara's hatred, but what would peace really do? Would it cease the need of people to rely on shinobi? To stop poverty? To end these idiotic power-hungry villains to come up here and there? The world needs a gendarme, and you are the one with that power. The implication was unpleasant, but the truth couldn't be ignored. I had these thoughts at times, nothing really standing strong in my mind, but it sure left a mark on it. At first, it was all about a case of self-preservation, as if the world is good, then I am good to live a long life without much pain to bear, but recently that has changed so much. I grew up on a more spiritual level. Perhaps the years spent here in this world made me less upset about how ugly it was, how stupid some rules were, and I kind of can see why taking over and fix it right felt so pleasant. But, at the same time, this was bad for a very good reason, and one I couldn't ignore. You. I bowed my head. You are foolish to think I am some sort of god dash. Foolish or upsetting. Let me ask you this, are you really convinced that at this point Hashirama worries for our well-being? We are stronger than him and Madara, heck. Soon we will be stronger than the two of them combined, and he knows that. Mito herself fears us at times, and you know this. Stop it, I replied flatly, almost hissing in frustration. I am not really in the mood to chit-chat with an inflated balloon made by what-ifs and doubts. This conversation, I get it, the Rabi wants to delay me, but I am stabbing the bastard, one way or another. But you will do it without me, the figure stated, mustering a tanto from the sheath he held by the rear section of his belt. The death of the Rabi will purge all dark emotions that you reject. Take me in, and we both will be whole to the core and ready to make this world a better place. I reached for Mana Shizo and took a stance. You will find me highly unwilling to take in unpleasant people that are as clingy as you are. I am you, he accused, but I smiled widely. I know what I said. The battle started there, with Danzo trying to outpace me with a quick burst of speed. Truth be told, that would have been deadly, as he managed to easily get right behind me as I turned to try and catch up to him. Kunai in hand, he tried to stab me in the ass, but got rewarded with the tall katana catching the blade and giving me an opening to return damage as I shifted in his direction. The copy's eyes widened as I got close enough to cut into his left arm, but he managed to use wind armor to deflect the attack. I frowned at this, knowing that this individual had my own abilities and yet didn't seem to know how to counter what I could do at the moment. How come? Why was he unable to copy the same skills as Sasaki Kojiro? And then, it clicked inside my head. The copy I was fighting wasn't my full self, but rather my doubt-given personification, in this case my strongest mask, Shimura Danzo. And in that state he was just as strong as I would be if I fought as a shinobi, but knew nothing of how my swordsmanship had changed in the last few weeks. While normally that shouldn't make the difference, it was making such because my opponent thought this was going to be an easy fight, and this was a clue that this thought was erroneous at best. He made a few hand signs, projecting a few compressed wind bullets in my direction, but I shifted past them and slashed again, this time carrying fire energy within the blade. Once again, wind armor manifested, but it couldn't do much as the reinforced blade pierced through and cut one leg off. From surprise to shock, this time the copy had been clued in on why he had to fight at his maximum power to win. Monohashizo wasn't just for show and could actually cut through some basic defensive techniques with ease. But while that should make it clear he had to fight hard to win, I think he missed the point on not panicking for losing a limb and going all out. Susanoo manifested in its full glory, but what I didn't expect it to do was to bring his hands forward and start to channel electric energy until it formed a sphere. I frowned, my mouth firmly shut as I tried to understand what the fuck the copy was doing and... Final flash! My jaw hit the floor as the powerful beam of blue light rushed forward and towards me. I can do that? I exclaimed, shocked by what I was seeing and yet not gawking like a moron at it as I readied my sword. The blast was coming fast and dodging was not an option. I have to cut through, and I knew that I could try something risky. The sword could channel all elements, but what happened if I channeled all of them at once? Theoretically, it would explode on my face because a normal individual can't normally use all elements at once due to how affinity worked, but since the sword had a complete affinity for them all, what if this could work? I steeled my breath, calmed my heart, firmly held onto my blade, and then allowed chakra to do all things needed to unleash Monohashizo's full power. I felt heat manifesting from my hands, and I glanced briefly to the sword to see that it was channeling a soft-looking light. But while it looked soft, I felt its power and it was perfect for the situation. I dub thee. I hummed as I slashed forward. Heaven slash! It was similar to Dark Cutter, but rather than being broken by the powerful chakra attack, it proved that its draining effect met with a high power potential as it bisected the beam in half, splitting it in a way that two smaller attacks slammed on the ground near me while the cutter pierced the Susanoo and broke through the copy's body. A large gash that saw the figure fell in two pieces, lifelessly so, as I felt my own mindscape crack under the lack of a medium keeping it controlled by the obscure force. I manifested back in reality, and I found myself breaking out of a cocoon among three others circling what looked to be a struggling Rabi. It was trying to attain our power through the negative energy within our souls, but I quickly noticed that someone else had broken free and was trying to claw her way into the thick layer of white shadow protecting the Rabi's head. I can stop it, I need to break through. Nishiro exclaimed angrily, but failing to do any damage on the barrier. However, I was mostly free. The cocoon was trying to wrap against around me, but my hand with Monohashizo was free and ready for another Heaven Slasher, which is what I used to slam through the barrier and broke it. Nishiro's head snapped to see the source of the attack and saw me getting hooked back inside the dark container. Before I could get pulled fully back into it, the cocoon cracked entirely as Nishiro pushed through and got to do what she had in mind. Whatever it was, it worked as the beast lost control of the cocoons and allowed us all to be freed. The Rabi roared in pain and something else. It was primal, it was different, but it was bad for it and good for us as the white shadows were formed back to it, pushing Nishiro back and then concretizing in a single humanoid form. Female, white hair combed short with an intricate long braid that ended by her hips height and yellow eyes. She was wearing a kimono and it was a rather showing kimono as I could see a bit more of her cleavage than needed. It's not what we planned, but I guess it will do just fine, the woman muttered, smiling regally before looking at Nishiro. I guess we can now fix everything. Hi! The girl exclaimed, and a wave of white chakra burned out any unpleasant feeling, shattering what was left of the Rabi's influence and mending the ritual chamber itself. I looked around, shocked by the sight, but saw a small issue in all of this. Mifune had rushed to Musashi's side, the girl still unconscious and on the ground. I walked up to check if everything was all right, but the girl was just comatose as the boy tried to shake her awake. I felt genuinely worried for a moment and used medical chakra to see what was wrong. The look on my face was unrecognizable as I stared down to Musashi's face, leaning close to it as I knew what she needed and "Gah!" the girl exclaimed as she woke up in a hurry, clutching on her right cheek as it was burning red after I slapped it. Why did you do that? I don't know. What made you think that I would have kissed you like a sleeping beauty in need of a prince? Because you are my prince? I ignored the question, both because it felt stupid and because I saw Nishiro approach with the unknown powerful woman that just patched everything up. I am sorry to interrupt, but I believe it's time for some introductions and explanation, she said with a solemn tone. My name is Shiro no Jinryu, and I am the Light Jinryu. I frowned at that. And as of now, the holder of this sanctuary and temple. What do you mean holder of this temple? She smiled foxily, and I knew this was going to be a headache. Still, I trusted Nishiro that this wasn't going to be stupid. Surprisingly enough, it was stupidly complicated. Chapter 68, Dragon Soul 4. The aftermath was something quite weird and, in a sense, awkward. Nishiro had been able to somehow contact the spirit of the Light Jinryu, something that I wasn't sure was lore accurate or not, but, considering how things went, I couldn't help but feel relieved about this surprising development. An explanation unfolded and I was filled in with some bridges which helped me further establish how this game lore was canon to the main plot. The Light Jinryu was a natural divine entity that existed during the time of Kaguya. She actually fought against Ishiki, and the full-powered Otsutsuki succeeded in splitting her in pieces during their battles. In a fair fight, she would have won, but the dimensional invader proved to be prepared for the occasion and used a few tricks to ultimately end her domain. With her fall, divinity was then scattered within the land and the alien's plan went on without any issues, up to Kaguya's backstabbing him. Chiron was quite exhaustive with her words, bringing up that there was an old pantheon of gods that once existed but slowly declined due to how divided humanity and religions were. Ultimately, the arrival of the two Otsutsuki invaders led to a complete decimation of what was left of the pantheon, with Chiron now being the only remaining member of it in a world that no longer knew of her. The Land of Iron could eventually end up taking it back as its main religion, but I had a strong doubt people would just replace the Sage of the Six Paths with this other religion. Chakra was, after all, the ultimate proof that Hagoromo Otsutsuki really existed, and no Kage would approve for a change of religion without pissing off any temples supporting their dominance of the land. With daimyos having been trying to obtain civil control over the land for some time by wresting this hold from the Kages, it would just be a poor move anyway. That I didn't mention, but the conversation instantly shifted to me as Chiron wanted to talk privately about something. And I could tell it wasn't as funny as she had been sounding up to this very point. I am aware that you are in contact with one of the two invaders. The one that has been sealed by her sons. The comment instantly drew some hostility as Chiron sported no friendly tone as she said that. I tensed up a bit, but the woman restrained herself to just stare at me inquisitively. How? There's a connection between you two. Feeble, but enough to recognize her, while I know through Nishiro that the other one, the man, was someone you are an enemy of. I nodded, but before I could speak, Chiron pushed forth. Which is why I need to ask you this, what is your end goal with her? What is your plan to stop her from betraying you? Frowning at this urgent voice, I replied the best I could. I will stop her from coming back. And would it work as you wish for as long as it is needed? What? I smartly replied, and the dragon woman scoffed. Sasaki Kojiru, do you think that Otsutsuki Kaguya can be contained for as long as you think she has to before a stupid minion of hers free her? She has no minions, I shot back and Chiron frowned, making me even more confused. And what's with that reaction? She doesn't have one dash. Yet. Beg your pardon? I asked, noticing her serious look. She will find a way to reach out to others. Maybe not someone close to you, maybe not in the same village, or, if we are truly unlucky, not from this very dimension. This last comment clued me in with what Chiron was worried about. It was an assumption for her that there were other Otsutsuki's, but I knew that was actually true. There were other individuals, and, if I remember correctly, Momoshiki could end up noticing the death of Ishiki and visit this dimension early. I remember the Boruto movie, that much was how far my memory on the topic went, but for it to be like that then. Shit. As I suspected, you are not prepared for that eventuality, and you know there's a valid chance to be worried about. I snorted. You are not telling me this to mock me, aren't you? I can tell you have something to offer. A special sealing technique. It's not meant to be used by divine souls, as it requires an equally powerful soul to have it working. Which is why the man, Ishiki you say his name is, to be part of this, counter. But how would that work? She is already sealed, so how would another seal dash? Before I could finish that question, I saw Chiron throw at me a scroll which I proceeded to catch midair. I spared her an annoyed look, but she merely shrugged, leaving me to unravel the paper and see what was written there. It was a complex seal all right, but I could tell it wasn't meant to contain, it was meant to make one of those equivalent exchange sort of deals with the Shinigami? I had to ask this more to Callie, but as I delved more into the matrix of the seal I could tell what the end result was, and I couldn't help but chuckle a bit at what I got from this in-depth reading. That could be amusing, yes, I confessed. The woman smiled in relief at hearing that. It would give her a better situation while also ultimately crippling any chances of her being able to conquer the world. I am glad to hear that. Still, the journey to achieve this is quite troubled. Your last enemy is not one that can be easily tracked. I nodded in agreement. That would have been true a while ago. Chiron looked slightly surprised by this admission. You mean that you can dash? I have a few ideas where he could be hiding. He already tried to cause a dimensional unbalance before, and I know that he will try to do it again in an effort to find new means to attain divine powers. The light Jinryu sighed. And you know where he is? To an extent, yes. But it will be something that will have to wait after I am done with this training. I want to be ready for that confrontation, and I will leave him no mercy. Chiron spared me one last serious look before deflating and sighing in relief. I can tell you mean it, so I will provide you with my blessing to use all that is necessary to end this horrid matter. I nodded as this was the end of the conversation, and I returned to the others. Chiron asked to be left alone for a while as she had much to think, and I saw nothing worrying about this request, so I just let her be. What I didn't think was that she was indeed plotting something and that I was going to regret it one way or another. Sitting alone and patting her lips with her left palm, the dragon woman giggled a bit as she thought of what to do about me and her descendant. I may not be her mother, but I have to ward any chances that she may end in an unhappy marriage, Chiron admitted to herself, nodding at the logic. Plus, there are already so many strings of fate tied to this boy that another one may not be a bad idea. After all, there's a duty for all women to eventually plot the happening of any future grandchildren in their lives at a certain age. Chapter 69, Settling the Score. Today is not a good day for a very unlucky Otsutsuki bastard. One may think that I would have gone back home before taking care of this business, but, as I had promised Chiron, I had all intentions to take care of this issue once my training was over. Not before or even after that. The journey to go back home was to be delayed as I marched to the place where I was quite certain the bastard had set his own base. It wasn't a brainer for a potential location, especially not when I knew through Kagaya where the god tree was located. Surprisingly enough, it was well within the lands owned by the Land of Grass, making it easy to infiltrate the region due to how limited the border controls were. There had been some issues with the administration and the locals, causing a few rebellions which urged a less militaristic governance. In a way, this was bad for the country, as those that took over were mostly farmers, none of which had a clear clue on how to rule a small country as that. Still, less guards meant less patrols around the border, and passing through it was easier than anyone would have expected. That wasn't the real issue. The problem was that I ended up reaching Ishiki's base while he was away. I thought he was just hiding or setting up an ambush, but a quick look around confirmed the guy was nowhere around and that I could disarm for a time his motion detection seals. They were unique compared to the rest, enough to leave me wondering how different seals conceived in the Otsutsuki's original realm were compared to those produced here on the elemental nations. It was food for thought to look more into later, as the opportunity allowed me to bring an end to this mess without actually fighting. I know, it sounds stupid and, truth be told, it felt like a sketchy way to surprise him, as there was a chance this couldn't work, but I was a seals master. I had learned a few things while I was training in Mount Kori related to seals, and most of which were meant to be used against Kagaya while she was still around. So, while I couldn't truly confirm their effectiveness since they weren't used due to how things ended up for Chiron, I still had plenty of tricks set down to take care of Ishiki. I had most of the area he had rebuilt in an open roof temple filled with all sorts of nasty stuff that was all tied to a long-distance seals terminal I finished crafting by the ground. "Do you think it will really work?" a certain samurai girl asked, Musashi having decided to tag along after pestering me long enough through the month to defeat my lack of intent to keep her around. Then again, it wasn't exactly a matter of beating sense into me, but more of a I will tell the truth about why I want to tag alone. I ignored the whole "I think I like you for real" speech because I could tell she didn't fully mean it, but rather focused on the if I remain around, I may end up getting married to someone because that's the law here, and I could accept that. It wasn't what she may have hoped to get out of this deal, but it was enough to get her out of that ordeal for good. Mifune wept a bit over this split up as he had to remain behind, but the promise of visiting plus Nishiro being around to keep him company from time to time seemed to be enough to stave off any major upset from him. The trip to reach Konoha was something Musashi had been giddy about, and she didn't stop with her flirting. Not for a single moment through the trip. The only times, rarities within rarities, were those times like this one where it was of importance to keep being serious. It should. And if it doesn't, we will still reap some advantages in the eventual fight. That was enough to keep her happy as she gripped at two of her sword's hilts. She had improved a lot, but at the expense of some of that little common sense she had when we first met. Battle-thirsty, extremely giddy for sparring, and too much of a menace in the field to beat as easily as she used to. I had to use chakra a few times to win the exceptionally rare circumstances where she had me pushed on the ropes. The worst part is that Musashi could pick that up, and the shite-eating grin just made her unbearable in those occasions, almost making me regret not losing at that point. She just was better suited for Kenjutsu than I was, and she could see things I couldn't. I called it plot armor and bullshit, but I ignored any of that as issues since she was a friend and an ally. If that BS was useful, then there's no reason to be lamenting about it. The patient waiting didn't drag for too long as we were finally bestowed with Ishiki and a bunch of followers suddenly manifesting by the temple's ground, some carrying items which may be used for some BS rituals. I waited just a moment to verify where they were all standing and soon took mental notes of which buttons to press to spring the super trap. 3, 2, 1, I started to count quietly, Musashi perking and waiting for the chance to jump into action. Now, the various buttons were pressed all at once, and the noise of explosions, fiery gusts of fire and wind, and even an ice bomb ensued before chains were unleashed on what was left. Ishiki was purposely the one that was planned to be the least damaged of the bunch, with the closeness to some of the attacks doing enough to stun him so that the chains could stab into his skin and keep him bound as if he was the victim of frigging Pinhead and his hooks. Musashi was soon preceding me as she took care of anyone that survived that wasn't the maximum bastard. Meanwhile, I took care of the Otsutsuki, and I almost smiled at the furious look on Ishiki's face when he realized who had sprung the trap. "Why you? How did you dash?" I didn't talk. I could have engaged in a talk and prolonged his death. That would constitute as torture to an extent, and I was not in the mood for that. I just wanted him dead and ready for the seal Chiron had given me. I applied the paper on his exposed forehead, applying yin and yang chakra onto it as it engraved on his forehead. His back lurched backward, a silent scream erupting from his throat and mouth as his body started to burn in a fiery white fire that grew brighter and brighter before it dispelled, and, instead of the fucking bastard, I was looking at a certain imprisoned goddess now back in the living world. Her outfit was no longer a kimono, as the woman had already mentioned to me that she had a new outfit for when she would return to the living world. She wore an open white kimono that was inspired by the ones worn by her sons, with the tomos that were known to be in the Sharingan and Eternal Renegade's designs imprinted on a few edge sections of the kimono, but also on the sleeveless black shirt and pants in a white theme. The white boots keeping her feet warm and protected by the rocky terrain she was now standing on. The shirt was clearly what she promised I would have liked, as it had an opening on her cleavage. Right as she showed herself, the woman smiled. "Finally," she said before shifting her left hand towards me. "Now please, be mine." The forced command may be a red flag for trouble. Many would have tensed up in a fright at this expected betrayal and attempt to fight off any possession, but I just stood there, smiling as Kagaya kept that posture for a while before noticing that something was wrong. "Nope." What? Musashi walked up to us and tilted her head at the sight. "Is she all right?" "She didn't notice it," I remarked, and my words drew her narrowed eyes on me. So, I decided to make it easier for her. "Can you touch the top of your head?" A snort, confused and yet failing to make sense of that request, but Kagaya did so, and as she started to touch her head, she realized something was missing. Her horns. Her palms rushed to her forehead, finally realizing that the strange feeling of limited sight was not just her third eye having yet to awaken. It wasn't there. Her forehead was as smooth as a normal human's one should be. Her jaw dropped and she turned to look at me with numerous questions pending in her thoughts and failing to fully manifest in proper words. "Congrats on being back as an immortal non-goddess, Kagaya-san." Uzumaki Yoshiko yawned a bit, frowning as she was just finishing breakfast when she got struck with that need. The twins giggled at the sight of that expressive sight, causing the girl to pout a bit before gulping down her pride and letting kids be kids. It was nothing new in the Senju Uzumaki household, but she couldn't help but feel like it's been a while since she had something exciting to do around Konoha. It's been a month since Dankun left her reach, which made things really monotonous due to how Peace made missions so boring. Yoshiko didn't expect much to change today as she walked out of the manor and towards the Hokage's office. She did notice that people were oddly happier than usual, which confused her since no big event was about to come up, so she ignored all the buzzing and shifted through the streets until she found her way to destination. As she carelessly opened the door to her uncle's office, she was surprised that people were already there. "Good morning." Her voice died down, the redhead's attention aimed at a familiar face. He was back. Her Dankun was back. Her eyes dilated, her heart drummed up in anticipation, before she noticed he was not alone. A girl slightly older than her wearing a battle kimono and wielding 3 swords on one side, and a mature woman with pretty white hair, eyes similar to Himiko's and Kami-sama. Those tits are a threat. A big titty threat at that. Yoshiko, partly ignoring the hand wave, smile and even the greeting from Danzo. She just bolted for him. He looked surprised, but didn't do much beyond tense up that she soon was upon it. Taking a page from Auntie Mito's book, Yoshiko did what she promised herself to do in due time. Set her claim for her mane straight up before he got caught by others. Danzo's eyes widened in surprise, but Yoshiko's target was lower. Lips met lips, and the two tripped downright by the desk, much to Hashirama's surprise as he sat up and checked on the two down ninja. Yoshiko leaned up, licking her victorious lips and smiling at the shocked Danzo that she just claimed, much to the visible chagrins of the ladies he came with. At this point, it was only fair that she claimed dibs where it was due. Chapter 70, Settling the Score 2. So, just to make this clear to my poor mind, I got 3 marriage contracts. Offers, Mom corrected calmly, sitting in front of me as we enjoyed some tea alone in the living room. My return to Konoha had been outright chaotic. I did expect emotions to run high, but for Yoshiko to outright state her claim, quite strongly, in front of Musashi, it created a few non-negligible issues. I should have expected for that Pandora box to detonate within the early days of my arrival. I just didn't expect it to be as explosive and as immediate as it proved to be. I knew that puberty was a strong reason why she acted that way, plus loneliness, plus boredom, plus her lingering crush, emboldened by the distance between us and the chances of me dying in that month away from the village. Still, I had not realized just yet in that moment that the situation was far more complex than I could have ever thought. As people helped Yoshiko off of me and she mutually glared holes on Kagaya and Musashi's heads in regard to my relationship status, I was given the chance to speak alone with Hashirama. I had told him about Ishiki no longer being an issue, how I had learned a lot in the Land of Iron, and how I expected him to have a written contract for me to sign as to prevent any potential chance of me getting the hat. That last bit had surprised the Senju, but not for the reasons many expected. The man had indeed set plans to have me take over as a future Hokage. Not the second, when Tobirama was already lining up for that, but perhaps as the third. As ironic as that was, considering how it went in the original timeline, I wasn't planning to stress myself any further, especially when I could tell that my life situation was going to be difficult with puberty around the corner, with a big family to manage and this new development hitting me quite hard. Hashirama said that I had contracts pending on potential marriages. My mother, after surprising me that she ended up pregnant with Madara's kid and thus had just done it once with him through the entire trip, much to the long-haired Uchiha's chagrin and blue-balling, told me that I had offers which I had all the means to deliver a yes or a no, since I was recognized as an adult in the village. The 3 contracts were all penned by major clans too, which meant I was in quite the hot potato setup. 1. At Mito's behest, Yoshiko was to be married to me out of the fact I had avenged her father, and the people of Uzukigure were interested in having a binding friendship with Konoha that further expanded on the one between Mito and Hashirama, this time seeing someone from Konoha going to Uzukigure to serve as the ruling consort of Yoshiko as the future leader of the clan and village. 2. At clan leader Hayato Hyuga's behest, Himiko was meant to marry me due to the need to salvage a potential friendship in the name of reforms within the clan. If I joined, I would be recognized as a bearer of the Hyuga clan name, but I wouldn't be forced to drop the Shimura clan name instead. I would attain both with the Shimura bit as the main. Hayato made it clear this was meant to kill 2 birds with a stone. His daughter got what she wanted, and the clan got reformed to lose up the archaic laws that had dictated the creation of the branch-sealed clan. A bit on the scummy side, but there was a side note in the contract where Himiko actually allowed me to pursue extramarital relationships in the name of fostering our bond in a troubled environment, or I will let you go for other girls if I still get to be called the main wife. Which was literally an invitation to harem. 3. Madara had been nagged by Raira's parents to set up a contract, and Raira had been rather unwilling to force the issue. Despite that seemingly positive last bit, the girl still found it reasonable to convey her feelings and craving to at least date over it and bring the others to these dates too. In fact, the third option was pretty much less of a contract and more of a request to give it a shot in a more freer way, going as far as saying that mere friendship was fine. Mere friendship with benefits was even finer. Yep, everyone got thirsty for me and it was quite worrying to an extent. Like, this debacle had long been expected. I knew it was coming. I knew that it would come together with the baggage that was puberty, both for myself and the girls, but I didn't expect to be left in such a messy predicament out of the blue. And while many in high and condescending positions would lament that I had already ruled out any acceptance of this situation, I also didn't expect to be struck by puberty and to be subjected to it the same way as other individuals my age. There also the fact that the immoral aspect of this was that I had an older mind, but it was also true the issue of that was the chance of grooming girls into being something they shouldn't be trained to do. I had to compromise the fact he needs to make others happy too to an extent. That was a reasonable enough point and Kagaya could to an extent relate to it. Even as a goddess, she had tried so much to give her sons a chance to be normal within the divine concepts and settings they were born and nurtured in, but it all fell flat because she allowed too many restrictions and the rebellious phases they had matured into an outright revolt against her. Would things have been different had she been just a bit more benevolent? Perhaps, but it was needed from her to be ready for the other Otsutsuki clan members invading to check what went wrong with this realm. They were going to come to control the situation, but with Danzo around that option was not going to be worrisome. Him and others may be his descendants too. Many descendants, some of which bearing her blood too. That pleased her immensely, and yet her mind quickly brought her to another topic. By the way, is there a reason young Hanzo has been avoiding me? The question was met with a giggle. Oh, he likes women with big boobs, and he was embarrassed by how gorgeous you look. As a mother, this amused her deeply, and she couldn't hold a brief chuckle. Yet, Kagaya also realized there was a big question that needed some answer. Is Danzo a boobs lover too? Done all I could to prevent that, and yet the outcome came through nonetheless, so this was all natural in all aspects of it. It was genuine, it was not something I could reject. Not in the long run at least. As a little kid, that would have been freaky, but as I was getting at the right age to experiment relationships, would it be really wrong on the general aspect of it all to concede to some of it? Just because the girls were owed something in the form of an answer that wasn't motivated by unknown reasons? Still, my mother's voice ruptured the lengthy thought on the topic, making me realize she had a thoughtful look on her face too. I have to say that you have brought two lovable girls too well. Musashi is a girl, but Kagaya is mature. Mom nodded. Kagaya is mature, and yet interested to you. Madara told me that her circumstance is unique, immortal, and perhaps the mother of the sage of the sixth path now lacking her former powers. The woman paused to sip, leaving me hanging for a while before sighing. What do you intend to do about this at the moment? Nothing serious or dangerous. I know she is older than me, more experienced than me, and clearly in the mood to eat me up. Her lips twitched. At least my son learned how to handle peculiar women right. I hope this doesn't mean you will also become a full-on womanizer. I would never, I rebuked softly, taking a tiny break to sip from my cup and relax in the mostly empty room as I knew we weren't alone. So, is there a particular reason Gura is currently spying on us from the ceiling? I finally asked, and I perceived the shark girl tensing up at being caught and letting out a softa. Then, out of nowhere, she dropped down to the floor and knelt beside me with a bright smile on her face. Hi Gura. Ohio, may I ask your hand now that your mother is here? She smoothly asked. If you do that, I may have to put you in the naughty chair and leave you there for an hour, I replied even smoother, causing her to fake cry. This is not going to be easy on me, that much I could tell. I also couldn't help but wonder how Kagaya and Musashi were doing. I knew that the latter went out to train with Hanzo, but Kagaya was with Aina. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not good at drawing. She used to draw doodles out of boredom before becoming a goddess, but she never really saw a point in delving in that art. Right now, said activity she was engaged with was not meant to be a competition, but part of her felt slightly wounded at the sight of a much younger and sillier girl easily outmatching her skills like that. It didn't help that said girl was by far the worst threat she could ever face in case she tried anything risky to either obtain more power or, as it became a necessity as of recently, securing an intimate relationship with her potential puppet-turned-caretaker. "You wish to make a deal with me, child?" "Yep," Ina replied happily as she added the final touches of the Kagaya's portrait she was drawing, pleasing her to a degree with that gesture. "I wish for you to help me, help you, and thus helping others." "What?" "You seek my brother in a lewd fashion, like a cougar dash." I am not hunting him," she half-whined, but Ina seemed to care nothing of that. "Irrelevant, you want him, but you know he is not going to touch you unless he is a bit older. I know of a method to speed up that process and also help myself and others in the process. An alliance of sort in the name of a win-win circumstance?" Now, Kagaya was intrigued. "How so?" "Well, you help my brother sort out the woes of his current romantic paths. You secure them so that he is happy to have a big family and he would see you as someone reliable and trustworthy." It made sense to Kagaya. If she was acting in a supportive and positive way, then any form of distrust would break faster than what a mere promise to be good would achieve in the long run. She did have plans to do something like this, but had no focus on where to act. Aiding his issues in love may be one way to not only help him but also open his mind to the chance of sharing. It was ideal, it was, actually a very good way to entertain her current plans in that regard. Yet, Kagaya was not simple-minded and could perceive both in the girl's words and resolve that something went beyond merely helping her brother. Something just told her that this more was relevant to her plans too. Why do you seek to help your brother in that path when it could be easier to just let him choose a simpler choice? That's because simple is not what he should strive for, Ina rebuked mirthfully, finishing the portrait and showing it to Kagaya. I think my brother has many good reasons to look for a simple life, but he also knows that it is not an option. Or rather, the concept of simple is not the same as many normal people would call it due to where he is now. If he wished to find happiness, he has. Preened under his gaze as she knew her current outfit was seen excellent by his tastes on fashion. Yes, he admitted quietly, taking a seat beside her by the low table. It was just the two of them in that small living room, a request she got from Madara as she needed this moment to not be disrupted by anything or anyone. Hence why this was merely a tea hangout. It wasn't even a date. Rara knew better than just push it, and she just wanted a pre-date meeting with Danzo to iron out some potential questions and misunderstanding before an effort in diplomacy was made for good. "How was your trip?" the girl asked, and Danzo took a moment to ease down and smile a bit more. "I suppose you found what you needed. And maybe more. I suppose you heard of my newest friend." "Musashi, yes," Rara answered swiftly, lips twitching as she had yet to get a reading on the swordswoman. "Troublesome?" "At times. I think she competes with Yoshiko in terms of aggressive interactions." That was good to know. After all, had she been another Himiko, that would have been a dreadful addition. To make it clear, there was nothing genuinely wrong with the girl, but her mind tended to have some lewd developments that really threw people off at times. Two of them at once would be quite the nightmare, as they would probably encourage each other to think more and do more. Danzo then proceeded to give her a summary of how his month went. He saw so much, learned so much, and his sword was wonderfully crafted. He admitted that his old blade was destroyed in the process, but that his new one bore higher power than what his old blade could. It was masterfully crafted, enough to make her feel a bit envious of her love interest, as she had so long wanted a gorgeous blade herself. As Danzo was busy talking, Rara unconsciously leaned onto his shoulder, resting her cheek on it as she nodded a few times, attentively studying the pleasant narration and then asking a few questions here and there over interesting events that he had been keen to not discuss with others. Not because of a specific favoritism, but because Ryra could actually hold her mouth shut if needed, and some things required uttermost secrecy out of potential issues those could warrant. But as the two kept on sharing their own time in the month, both found themselves compelled to get closer. Lips were soon close to touch, in a painful circumstance for both as neither took initiative for some time. Slightly unnerved, but nonetheless understanding due to her own unease, Ryra spoke with honesty. "You don't have to. I don't mind waiting." That should have been a clue to back off and be done with this uneasy moment. But Danzo was clearly driven to not hesitate anymore. The kiss didn't appear geared to last long, but it actually did last for a few minutes. Ryra was stunned, but so was Danzo. The contact lasted for what felt an eternity for them. A sweet eternity. It really made her happy when, as she pressed her body on him, thinking not of the lewdness and intimacy, she was greeted by a bit of a stiff tint pressing on her. She never thought that would be how she discovered that her future husband was quite attracted to her. She wasn't the most beautiful, but that didn't stop her from being pleased by what she got as a response to her frame on his. They both pulled away but soon hugged tightly. "How long have you waited for this?" he asked, quite cutely too. Ryra couldn't hold the wide grin. "Too long. Way too long." Chapter 71, Settling the Score. Uchiha Ryra was a familiar name within the clan. Some would say it was through Danzo or Madara, as the relations she had towards those had given her gravitas within the clan, but the deep truth that characterized her as a kunoichi was that she was not someone one wanted to cross on a practical level. Yes, no one would deny that compared to many other Uchiha, the girl was more open and more emotional, but that didn't make her any less ruthless when the situation called it. Hence why she made it to Jounin as fast as she did, with her careful training and sharp mind granting her insight on what to learn and what to ignore, all for the sake of min-maxing the capacity of fighting in various and differing circumstances. This became more evident when Danzo left, and she was thus less pressed on trying to get close to him. It hurt a bit that he left like that, but she understood both motivations driving him out of the village. In fact, Ryra found this time of grace meant to give her peace of mind and a greater amount of freedom much needed. Training had been a main point in this month, and she felt pleased with the major growth spurts she went through within Yoshiko and Himiko. Both were unpleasant to handle early on as they tried their hardest to keep the rivalry going even without Danzo around, but that mellowed out steadily as it just didn't feel the same. Gura was less exposed to this, so she was less prone to latch on the traditional rivalry and more interested to be useful somehow. Not in combat, obviously, as the Hokage had barred her from joining Konoha's ninja corps, but that didn't stop the shark girl from just helping around those few fishermen that swore loyalty to Konoha in the Land of Waves. One could even say that Gura made that place her second home, with Konoha now firmly recognized as her first one. Kiri was no longer a hassle to her, but a hole for her bad memories. Speaking of the overall geopolitical situation, the fact that the region had gone extremely quiet due to internal issues was good news, as Yuzugakure had been slowly improving its capacity to individually handle the major village if a revenge attack was to happen. But what Danzo did years ago had severely crippled that possibly for at least a full decade. Kumo and IWA had been stabilizing, and their new leaders promoted neutrality and peace as they were pleased by Konoha opening to aiding their recovery. Likewise, Suna has been seeing major improvements in its special crop cultivation process, and spices coming from the hot area had supported the trade-related economy. The use of new seals that were based on Danzo's designs had also seen a growth in the village's infrastructure and an overall effort to turn some unused sections of the Land of Sands as summer locations for noble tourists. At the same time, Konoha didn't slack off in terms of its economic growth. The village has seen a major improvement in its infrastructure as more villagers had expanded their businesses while new ones emerged from people seeking fortune, making enough money and then starting their own competitive businesses to challenge the monopolies. The Shimura company that was expanding even while Danzo was out of the country also presented a chance for innovation as researchers and scientists were provided funds and buildings to experiment on new advancements in science and seal production. If Danzo hadn't been attractive out of appearance and deeds, the sheer amount of money his family was now entitled to would have gained attention. So, it was no surprise that there was an effort to get him hooked to someone through marriage as he returned home. It didn't please her that her parents tried to do that behind her back, but she managed to avert disaster because, truth be told, she saw no point in competing with the other girls. They were all nice and friendly, and Danzo, despite his reluctance to accept romance just yet, could be slowly coaxed into a notion of sharing. Not necessarily in a submissive fashion, but that would be up to how this very meeting was going to be like. Yes, while many in the village would have been happy to just plot and go around others' back, Rira sought a direct confrontation with the one she was expected to spend the rest of her life with. And while her mother had made some offhand comments on her simple outfit, Rira didn't care and knew that it was just enough to be a formal and yet overall simplistic woman in this circumstance. Danzo came by wearing a beautiful kimono suit that was similar to the one he styled for his mission in the Land of Iron, but with some differences as to make it less combat-ready and more formal. She liked it. "Dankuin," she greeted politely, and the small smile on his face was already a big response considering how awkward this had to feel to him. "Rira-chan. It's been a long time now." "Too long, I would dare say," the girl pushed quietly, and she. Chapter 72, Settling the Score 4. The last of my visits to see how the girls are behaving with the arranged marriages proposals was not Himiko. I actually asked Hiruzen if he could spare me some time off from his duties as heir to assist me with the current situation. He had grown wisely and had taken steps to make his rise to lordship the turning point for the caged bird issue, having taken a few lessons from Lady Mito to develop good enough counters to what the elders had on the branch family. It wasn't meant to outright remove it, but put a limiter on the outward control owned by the elders. So, when the takeover happened and he ordered the end of the practice, any traitorous bastard that tried to activate the seals to kill half the clan away out of spite would only end up noticed and killed before real damage could be done. Ruthless, but reasonably effective in preventing a massacre of a greater kind. Still, as we sat down, the conversation didn't go immediately towards Himiko, as I decided to check on how Hiruzen was doing with his life. Beyond the clan's mess, he had been working with his father to slowly shift the clan in a more medical-related business. The Byakugan offered great insight that many doctors could really need in handling intense operations that could result in dismemberment or death. The Hyuga doctors, mostly from the branch family, were essential in bolstering the chances of survival for those subjected to fatal accidents or missions gone wrong. It was a process met with some oppositions, but the good work had gotten the Hyuga clan new titles in regard to their contribution to medicine. It was reason of pride for Hiruzen and helped in setting him up for the good mood I needed him to be at. "I am glad to hear that, but I have to ask Himiko?" he interjected, knowing full well I had gone around this topic for a full hour now. He couldn't fully blame me as he gave me a rather unusual perspective for what happened with his sister. She has gotten wiser in her own way. The mere word could mean so many things, but people would think of that only if they forgot who Himiko was. The main point was that Himiko had started to actually go through harsh housewife training to understand and become one of the most faithful, devoted, and efficient housewives in the entire village. Some were fairly standard stuff like how to handle house chores, but others were taken to a very deranged degree. Such as her taking a fixation on knowing how to fold clothes perfectly. Himiko would go door to door for each Hyuga family and ask the women there to help her with that art, at the price of being the one doing their job. She literally did 3 days worth of clothes folding and cleaning for the clan for free and without a single complaint. That was dedication, of the scary kind. She will not try to kill the others, Hirutada assured without hesitation, which really wasn't much considering that didn't cover for harming anyone. Still, she will be very competitive. And feisty. Lady Mito gave her a book on sex positions. I felt blood draining from my face at that last revelation. Why did she do that? Truth be told, I don't know, my old friend admitted, shaking his head with a sad smile on his face. But I am sure you will handle her. You and your other wives. Raira told you. She asked if I would feel upset if that was how things were to go, Hirutada confirmed. I mean, I can't blame her, but I find this to be the best outcome possible. That and also because my sister would be able to retain some sanity in due time with other girls keeping watch of her antics. So, I became the only solution to your sister's obsession. You know, despite being her obsession. There's not much I can do without causing a mess either way, the young man remarked. But I know you will pull through this too. Like usual, with insane odds stacked against you. I am starting to hate that. Being the odd defier. Tough luck, Hirutada retorted mirthfully. You should have known that would have come back to haunt your ass. Dang it, he is right. The rest of the visit went through smoothly as we went back to talk about the village in general. There were rumors that Hashirama had been considering the creation of a village council from some pushes by Tobirama, but that the idea had been set aside many times for a reason or another. I wasn't exactly sure how to handle that one, but I was sure that it wasn't going to get as fucky as it did in canon. Not with Hiruzen and I around to block any attempts of the civilians from gaining too much power. As much as I was a child of democracy at heart, that had no meaning within a world where there was still a massive difference between chakra users and not. As I left to get back home, I felt like I had gone through all the preliminary steps needed to plan out some moves for this harem, but I was quite unaware that two elements had yet to make their interest on the matter known. And one of them was more concerned than the other about it. Kiera is what? Planning a marriage with us stuck together, Callie said again, her voice mirroring the same awkwardness and unease she had back when she delivered the news the first time around. It was just the two of us in my room and I had been busy writing a few things down on what I could do next as I planned to go back to partial service in the Ninja Corps. Hashirama had sent me a letter with the intent of hiring me as part of the Hokage administration in advisory positions toward diplomatic endeavors due to my experience, but that job also gave me lots of free time I could invest somehow. I had plans to put more resources in civilian-centered resources and keep an hold on the economy for the years to come while also setting up steps to eventually break things up in various businesses to hand to well-deserving people that wouldn't fuck them up in the distant future. So, when Callie, now wearing a gorgeous black kimono, reverse summoned into my room and brought up quite the crazy news in regard to Kiera. Kiera knew that I had received the proposals, and our recent meeting after a solid month of missed talks felt a bit too tame compared to what I had expected. She was happy, yes, but the Phoenix bore a degree of secrecy through these interactions that further expanded when the arranged marriages came to her attention. The fact she had been plotting for this big plan actually left me baffled and rather nervous to what it implied. Especially in Callie's way, as she was meant to tag along for this wild ride. And when I asked her opinion on the matter, the answer was just as confusing as one would imagine. I don't hate it, and I find you a nice guy, but let's be rational here. Too rushed? I guessed, and she nodded. Why, yeah, I would want some time to get that sort of thoughts gone through, and I don't want you to take it as an insult, but right now I see you more as a close friend. It's not an insult, and thank you for the honesty. Then there's that, the Pinkette argued, blushing a bit. Do you know how difficult it is to find someone that can actually listen without pushing me left and right? Even Sensei does that, and I don't like it. Which is why I kind of don't dislike the idea of going for it. You want a date? Let's start with hangouts, she replied nervously. Please. I smiled. Sure. You can seat if you want. No reason to stand for that long. Aren't you busy? Just finishing writing a letter. Nothing big, just a response to a job offer, I answered calmly. How about you tell me more about the kimono? Kiara's idea or dash? Kiara asked for a change from my usual stuff. I found she was fair with the request and I liked this one, Callie interrupted, smiling a bit. You like? It looks good on you. Her smile widened a bit more. So, how was the Land of Iron? Similar to the other countries, but also quite different. Lots of reliance on samurai and less bandits, as many youths are given better work businesses without issues tied to war. What about that goddess thing you released? The Janryu, I would say it's less of me planning this and more of my actions being used to let that happen. Which is good news since the Rabi was absorbing all the power and getting close to become the second coming of the Jubi. Callie nodded and we spent the remainder of the day talking about how life has been for the two of us. This new development was going to take more time to handle, but I could at least rely on the level-headed Shinigami in training to be of help when needed. After all, the peace that was currently in my social circle could easily break soon as the planned date was just around the corner. Chapter 73, Dating and Betting. What it takes for a date to be successful. The question is one that many have questioned in their time of trying to make a relationship work. It was nothing new, really, but for the four individuals involved in this dilemma, the sheer scale of brainpower put behind the question was quite extreme and, in good part, amusing. To Aina, this was a peculiar insanity that she was enjoying in her own morbid way. That's not to say she wasn't a bit embarrassed by the end results of each date, as her plot to make them seal the deal for each commitment was sure working wonders. And she was the one that also had to help cleaning up with her mother in some occasions. The first one to brave the dating scenario was Yoshiko. Never once giving up her tomboyish and, at times, bossy attitude, the girl wanted a picnic by the Hokage mountain. The meals prepared by Danzo had enough to overrule what sort of madness the Uzumaki girl tried to accomplish by the cooking, turning the overall event in the most pleasant hangout. To the point of the two being back home and occupying Danzo's room for a long while. Kagaya sat by her room. The woman was, despite her experience on the topic, shocked by the sheer magnitude of power expressed by the two as the ground shook and some sections of the floor cracked due to the might behind each thrust. Kagaya had just noises to rely on with her imaginative expectation of the scene, but Aina had a full scope over the event itself and some stuff she didn't even know could be done by people their age. The quiet spy familiar she dispatched provided a full mental view of the scene, and hours of pure smuttery seeing Danzo plowing the redhead silly was enough to give Aina happiness for two reasons. One, she had so much blackmail material on Yoshiko that it was going to be a few funny years with her sister-in-law, and two, she now knew that lots of babies were coming out of this harem. Yoshiko herself was adorable as she meowed between wanting it to be gentle and then demanding for her pussy to be pounded harder. The moans as her quivering body surrendered to the lust she had kept to herself and was now devouring her was quite intriguing. Aina was not attracted to her brother like that, but to think that he would return fire with fire sure held the former priest in a degree of curiosity to how much of his worry was relevant with the sheer amount of stamina he had. It sure took a strange turns of events when Musashi, the girl he came back home with, stumbled on the site and was forced by Yoshiko to take part to the event. The sheer fakeness of those two acting like this wasn't planned truly made her gag while drawing. At least her big brother made them know he was not exactly one to give up even before twice the expected opponents. A lot of debauchery unfolded that day, and Aina was sure that Yoshiko had never been as depleted as she appeared to be after that sexy time for the ensuing week. To think the Uzumaki and samurai would have been beaten by the old art known as mating press was truly an impressive and yet unsurprising circumstance. With the tomboys dealt with, it was time for Raira, and this was where the wholesome got Ina's full attention. Out of all candidates, Raira was her favorite for many good reasons. First and foremost, the fact that she was a gentle lover and a chatty fucker. As someone that trained her body for fighting on par with Danzo, the sexual drive pushed forth by a lovely evening spent in the restaurant for a fancy date resulted in the two being soon engaging in some tender loving that then evolved in proper breeding. This time around, Kagaya had gone to sleep in the furthermost guest room. The first date night definitely made her aware of her weakness to those either that or plotting, the latter option explaining a few things about the third date, but this was all about Raira and Danzo. And Gura. Gura had tried to peep on them. Differently with what happened with Musashi, Ina was quite sure that Raira hadn't planned for her presence, but had improvised to make it work with what she had. Turns out that Raira was both a submissive and dominant partner, very submissive towards Danzo, but very dominant with her foreplay with others that tried to spy on them doing it. It made Ina a bit worried for any surprises aimed at her, but she was lucky that the Uchiha girl just focused on eating some fish that night before serving the tuna back to her lover for some pounding. The puns are indeed the best part of this steamy mess. The third date, and what should have been the end of it all, was quite intense. There wasn't exactly much of a date, as it was Danzo going around and Himiko tagging along. Then, when it was night and time to do it, Kagaya decided to strike. Her reasoning? Teaching a direct descendant of hers needed some assistance in this task. They went for a desperate effort to tire him out and be in charge of the sex. Both were quite horny and hungry for that sort of dominance, but were not shy from accepting the sheer breeding that conquered their minds and wombs with ease. From demanding and bossy ladies to submissive sluts that were spreading their legs to Danzo with ease. It was a passionate night, that one, but not as the fourth date. After the third date, it was definitely going to end in a combined marriage, but while the three girls were pleased with their first times, it was now the moment for a certain summon and her lover to tag along for that sweetness. Kiera had expected to have the upper hand by trying to ambush Danzo in his room, unaware that a trap had been laid for her to trip into. Said trap was something Ina hadn't been made aware about, as Callie had visited their home for a while, but the girl didn't think the Pinkette came here with a plot in mind. So, when the human phoenix attempted to coax some hardcore mating on Danzo, what she got was a bit of a shocker. While Kiera was roped up and unable to move, Callie took the first ride of the night herself to show Kiera how to be moderate. In truth, Ina could see how the Grim Reaper in training had just wanted to experiment about sex, and, from her moans and loud craving for cock, it was clear that the girl got more than she had expected from this. Rather than lessen Kiera's arousal, it made the Phoenix even more interested in getting the mating started, and she was by far the loudest when it finally happened. The sheer intensity of that fiery debauchery was so intense that the entire ceiling caught on fire and had to be replaced the next day despite a hasty reaction to put the flames away. With these two finally satisfied and pretty much making Danzo the third wheel in their relationship, Ina took what was left to claim. The ensuing night, right as Danzo was happily slumbering away from burning his stamina on more sexual interactions, Ina wormed her way in his futon and hugged him tightly, wanting the one thing a young sister such as herself needed most in life after that much lewdness, wholesome time with her big brother through quality cuddling. Ina was at her happiest, and she could now rest happily with the news that her family was going to grow and grow in due time. And geez, what time it is. I paused writing for just a moment, glancing at the clock on the side and yawning. Fuck, I need a break. It's been 2 hours since I started writing, and I really needed a break after that. Little as the chapter was, it was still enough to bring an end to this story for good. Standing up from my chair, I walked out of the room with the intent of grabbing something to eat and a glass of water. I paused by the fridge, picking 2 slices of chocolate cake Mom had sent me a while ago and then walked back to my room. I was fairly tired, didn't expect to find anything unusual there, but still, that didn't stop me from pausing at the door before the oddest sight yet. My eyes narrowed as I stared at the ludicrous scene made by a certain blonde detective, now very nude and with one hand tickling on her groin in bliss while orgasming before the few Jilburu pages I opened for the reference pics. I stared and stared some more. Then, I finally reacted. "What the fuck are you doing here, AIM? How did you get here?" Sharp and quick, like a whiplash, and enough to draw AIM's blissed look away from the screen and to me. "Fapping, John. Wanna tag along? Get the hell out of my property, motherfucker." She frowned. "Hey, it's mommy lover, not Dash." "Out of my home, fool," I replied, picking up my shoe and mustering the combined strengths of the chancla and the tapina, the Latin blood of various cultures mixing in a single wrathful defense against a case of home invasion. AIM gave a quick look at the weapon I picked and realized hers was buried deep in her clothes, well away from her reach. Let's talk about Dash. She was out with 2 burning cheeks, hands struggling to keep all clothes on her as she got yeeted out of the window. I stared at the damaged window for a while, eyes glaring holes at the non-existing glass, and I sighed as I had to use a towel to clean up the mess the bitch left behind. Once the chair was cleaned up, I sat down and resumed the grand finale with one last line. Ina was at her happiest and she could now rest happily with the news that her family was going to grow and grow in due time and life could only get better from this point onward. That's the end of the story. I hope you enjoyed. Like the video and join us by hitting the subscribe button below. Anyways, with that being said, peace.